All right, y'all. What's up? Today I'm gonna be working on my survival runner game. this, this was the result from yesterday. The Now, while the intention of yesterday's devlog was not to have swole body parts, I have to say, it is mildly inspiring. Just a little bit. Just a small amount. Which is better than nothing. What's up? We got S here. I'm not on screen. That's true. That's absolutely true. You might be right about that. That's a way to let you know I'm still getting set up. I'm pretty much set up, though. I'm pretty much set up. Yeah, you know, here's the thing. Ideally, I get started right away. That's my goal. But the reality is, I'm a late person. What's up? How you doing? Welcome everybody to the stream. I am a late person. It's hyper game dev for a reason, because I got that ADH hyper D. And the thing is YouTube doesn't like it if I'm late. YouTube will punish the stream if I'm late. And I was a few minutes late, so, you know, it is what it is. But the later, the worser. So sometimes I just gotta get started, even if I'm not ready. But thanks for being here. I appreciate it. How you doing, S? So yeah, we do have some swole limbs. Actually, ChatGPT helped me do this. We can get a little fat head too. Oh, I just think it's too funny. It's just like it wasn't my intention. It was not my intention, but you know, there's something I kind of like about it. So what am I doing today? Why is it like this? Where are we going from here? So pretty much, what I decided after yesterday's stream was that I wasn't feeling the health bars. We're gonna reuse the health bar logic that I've been setting up the past couple weeks with your help. I'm gonna reuse those for like enemies and stuff. For the player, I want to try having the limbs actually shrink whenever we run into things and those limbs take damage. So there's numbers on the screen, those represent the hit points for the limbs. We talk about this, you guys probably know about that, unless you're new here, welcome. And I want to have those hit points represented in an immersive way. And so what I'm going to go with is that the limbs get smaller every time they take damage. Now, as you can see, that is quite the opposite of what is occurring. And the reason for that is because that's what ChatGPT set up for me. Now, yesterday I tried a couple different methods of getting those limbs to shrink. One of those methods was shape keys. So I actually did get those set up in here. We can find those. If I grab one of the meshes, oh, I turned them off. Actually, you can't find them. I turned them off. I'll open up Blender and I'll show you. And the shape keys basically are like keyframes that we can animate into to make, for example, the arms shrink and get smaller when they get hit. And this seemed great in Blender. This seemed totally fine. So I'm going to grab this arm and I'm going to go find the shape keys. Here they are. So there are the shape keys right above my head there. And what I can do is click between them, and you can see the arm shrinks, and it looks pretty good here. Now, the problem was when I brought it into Godot, the animation would conflict. This animation would conflict with the arm moving up and down. That was a bit of a problem. So it would like stretch out and get weird and not look correct. So Yeah, I can't. There might be a way around that, but it just seems more complicated than it's worth. So I went to an alternate way of doing this. And that alternate way of doing this involves. Um, I'll show you. I'll show you what it involves. It involves finding the bones. So here we have, I'm grabbing the arm left bone. Let's get a different position. If I grab this arm left bone and I shrink it, so if I scale it down, you can see it gets smaller. And this preserves the animation integrity of the walk and run cycles, and it will still shrink. So that's what I set out to do. And so I started out just like kind of animating it, like putting it on an animation track and animating, okay, this goes down to 0.5 and this goes down to 0.65 and stuff like that. But it was getting tedious. It was getting tedious, and like if I wanted to make changes, because they have to blend, right? So if you take damage and your health goes down, it needs to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then if it goes back up, it needs to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'd have to adjust the beginning and end of each of those animations to match the other animations. And that just becomes really unrealistic when I need to, like, let's say, change how fast it shrinks or how much it shrinks. And so I realized the best way to do it was going to be through code. So I sought out to find a way to do this through code. ChatGPT did help me out a little bit. So basically what I did is I went through and I renamed these bones to match the names of the, not the meshes per se, yes, the meshes, but specifically this body part script that I have. And this body part script, we already were using this code that checks to see if so this script is on each of these body parts on the left here. So we have the head, leg, there's an arm, another arm down there. These all have the exact same script on it. And what they do is they check their own name. What is the name of me? And then it's going to split at the underscore. So it's going to look specifically at the second. That's a 1, but that's because that's the second value in an array, right? So 0 would be 1, 1 is 2. It's going to basically make an array split at the underscore. So then area becomes 0, head becomes 1, area becomes 0, leg right becomes 1. And so this script is on all of them. So it can split it right there, and it can just look at leg R, leg L, right? And so what I wanted to do was make sure that the bone names matched that. So then we can say, when a collision happens, look for a bone that matches my name, and then shrink it by this much. When we take this amount of damage. When we take this amount of damage, look for it that matches my name, and shrink it by this much, and so on and so forth. And so I wasn't really sure how to access the bones in code, and so that's where I brought in Copilot, aka ChatGPT 4, to help me do that. Yeah, right? And welcome back, Tincho. And so ChatGPT 4 decided they were going to set up an enlargening instead of a shrinking, because I didn't really clarify whether to shrink or enlarge. And so it did get it. So if we collide, it will... it looks so cute. It will get bigger. So this is good. This is good. This is what I want. There is a problem. There is a problem. First of all, it's just doing it once, right? So they're not gradually getting bigger or smaller. It's just happening one time, and then that's it. And so the way that's the main problem. That's pretty much the main problem. So this code, I didn't ask ChatGPT to like think about, considering whether or not it was going to be in multiple places, or have multiple gradations. So here's the code that ChatGPT pumped out for me. And basically what it does is the same thing. We got the split, right? So it's checking to see if the body part that's hit, if we split it, does the bone, or, we're just basically fetching that name, right? Let's get that name of what is collided. and then it's identifying the skeleton here, and then it is getting, now this is some stuff that I just didn't even know I needed to do. It's getting the bone count on the skeleton. And it's identifying an iteration with the variable I. Not even something I'd know to do. A for loop. It's doing like a for loop or something. I don't fully understand it, but I kind of do. So it's doing a for loop in the range of the bone count. And then it's defining the bone name as whatever name comes through that iteration when it's looping through every single bone that it finds, right? When it loops through all of those, it's checking the name of each one. And then we're assigning that name to bone name. And we're saying if that bone name matches the body part that's hit, which we've identified up here, and we've separated out as arm L, leg L, stuff like that. That's right, Frank. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. It's alien time. It's alien time. We are aliens. We are here to eat your meat. I'm sorry. Just, can we not just, really, this is PG stream. I apologize. How's it going? What's up, Coinum? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. You know, it's everything is better when I get to sit down and do some game dev. Honestly, like, you know, whatever's going on in my life, this makes me happier. So, you know what? Oh, it's refreshing. I would say it's going pretty well. And I'm refreshed. Let's go. So yeah. You're literally learning Godot right now, and then you just saw the stream. Here we are. Here we are. We're learning together. We're doing our best. And I know you're going to pick it up fast. You're going to pick it up fast. And that's the thing. Look, I can't teach you very well. You know, like, I can kind of tell you, like, little things, mistakes that I've made, things that I've learned, getting used to the IDE and stuff like that. There's some cool techniques I've picked up, but, like, for the most part, I'm here to share my learning process. And that's it. That's it. Maybe someday I'll have experience to teach, but, you know, we're here, we're learning together. I think that's kind of neat. And I'd love to continue to hear about your process, especially since we both come from dreams. And I think it's interesting to make those comparisons too. I'm sure you can learn a lot from your streams. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. So it's assigning bone name to every, so it's going through it's iterating through every single bone in that range that is present, which is a lot of bones. It's going through them all. And then it's checking to see if that bone name of the many that it's switching between, when does it match body part hit that we are identifying up here. It does seem insufficient. It's insufficient and inefficient. I agree. I freaking agree. So this was Copilot ChatGPT 4 because here's the thing. Thank you for saying that, because to me, what I wanted to get out of ChatGPT was, how do I even find the bone names? I didn't even know what to use, and it kind of helped me find those. So in that sense, that's helpful, but maybe I need to focus on the fact that it's inefficient and use the information that I got, which is a functional way to fetch this information, and then do it differently. I'm honestly going to remember that. Seriously. But if it does find one when it goes through all of them inefficiently, when it does find one, it's going to a match between what was hit and the names that it's looking through. Then it's going to set that bone pose scale. It actually got this wrong. It told me set bone scale, and I had to go find the pose part. So it's never going to be perfect, but it helped. And so it sets bone pose scale. And then this is looking for an argument, like the name. I see. So I is saying, like, the name that was matched, change that bone to this new vector. Then it will print it, and then it does break, which, if I remember correctly, I asked ChatGPT what it does, and I already forgot. it makes sure that the loop stops. I think this says that that for loop won't continue once it finds one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like, why can't it just find the one? Why can't it just search for the one that has the same name and match it up, you know? But, you know, I mean, it seems to happen quickly, I think. So there's some problems with this, though. For one, this is only happening one time, right? So it's not like gradually changing. It's not like gradually changing. So let me see that last leg swell up. You know, it happens very quickly. So if I want it to be gradual, the logic that we had before, and let me show you the health bar just to like emphasize how this works. And I'm even going to pull up the remote version of this so you can hopefully understand what's going on. So this is a cool method from chatter, My 2 Cents. Much appreciation to My 2 Cents for helping this method happen. So keep an eye on what's happening over here on the left, okay? So when the head takes damage, so this health bar, let me move out of the way. This health bar that's popping up on screen only represents the head, okay? So I'm gonna damage the head, and on the left here, you're gonna see an animation player up here. You should. There, see? An animation player just popped in right there. So that's gonna happen again. Animation player created right there. Every time the head takes damage, one appears. And if the head takes multiple damage, two are going to appear. And so what that animation player that is created is doing is it's subtracting a hit point from the health bar. And this is a really cool, efficient, effective way to get the hit points to disappear, to basically to get an animation to queue up. So it queues up an animation that happens. And so if we get 2 damage, it'll queue up 1 damage, and it'll have 2 ready to go right behind it, so then it will do 2, one after the other. And so this is the logic that I actually want. This code that we're looking at that makes it swell up, I want that code to happen when that animation player is queued up. That's when I want it to run. And I want it to say, shrink it down a little. Another one gets queued up, shrink it down a little more, shrink it down a little more. If we heal, it'll queue up the next one that increases it, and so on and so forth. And so that system is already in place. I just need to distribute the code into that system. And that system is right here. So we have these functions. Function, if there's 3 HP, the HP bar, it runs a tween that makes the HP bar value go down to 3 from what it was at. Here, if we have 2 HP left, it'll tween the HP bar value from 3, which is what it would be at probably, down to 2. Just kind of depends. If it's coming from 1, then it'll tween it to 2, and so on and so forth. So this is where I need that code to live, so we can run a gradual also tween between those vector 3s that make it swell. Instead of making it swell, we want it to make it shrink or go bigger if we're healing. So that's my ultimate goal right now, is to get that to be distributed throughout that code. But first, let's see if we can't improve this in general. Also, welcome KK Silver Dea Kappa Della Kappa KK Kakwe Silver Della Kappa Kappa. How about we say Kappa? Welcome, Kappa. Hope you're doing well. Try something like this. Get node string armature skeleton 3D body part name. Ooh, I like that. What does body part hit return? So body part hit is going to just return arm R, arm L, etc. So, dude's name is the whole fraternity. I know. This. It'll return this. Literally nothing more, nothing less. Arm R or leg L or leg R or whatever. So these are the bone names, and it's going to just return exactly that. So there should be a very clear match between whatever this is and the name of the bone. There will be. As you can see, it already works. So Your name is hard. You're half Brazilian and half Italian. I like that you're representing them both. I'm half Italian too, so I get it. Gotta represent. That's what's up. Well, I hope Kappa's okay. Just to keep it short. Welcome, of course, and thanks for stopping in. So, you should combine them like I did in the get node. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. So in here, we're saying get node, string armature skeleton, body part name. And so then what does this eliminate? This eliminates the whole... What is this? What do I do after that? Get node armature skeleton, body part name. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. You know what? What the hell? Let's do it. So a string should get rid of the for loop. Interesting. And then... Oh, so I'll just remove that entirely, is what you're saying. Gee whiz, in the house, saving the days. In ways I didn't even know I needed saved. Those are my favorite saves. I'm gonna say comma, body part. And this is most welcome, by the way, everybody. Backseating, I accept it. I may not always want to do your backseat, but if your backseat seems effective, I'm here for it. I am incredibly here for it. Probably don't need the break then. Identify bone name not declared. You sure about that? Did I... Oh, is that in the for loop? That was in the for loop. I see. So I guess I don't need the bone name, but I have to somehow get the bone name. So wait, I know I typed this wrong. I see that I typed that wrong. I do see that. String armature. There we go. So I guess this... All right, let's see what happens. But we still need the for loop, right? I thought body part hit was the bone name. It is the bone name. It is the bone name. It is the bone name. Yeah, you're right. But I guess it needs to compare against what it finds, right? It has to compare what it finds. Break exists for and while loops. Yeah. Right. So it doesn't... We don't need break if we don't have the for loop anymore. It is the bone name. But... So it matches the bone name. We're trying to match body part hit to the bone name. So I do need to make sure that body part hit is equivalent to the bone name. We have to be able to make that comparison. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So I'm not sure exactly what your modification does. Yeah. You don't understand? Okay. Let's see here. How do I explain this? Why do you need to make the comparison? So the reason I need to make the comparison, I'm just going to undo what you told me to do just so we can make sure it works for now. So the reason I need to make the comparison is because of the modular way that this is all set up. So if we look back onto the body parts, here are the body parts over here. If you have the bone name, just call that bone. Well, okay, so here's the thing. So each limb, and let's just get a little visual. Each limb, arms, legs, head, right? Those are all the 5 limbs. Head, arms, and legs. And each one has a class script on it, so they all share the same script. And I want to use the name of that script, right? Or not the script, sorry. I want to use the name of the node that the script is on as a way to identify what bone is associated with what node. Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. So, like, I want to use one script for each limb. For every limb, one script. Arm right, arm left, leg right, head. Same script. In order to do that, I have these names that I use modularly by splitting and making sure it knows I am leg R. That's what body part hit is. When the collision occurs, queue up on voice chat? Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. We could do that. Sure. Yeah, let's bring Gwiz on voice chat. So here's probably the best place to do that. I haven't really set it up for it, but I'm sure it'll work. It'll probably just like work, all right? Go into my Discord or your Discord. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm in your Discord. We can go to your Discord if you want. Let's do your Discord. You're probably more set up for it. Let's do your Discord. Godot voice chat? Perhaps? Kappa says, I am also programming in Godot. Welcome to programming in Godot. I'll leave your life open for inspiration. It's nice to hear it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like doing that too. I love doing that too. Jackie Codes is a really good one, by the way, if you want some other streamers to keep open. Gwiz be streaming Godot. All right, we also got Teleputer in here. I don't know, but I can't. Okay, wait. I can't condone someone else. We're gonna use my Discord. I can't condone somebody else. I don't know about somebody else. So let me. It's just look. I'm particular about it. Let me make sure you have the permissions to get into the live lobby here. That's the only thing is I'm just like I gotta set up for it. So that way we can make sure. Let me just edit the permissions. So Gwiz is the only person who's allowed into this one today. You are on my Discord, aren't you? You're not on my Discord? I mean, I don't know if I can help you. Get up in my Discord. Get up in my Discord. Link is in the description, and then we'll voice chat. You got him to leave? I can't risk it. It seems important to get to the index of the bone with a specific name because it's necessary to call the set scale function. That's true, yeah. Hey, my 2 cents, welcome. Welcome. I'm trying to get some bone scaling logic to intertwine with some of the animation stuff you helped me set up. Jorn, welcome. Bonjourn. Huh? Come on. I mean, it's kind of works. Kind of works. Okay. Yeah, join up in the Discord, Gwiz. Let me know when you're there, and I'm gonna add you to this group. We gotta keep it private. I gotta have control. You're in it? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Why does it say you're not? Is Gwiz your name in it? Oh, there you are. Oh, I see. It's searching for your username, not your name. Gotcha. Okay. We got it. We got it. All right. You have permission to join and see it. So you should be able to hop in there. It's called Live Lobby is the name of it. You're in it. Let's go. Let's go. Gwiz. Oh, so the thing, so that's the other thing is we got to make sure you can hear me. Because you're delayed on stream. Whoa. He's talking. I hear him. Now, unfortunately, it's going... Oh, man. Discord's going to run it through my phone, which means I have to... Okay, hold on. Hold on, Gwiz. Are you here? Say something. Say something.
Do you not have the Discord app on your computer?
Oh, I do. I know, but there's a problem. My internet is AT&T Wi-Fi or cellular data, and it bundles my download and my upload. So if I do the Discord app, it's going to start glitching the stream out. So I have to use my phone is the only way for it to work. So look, it's spontaneous. Okay. What did you wanna talk about?
I was just gonna look at the for loop, but can you unmute on Discord because it's like really delayed for your stream versus your phone?
unmute. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I muted on Discord? I didn't know that.
Discord.
I am muted on Discord. See, the thing is... Okay, got it. Can you hear me on Discord yet? Am I unmuted? I should be.
No.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I think you just have to live with the delay. I think you just have to live with the delay. Look, I'm not set up for this. We gotta roll with the punches, G-Wiz. We gotta roll with the punches. Is what it is. You can handle it. Have I been a programmer for a long time? No, I have not. I have absolutely not been a programmer for a long time whatsoever. Honestly, G-Wiz, I feel like we shouldn't even do this. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm hanging up. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. We can text chat. Look, here's the thing. I will promise that I will try to sort this out for a future stream. But generally, I don't do this, so I don't have the infrastructure for it. But if you want to, we can do text chat. You're really helpful. I really appreciate you. I'm sorry I can't work it out, but I like to keep moving. I like to keep it moving. Won't be able to join Friday. The stream is set for midnight for you. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it's really hard, especially, so what they're talking about is the game jam. Every Friday, I do a game jam here on YouTube. It is a 1-hour game jam. You can find more information about that by heading over to the YouTube channel. It's up on itch. So head over to the YouTube channel, check out the game jam video there. We do it every Friday. It is itch.io based. The only rule is pretty much is you need to make sure it's made in an hour and you make it in HTML. So it has to be like, not in HTML, but it has to be able to be played on the browser. That's just to avoid like file downloads and stuff. So if I show you this, you will see the game jam. So here's this week's game jam. It's right here. You can join up in it. It's literally an hour long. But we have some really awesome entries every week, and I'm just so proud of it. So Jordan is saying that they can't join, though. So, yeah, it sucks. Because the time, it's at 6 p.m. Eastern, and the time can be kind of weird for different people, depending on their time zones. These are all the entries last... Look at this. Can I show you this awesome one that we got last week? Dude, it's so awesome. It's about roots growing underground. And you are this, like, tree that's trying to grow roots. Growth was the topic. And you, like, collect water as you get lower. Somebody made this in 1 hour. So there's some amazing stuff that's happening in these game jams. You guys should definitely check it out. But, yeah, unfortunately, you can't really join if the time doesn't work out for you. And I apologize for that. There's the link to the most recent one. And then... if you just go to my itch page on itch.io, you can find all of them. Sorry we couldn't work it out, G-Wiz. I just don't really set up with the mic that often. Maybe someday. Dragonblade is in the house. Welcome. Welcome. My 2 cents says, just to look up documentation for the skeleton. Apparently you can get an index of a bone using the bone name, using the find bone name method. Whoa! So you can avoid the loop by using variable I equals skeleton find bone bone name. Ooh, interesting. Okay, let's try that. I like that you guys are addressing the for loop, because to me, I'm just like, well, it works. ChatGPT said it, so it's good enough. But I appreciate that we're optimizing it. Variable I equals skeleton find bone. Oh, okay. Variable I, that is, now that, skeleton find bone name. So then we just have to make sure that that's after bone name. Do 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 do. On time vomit. You're vomiting on time? You're vomiting on time. Like in syncopation, like blah 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 blah. That ain't a dope beat. That's not a dope beat. I don't know about that. So let's put this. Let's put this. I'm just reading what the man wrote. Let's not do that. We definitely need bone name. So here's the thing. But if it, oh, so is this? What is this argument? This bone name argument? Is that defining it? Oh, so it's a coder joke that I don't get. I see. I see. We don't need the break. It should be body part hit. Oh, okay. I see. Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. Dude's out here taking a century to run his code. Yeah. I mean, I guess in theory, if bone name, so we don't have bone name, so then we can get rid of the if now, because you were talking to Jordan. Yeah, you're right. I gotta remember that you guys will like talk to each other. You guys will talk to each other. Like, I can't possibly understand what's happening. And the indent. Probably don't want the indent. So you're saying this will work? Dragon Blade won't something. So how will this... It has to... Oh, because we're saying right. So what if... Can I not make it I? I feel like I is just terrible. I think that's what's throwing me off. I freaking hate it. I made sense for the for loop, but here it doesn't. It's okay. So bone name equals skeleton, fine bone, body part hit. Skeleton, set bone, post scale. Make sure it's the bone name. Okay, this kind of sounds like it'll work. Hey, it totally works. Nice. Very nice. My 2 cents commonly coming through and rescuing us. Making our code a little bit better. This is kind of what I thought we should be able to do, is just like look for the name of the thing, you know, and move on with our lives, not have to go through it. Thank you, GWiz, for like pointing out that was inefficient and for trying to get on voice chat. That's kind of something I need to set up ahead of time, but I just don't really have a way to do it ahead of time. As for my 2 cents, thanks for coming in and saving us. In theory, that should be bone index, not bone name. Really? Oh, is this you taking issue with Godot's like inconsistency in like convention? Yeah. Oh no, you're taking issue with my naming it bone name. Well, I mean, if it matches, I wish, can we like look at the documentation for it? He really is. Those 2 cents go far. They really do. Don't underestimate the power of with my naming, okay? But like, it is the name of it, isn't it? I'm calling it bone name. I mean, look, let's say this. Let's say print bone name. I mean, it's gotta be, but it's the bone name. But it is the bone name. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, you're right. Wait, you're right. Look, it's printing a number. Dragon Blade is right. So then how do they match? But they don't have to match. Wait. How do they match? How does it match? So it's matching the names, but it's outputting the index. It's like we're not matching the names manually, the names are being matched automatically. It's finding the index position of a bone in the skeleton, but it has to be comparing body part hit. I want to find it in the docs. I guess I have to type it in. Find bone. It returns an integer. Okay, all right. Okay, fair. You taught me that, Dragon Blade, about returning integers. Let me adjust this zoom. Toot sweet. Find bone. And then it is, so it's comparing to a name. Returns the bone index that matches the name as its name. Wow! It's basically doing the for each and checks the name. Wow. All right, so it's not the bone name. You're absolutely correct. So how about this? Just to avoid confusing myself. Deprecated, do not use. Oh, look, it does say that. That's true. Well, it's still there. So I don't want to say bone name. I don't even need to make it a variable, do I? Oh, I do. So we'll say bone. How about that? It's just bone. Bone hit. How about bone hit? How about that? We'll be differently specific, so it's not wrong. You were totally right. That's an index. You guys are geniuses. Okay, so now that we have that sorted out, right? So my next step, thank you. You guys are awesome. My next step is to get it to fire in this logic. So again, I'll recap. The way that this works is that animations are duplicated. Happy as long as it's not named, so you don't expect it to be a string. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's helpful. I want to do that more often, where I go and I check the docs and look at what it's returning. Or even just print it and just see, so that way I'm not making mistakes that could lead to misunderstandings later. That's really fair. It's super fair. So my 2 cents helped me set this up. Basically, whenever we heal or take damage, it's going to create a duplication of an animation player. And that animation player calls one of these functions, depending on if it's taken a certain amount of damage. And the reason why I've split, this is a little different than my 2 cents had me set it up. And the reason why I did that was because I needed it to play different actions for each function. So if we look at the head here, the head is represented by that health bar. And if the head takes damage, that health bar, one of those is going to go down from right to left, right? That is an animation player being duplicated and running the requisite function. So if it's 1 HP left, it's going to run function HP 3 or whatever, or HP 1. Your mind is screaming switch statements. Any way to optimize the line at 60? Maybe. Possibly. At 60, await get recreate timer. Maybe. Wait for true hit point values to be captured. That sounds like a distraction. But maybe. So 63. Oh, okay. If true makes, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, probably, absolutely. Yeah, probably. Definitely. Is this the match? Is this the match? No. I'm down to optimize it. If you can help me do it real quick, I'm happy to do it. But like, technically, I have the bad habit of just saying, if it works, it works. If we're not having performance issues, don't need to fix it. But that doesn't mean I'm not open to making changes if you can help me do it quickly. Yeah. But I would say you're probably right. And if you want, here, if this we can say this too. We can add a little note in here. Add a little to-do optimize this logic, maybe. Okay, that's for you, Jordan. That's for you. So anyway, so these tweens are making the HP bar hit point go down from whatever it is to, in this case, 3. Go down from whatever it is to 2. Go down from whatever it is to 1. And then similarly, these healing functions are making it go up from whatever it is to 4. Up from whatever it is to 3. Up from whatever it is to 2. Right? There's no going up to 1 because you can't go up from 0 because you're dead. So what I want is to get that code that we just optimized, the body part hit bone shrinking. Well, in this case, it's making it bigger. But I want this to go into those functions and run differently depending on which one it is. So now last time I tried to do that. It didn't work well. Maybe that was because I had all the for loop stuff in there. I don't know. But in theory, you know, I would need to find a way. You know, I guess we could just run skeleton set. We could just do all of this elsewhere, right? We could just have all of this run. We can have this updating a global variable, right? You can make it cleaner with a switch statement, but performance-wise, it's practically the same thing. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It'll be cleaner. I think this is not too unclean. So this would be clean this logic layout up. That's what I'll give you, Jordan. So if I globalize these, so let's just do it like this. I guess I don't really need to do bone count. Because bone count, what is bone count even doing? Do we need bone count? We don't need bone count, do we? Hold on, before I break this, let me just... Let me just see what that's doing. I'm just curious, because I feel like I don't need that bone count. That was some ChatGPT 4 stuff for the iterating through the whole list. Yeah. Right. Okay, so once in a while, I have my moments. So if I say, we'll update these as already existing. We said bone hit, right? And then if I grab this, not so semi-annual reminder to git push and Control S. Very nice. Let me just paste this down. I'll hit a Control S. I will hit a Control S. I actually, honestly, I should do it before I start experimenting, if I'm being honest with you. I should do it ahead of time. So I'm going to save it now. Let me make sure it is, it should be fine. All I did was change those variable positions. Thank you, Jorn. And thank you, Dragonblade, for inadvertently establishing this new tradition. This great tradition. Everybody save and push. Save and push. Save and push. In that order, ideally. Honestly, save, commit, and then push. So I'm going to say optimized the bone growing logic. Gee whiz, my 2 cents. And my 2 cents helped me improve the chat. I get mad specific. The chat GPT-4 made bone growing logic by removing the for loop and replacing it with a find bone search. Okay. Done. I've done it. Thank you. How lucky am I to have friends like you? Okay. So, my experiment is to just try jamming this in here, right? So I could do different values. This honestly might work. I don't know. So it's 1 by default. Can I know what to GitHub? Yeah, sure. Master Wallet, welcome. In the description box, you can find this GitHub repo. GitHub repo. I said it. I didn't say repo this time. I have a habit of saying repo, but today I didn't do it. Octocat might be proud. Okay, so I'm gonna say 0.6. I might want to go bigger or smaller. I'm probably gonna want these to not all be the same, but just for the sake of testing it out and seeing if somehow it works. Let's just, and this isn't gonna tween, so it's not gonna like be gradual, but I'm just gonna worry about that momentarily and not right now. Do you have other hobbies that aren't game dev? Probably. Playing games. Gaming? Not really though. I mean, I really just play the same games, so I don't know if that counts. I like Fallout. I love Fallout. I gotta be honest, I like those action RPGs. Like, I'm a big fan. Hobbies. Computer stuff. Healthy heart as a sister. Healthy heart as a sister. I don't know. I'm just trying to look. I'm looking for hobbies. I think that means I don't. I think that's what that means. Feeling happy? Watching TV? No, I don't. This is my hobby. This is my only hobby. Good question. What about you? Do you? You've been a Nintendo gamer growing up. Nice. Same, actually. That was just because my parents wouldn't let me get Sega or PlayStation. They wouldn't let me. They bought into this idea that Nintendo was more wholesome, which they kind of tried to be, but so that was kind of forced to be a Nintendo gamer. And then when I discovered PlayStation, oh, forget it, dude. One of the first games I played was Fallout 3 on PlayStation, and I was like, well, this is it. This is my favorite game. I love this more than anything. Game dev and gaming, also 3D printing. Nice. Yeah, gaming's a hobby. So yeah, gaming. Yeah, I have another hobby. Do I like doing anything else? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Neil? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I mean, YouTube. I find, so I would say that's another hobby. Is I find YouTube to be really interesting, and content creation, video editing, and things like that. So actually, that would count as another hobby. It reminds me, gotta go get something from the build plate. The build plate. What's a build plate? I modeled the dealer for Risk It All in Blender today. You are going all in. Let's do it. I love it. I hope we get to check out what you put together. All right, so look, I'm not saying this isn't gonna work. I feel like it might work, actually. Especially since nobody in the chat is like, that won't work. That's a good sign that it might actually work. I think before it wasn't. I do game jams too. That's true. I guess I kind of lumped that into like programming and game dev. But that's a good point. Thank you guys for helping me figure out who I am, because sometimes I forget. This is definitely not working. This is 100% not working. Absolutely not working. There is no working happening here. Can you start a lecture earlier? Because in India, the time is 1:30 a.m. So that's why you can't attend the whole thing. I'm so sorry. I love that you're calling it a lecture. I'm going to assume that's just like an English as a second language thing. But yeah, this is actually for me as an ADHD person, this is very early. I can absolutely not go earlier. I used to do earlier, and it was eating me alive. I was dying. I hated it. I hated streaming earlier. So like this is the earliest that I can do, unfortunately. I do the game jams. I do the game jams at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't know what that is in India, but that might be more in the morning for you in a way that works. So there's always the game jams, which are every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. That might line up better for you. You made one object. That's a lot. It was just a sphere. Okay. That you had they put a painted texture on it. Okay. Build plate is a place where things are 3D printed. Oh. So you're like actively hobbying right now. Nice. It's great for you. I get home when it's like an hour into the stream. Nice. Yeah, dude, it's like impossible to like work out for everybody's. But I'm honestly, Master, I gotta call you Walla. I can't call you Master. I'm sorry. Honestly, Walla, I'm touched. Like, thank you so much for wanting to be here. Like, I wish I could move it for everybody, but I'm really glad that you want to be here. The videos stay up, so you can always watch the videos after. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't move it. You can minimize the code of those 4 functions with a parameter instead of having 4 functions. Oh, that sounds like that would work. It sounds like that's true. And then, so then part of this, so this is, my 2 cents did not tell me to do multiple functions. I decided to do that. Originally, it was just one function, and that one function would like subtract 1 from, you know, the HP bar. You know, that's what it would do originally, and it would just be like damage HP, and it would run 1 time. Or multiple times, but rather it would run no matter whether you had 3, 2, 1, or 0 hit points, it would run. And so now it's a little different. It being 8 to 10 hours means everyone gets their own chunk. That's true. That's true. That's true. So Walla, you can always join in later. Then what should I do? Should I sleep or should I attend? You should sleep. You should sleep. 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 Get some sleep. Do 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 do. You deserve it. You deserve it. You need rest. There's no reason to be here. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for wanting to be here. But no, sleep, sleep. Oh my goodness. Sleep. I might be here when you wake up, honestly. I might be here when you wake up. Maybe. So you can keep the same logic without doing -1. You take a number as a parameter and multiply that number by 0.2. Oh, you get the actual value for the vector 3. Oh, that is a good idea. It will be available. That's true. It's absolutely true. I have to pull up my phone in order to show you how true that is, because my crappy internet will have a conniption if I don't do it that way. So, let me show you. There is a playlist on the main page of the YouTube channel. There's a couple different ways, right? So there's past live streams right here, and you can see it. And then you can also look at my Godot journey here, and you can find them all right there. Don't be angry. I'm not angry with you. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. So anyway, they're all there. So that's a really good idea. Because, I mean, when you say that, it makes me think, do I even need a parameter? Like, why not just put it in the function, right? So I do have to retool a lot. So if we say damage HP, we get rid of all this. Just get rid of all this. Couldn't I just say like a variable or something? Variable. Following an Unreal tutorial while watching this. Nice. That's cool. Let's get it to work, then we optimize later. That's my opinion, my 2 cents. That is my opinion. That's also my opinion. Actually, that's actually a good point. Ooh, I'm gonna have to go with my 2 cents on that one. Because first of all, this doesn't work. This isn't working. That's a really good point. And I think that I definitely want to do what Dragonblade is saying. So yeah, why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work? Because it's the same thing. It's definitely running. So if I say print damage 3, right? So just to make sure, we know it's running though, because otherwise the HP bar wouldn't go down. But just for the sake of absolute confidence, let's just type all this out. It's not really damage 1 damage. It's actually health, but whatever, it's fine. Print damage 0. Okay. Definitely gonna come back to that, Dragonblade. 100%. So, there we see damage 3. Printing. Whoa, the head shrunk. Oh, wait. Oh, guys, this is what happened earlier, too. Okay. So it's not happening on a per limb basis. It's... Don't start writing Lisp? What does that mean? What does that mean? What? I wonder what that means. And it's like jumping, like it's like going further. There's some strange things happening here. You can print skeleton, get bone name to see if it knows what bone is being hit. Oh, good idea. So let's say print. I'm going to say print damage 2 space parenthesis skeleton get bone name. Can we just say bone hit? Won't that just be enough since we made a variable for it? Bone hit. And then that'll maybe work. This was too confusing for it. You can ask ChatGPT to give you the code for Hello World in Lisp, and it's related to how you wrote that print by mistake. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't even know. I didn't even know I did another language. I miss you too, Lead Name. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you've been well. Making music and stuff, I hope. Pixel art. Lisp is a very old programming language, known for code written in it requiring a ton of brackets. I need a comma. Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't gonna figure that out. I wasn't gonna figure that one out. I really wasn't. Let's go. Okay. So then we'll get a little more information. It's such a good idea. Such a good idea. We're gonna get this today. We're gonna get this today. I feel it. I feel it in my bones because it's dumb. Okay, so whoa. Now this is a function set bone pose oh wait, what? In base nil. What am I? Wait, how did I break that? How did I break that? Yeah, it was. I guess I added more, like, parentheses than I needed. I mean, just the name of the language is very interesting, to say the least. Family of programming languages that stands for list processing. Oh, 1958. Dang. Is Lisp language dead? Hell no. I did it in correct Lisp syntax. Who knew? Who knew? I'm a Lisper. I didn't even know. It's implemented in C. That's its legacy. Its legacy? Oh man, I need to stop. What am I even... it's not recognizing skeleton. Did you define it outside the function? I did. So it's up here, variable skeleton. So it is nil. So wait, but that's weird because why we weren't getting that error before? That's a new error. That's a brand new error. Wouldn't it have had that error earlier? Put the print back in. I'm just trying to wait for a good tree that I know. There it happens. It's something with my print. Did I get too extra with my print? Here, I don't have to get extra. We can just say, look, I won't get extra. We'll just say bone hit. Damage to bone hit. Put a space here. Look, no extra. No extra. Just normal. Then it's not actually printing anything. There's some mysterious things happening here. Now, I think it's only the head. So if I hit the head, then it works. Oh, it's printing out the index. Ugh. It's printing out the index. I don't know what the hell to do with the index. What am I supposed to do with the index? I need a name. I guess that's why you told me to do it the way that you told me to do it, instead of the way that I did do it. Now I know I need to follow directions. I'm not good at following directions. I don't do well with that. Skeleton, get bone name. You're a genius. I'm humbled in your presence. Invalid call to function get bone name. Expected an argument. Oh. Gotcha. So it's getting the name relative to bone hit. Okay. I understand now. And then I'll put it everywhere. I will fix this. I will atone for my refusal to accept instructions. Forgive me. Okay, cool. Here we go. So, leg left. Okay. So it's definitely not seeing when I just hit the arms or a leg. So I'm going to hit a house. The house only targets the legs. You can't forgive me. It has to be my 2 cents. Thank you. No, you're right. You can forgive me too. Thank you. Thank you. Truly. Thank you. I feel like I've atoned. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. So it only is detecting the head for one thing, which makes some sense, right? Because this health bar was originally set up to only work with the head. So clearly there's some logic in this health bar that needs to be set up to work with more than just the head. So that's something, for one thing. And then if I keep hitting it, right now it's seeing leg left. I feel like it's like just picking one, and it's applying it to that one. Oh, there it saw the head. There it saw leg right. It's like picking one. It's just picking one. What are we talking about again? And Cheryl's giving me okay. It's because I didn't follow your instructions. It wasn't honestly, it was just me. It's all me. It's my own neuroses. I took a personality test today and apparently I'm neurotic. Does that surprise me? No. 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 Does not. So I think at the very least it's definitely only reacting. Right. So, oh, okay. So this is interesting. So it actually is only going to run if the head is damaged. So that's inherent to the script. That's inherent to the script. The script needs to be modified to not only be firing when the head is damaged. So instead, I need to call the function that runs the damage. I also need to do it for the healing, but I need to call it. So this one, HP bar damage, I need to stop calling it with the head is damaged. So instead of all of this awesome stuff that we set up, I need to call this instead with, honestly, I would say area damaged is what I'd like to call it with. Because this will run anytime any body part is damaged. But then I gotta try to call multiple functions. That won't work. That's not something I've gotten to work before. And I'm not really sure why. But maybe it will. And I just didn't realize that it could work. So could I just connect it twice? I don't think I can connect it twice. So I guess, like, you know what I could do? Here's what I'll do. I'll say that body part hit calls the damage function. Connecting the signal with multiple functions. Thank you for declaring. I'm glad. You cannot connect the same signal with multiple functions. You can't do it. I appreciate that information. It's defined. It has been definitively said now. How long have I been working on this? Just over a month. Just over a month, I believe. I think that's what it says on here. You can't. You're like, wait, you can. Wait, I thought you can't. You said you can. Oh, you can. Do I have like a serious confirmation bias problem. I have a lot of problems, guys, and one of them is confirmation bias. And if I think I see it, I'm like, that's it. That's what it is. Oh gosh, I need a swig. I need a swig of water. Ugh. Oh yeah, it's water. I promise. It is water. Probably. It is water. So you can connect a signal with multiple functions. So I was just gonna call the damage function elsewise. It has to be in a new line though, not as a second parameter, the first connect call. Okay. All right. Is that something? I guess I can look it up. GDScript call same function two signals. I see, I've definitely looked it up. And I didn't have the most success. But yeah, oh, I was showing you when I started this project. I started it. It says 1 month ago, but it's being very vague. It's not very specific. Like, specifically, I started it November 2022. November 2022. November 22nd, 2023. What's my reading comprehension today? Oh my god. What is my reading comprehension today? Am I allowed to code today? Am I allowed to code? Or am I just becoming too dependent on you guys helping me? That, like, my brain is, like, reducing its capacity. And I just, like, chat will help me. I don't gotta think about things. That says November 22nd, 2023. That's when I started this project. Okay. You can copy and paste the connect line in the ready function. Really? Sometimes you hate couriers? Why? What did they ever do? Did they like throw your package or something? Copy and paste the connect line in the ready function. Has to be in a new line, not a second parameter at the first connect call. Chat will always help. Chat will not always help. But maybe. See, that's the thing. Like the stream, sometimes there's enough of you guys here to help me. Sometimes there's not. And so I get used to the fact that there's not going to be anybody here. But if that changes and you guys are here more often, now I got to adjust that a little bit. And I got to get used to maybe there being help. So maybe that will be true, Neil. So far, it's not always true. If chat is here, chat will help. Let's put it that way. Okay. I responded too fast. The stream is too interactive. She doesn't wait long enough. Hopefully. True. I don't like to hope, though. Me, I don't hope. So you're saying create a new line, and if I just type it again, it'll be fine? I thought I had a problem with that once before. HP bar damage. HP bar damage. But maybe I was mistaken. Oh, no error. Good. Great. Okay. So if this calls it, let's see if this gives us a different result. So we're checking the output to see what... Oh, debug. Error calling signal area damaged. Method expected 0 arguments, but call with 1. Oh, I see. So I need to adjust HP par damage. I don't know why it's going there. I need to have this call with something. Okay, let's try that again. We did get a debug. The function parameter fall death. Okay, that's useless. That doesn't help me. Oh, something is never used. Yeah, I know that. But it didn't actually do anything yet. So it's not actually calling correctly. So that's a problem. And the head, actually, I don't think it's going to call those at all. Oh, it did. It did still call it when I hit the head. But I thought I commented that out. Now I'm confused. Now I'm very confused. How does it still know to only do it when it's the head? Because area damaged, so if I come to the body part script, which is where area damage, or actually, I guess that would be the obstacle script here. This is where it gets sent out, right? So if I say print something damaged, and we could even say specifically collided body part. This will output whatever collides, in theory, if I do it right, which I didn't. Couldn't resolve class obstacle because of a parser error. What? What, mate? What? I didn't even change the script. I didn't even touch this script. What is happening? I'm officially all the way confused. Oh. Comma. I see. Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna forget the comma. Comma in a print function. Comma in a print function. Okay. Something damaged, area arm left. Okay. So it sees the arm. We're trying, guys. We're trying. It sees the arm. I should probably just shrink this a little bit. That's wonderful. That's good. So this is what area damaged does. So area damaged is going to be calling a function every single time there's a collision. regardless of whether it's the head or not. And even if it's the head. So it sees the head, it sees all the body parts. Now, that other logic is only seeming to be called when it's the head. And then maybe it's getting confused and it's pumping out multiple. You know what I think we need to do? I feel like I just need to create a new script, you know? Like, I think that's going to be the easiest. I think whatever I'm doing here is going to just be messy because I'm trying to like wedge this logic into something that was meant for something else. And I just think, why freaking bother with that? Why not just make a new script? The function that determines body hit index is not running every time. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to not save this. I'm gonna exit. Oh, it saved it anyway. Okay, so let me do GitHub. I'm gonna actually go back. I guess I should have saved it so I can revert because you agree with the new script idea. Yeah, I just want to start over from this. Dragonblade says, yesterday in the morning, you ordered from a shop online. The shop mentions 24-hour delivery. The courier said this morning that they picked up the item and said it goes to the deposit for tomorrow. I just checked where the shop location and their deposit is. You're in the middle, right between the two. He had to go on the street in front of your building to get from the shop to the deposit. Okay. Where's the bad part? It goes to the deposit for tomorrow. So you're saying they could have just walked there. That's what he would have had to do. But instead, they're just making you come and get it. I see. I see. He's not doing his job, which in your estimation would have been simple. Maybe the weather's bad? Maybe? Still, that's kind of frustrating. Okay, so I want to redo, I just want to undo everything that we've done here, trying to wedge this logic in. So this all has this logic. I'm going to save it as it is. I'm going to make a commit. Save before reverting. Going to stop trying to wedge new logic into an old script and start fresh. That's the way this is going to go. That's how this is going to go. So I'm going to commit this, and then I'm going to... So if I do revert changes and commit, we should go back to this one, right? That's how this works. I know how this works, right? And so now, the health bar script should just have the swole stuff. Yes. Okay, so this is just what we had done when Jorn so generously reminded us to do a push. Thank goodness they did. And so this is just when it gets big sometimes. So I'm actually just going to comment that out. And comment out this. And so then this should just function the way it always has, where this health bar goes down. So we just leave this as it was, preserve it as it's supposed to be. And now we're going to start fresh and sort this out. So we'll keep this great logic that y'all helped me set up. It's been sunny all day. Even now in the night, it's only 5 Celsius. Dang. Okay, that is frustrating. That is frustrating. Like, what was going on? What was going on? Literally, your entire job is moving things. So where am I gonna put this script? That's the new question. Because ideally, I don't make multiple scripts. Ideally, we just make one script. I guess it would make sense to put it on the body part damage script. Because then we don't even have to, like, call the functions the same way. Because it's already going to be endemic to that script. Right? right? So if I head to the body part script, again, this script is on the area representations of each body part. So this isn't the mesh for each body part, but it's the area that detects if something has collided with an obstacle. And this has the same class script on it. So if I implement this in here, we're not trying to change something that it isn't into something that it could be. This is already about body parts colliding. And we don't need to fetch new information. It's already going to be here in this script. So if I create, we don't even need to create a new function. We can say if damage is detected, right? And this is going to say if collided body part is set to self, it'll do stuff. I don't know if we really need to. We could do that too. But we're already going to check bone comparisons. But we could put this in here. So I'm going to paste this in here. I don't fully know if I should, but it is what I'm doing. So what this is saying is if what collides is the same as what I am, then run all this logic. Now, we don't have body part hit defined, so we need to set that up. We actually could kind of just do it here. We might not need a global script just yet. Now, if I want to run that animation, right, if I want to say, I might need to connect a signal there, and make a new script for that. But I would think we don't really need to do that. Body part name. Oh, so this would be collided body part then. Or if collided body part is equal to self. So we actually kind of need to set that up. So we would want to say, if collided body part is set to self, collided body part, or we want to create, I'm surprised there isn't, really we just want to say self, like whatever self is, right? I guess we could say, does the area know which bone it corresponds to? Yeah, we need to do that. That's kind of what I'm setting up. That's actually what I'm setting up right now. That's exactly what I'm setting up. Truth be told. Do we still have this enumerator? We do. But this is all a little different. I should have made these the same. It's okay. So that's getting the mesh set up. Let's do this. I'm going to say variable body part name. And I'm going to say that that's equal to the split here. So it's self with the name split. So that way it should be reporting its own name, which is just going to be everything after this underscore, leg L, arm R, arm L. So then we just are defining what its name is here. Which in retrospect, you know, why we don't really need this enumerator, truth be told. We don't have to really tell it what it is. But whatever. Optimize later. Optimize later. So now we have body part name. We don't need to do the split again, right? Because that's already split. We don't even need body part hit. We can just say this is body part name because it's already what's hit. So we don't need this at all. We're creating the skeleton variable. We don't need, oh, wait. Yeah, we don't need this at all. I don't need to declare body part hit. Just get it out of here. Useless. Body part name. I think I must have undone it and didn't realize it. So we set up the skeleton. We identify what that is. Assuming this is still the same, which it might not be. I don't know if that's actually going to be getting the same node, since we're in a different place. So let me just make sure, because that's getting the node. That was before when we were in the same scene, but we're actually in a different place now. We're over here. So I think we would need to say /alien/armature in order for this to be found. And then we're defining bone hit as that which matches the body part name. And then we set the scale. So in theory, this should work, but I did it wrong. Out of bounds, get index 1 on base pack string array. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. I guess I could just say name for one thing. I don't think I need to say self. So there's that. How is that out of bounds? Its name is... What does that mean? Out of bounds, get index 1. I mean, to me, that would say that there is no such index. All right, let me comment this out. Let me comment this out real quick. And let's just have it print its name whenever it collides. Yeah, area underscore arm left. So maybe I'm just using name or split wrong. Normally, I was doing split in a bit of a different way here. I haven't ever quite used it this way. Really? All right. Sure. I'll maybe because it needs to on ready the name of itself or whatever, or the node in order to get its name. Wow. Wow. Is that right? Because it's trying to fetch the name of itself. It can't do that unless it's set up ahead of time. Wow. Okay. I guess that might have been my clue in the future. Okay. If we want to fetch the information of itself, we have to on-ready it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I'm going to uncomment this out, and hopefully we'll see what we saw before, which is the swole limbs. The limbs blowing up. No, just a problem. Attempt to call function findBone in base null instance. So I don't think the skeleton is set up right. So let's fix that. If I just copy the whole path, I honestly think we should set this, first of all, I should set this up elsewhere. I would not have expected that about name. I know, me neither. I misspelled alien. I sure did. You know what I also want to say? This is not a good way to set this up, right? I should set this up somewhere else. And probably on-ready that as well. Thank you, guys. Your dyslexia is on another level today. It is. It is. I am so dyslexic today. Correct. Correct. That's it, man. Being a neurodivergent coder. That's it. Or a learner of code, I should say. It is on another level today. So this, I probably want to on-ready it. And we're just defining that the skeleton is something. I'm just going to copy the entire path. And we're just going to paste the whole thing in here and hope that that's acceptable. Maybe not acceptable. Still seeing the skeleton as a null instance. So I might still be calling it wrong or setting up this wrong. So this is in an instant scene, the skeleton. I It didn't spell it wrong this time. I shouldn't really have to say player. I mean, it's in the same... So this script... Oh, it does have to go outside of it. It does have to go outside of this to find it. So maybe that has something to do with it? Do we need, like, get tree or something? I knew it! I knew it! I knew it, but I didn't know it. Working on Risk It All. Nice. Yeah, you've been working hard on it since you made it. Welcome back, Jorn. You're telling me to make a commit earlier definitely helped me out, by the way, Jorn. Because I did end up reverting to that commit. So the reason why we have to say get tree, by the way. Oh, and get root. Whoa, not even get node. So the reason why we're doing that is because we have to go up a level in the node tree, right? It's not just a matter of something that's on the same, in the same hierarchical degree. So if we were maybe on the detection area script, it might be easier to access alien. If we were on the player, it would be easier to access alien, which is where what I'm looking for is. But since we're in here, we got to be able to go back and then start looking. Get tree. That looks wrong. That's got to be wrong. I mean, this is wrong too, but that has to be wrong, right? You got an apostrophe and an open parenthesis. You just printed a Nintendo Game Boy Color battery holder. So practical. That's what I love about 3D printing, which I don't do at all. But that seems like one of the most valuable things is replacing little parts. Get tree and then get node. Okay, I thought so. But I still didn't know that we needed to do get root. I would have thought all we had to do is get tree. But I'm inclined to believe you. Oof. Still a null instance. Still a null instance. Oh, I said a get node. So that'll do it. That will do it, at least. Dang! We are really not talking to this skeleton. Root node name is main scene. Should I start there? I guess I could do like a dot dot or something. I don't fully know how the dot dot works. The dot dot slash. Hey, let's go. We're swole, baby. All right. That was it. We just had to be very specific. How does the dot dot slash work? Your bath pass. Just trying your best here. That's okay. Me too. Me too. Hey, honestly, when you're wrong, it makes me feel better. Be wrong. I know, this are big. I don't really want them to be big, but it's nice because it makes it really obvious if we're doing the code correctly. There's probably a better way of doing it. Yeah, probably. But hey, if it works, it works. And that's good enough for us. The dot dot works like a file path. It goes to the parent node. Oh, I guess I see. Why are they getting bigger? Just because it's... So I'm trying to set up logic that makes them shrink, funnily enough. And I haven't gotten to setting it up so they shrink yet. But I really just want to see if we're able to actually communicate with the limbs in a way that makes the bones get bigger or smaller. And so the nice thing about making it bigger is it's really obvious. Also, that's what ChatGPT just defaulted to when I first was trying to set this up using ChatGPT. Although at this point, we've kind of gutted all of that logic, and now it's been remade. Hyper game dev style. Because you are hyper game dev. We or hyper game dev. Okay. So enough of that weird stuff. So now that that's set up, so now we can communicate to the bones from the collision script. This is good. Now, what I want to do next is have it be a gradation, like a hit point bar, where it starts at its normal size and it slowly gets smaller with every hit. I kind of could do that here. But again, I really like what we had set up. I think we should still set up what my 2 cents had us set up earlier, which was duplicating animation players. Because if we take multiple damage, it will queue them up. And I think that's still going to be really helpful, and I'd still like to use that. So for that, I kind of want to create a separate script, right? I don't think I'd want that in the body part script, would I? I also have to figure out where I want to put these animation players. I'm not really sure where I want that to live. Honestly, I'd rather it not be in the instance scene if I can avoid that. I just feel like that creates just a situation that I would rather avoid. So like if I can have it in the player that's present in the main scene, I think I would prefer that. Maybe. I guess that's less modular. Which maybe is something I should think about in general too, that the player, I mean, we can always save this as a scene. So I don't know if I should worry about that so much. If you set the size instantly, no animation, you don't need the animation player because the commands aren't running in parallel. I do want it to tween. That's the other thing. Yes, I do want to tween it 100%. Absolutely. I want them to gradually shrink. I don't want it to be instant. I want it to be gradual. And so I feel like thank you for clarifying that that's where the animation player comes in handy, is so that way it waits for the end of something before it fires the next one. So I guess I just put each animation player on each of these detection areas. I feel like that probably makes the most sense. And then maybe I do include it on the body part script, you know? And then going back to what Dragonblade was saying about not having multiple functions, we could kind of pull that together, I think, as well. So if we say that if the collided body part is self, create this bone hit. I don't think I actually wanted to create it. I want to make sure that that's already in existence. So I'm going to create a variable for bone hit. It will be a nil instance at first, which might be a problem. I feel like it won't be for now, but that might become a problem at some point. Because I'm going to want to access this elsewhere every time we hit something. So I guess I'll create an animation player. Let's start with the left arm. Create an animation player. Well, I'm going to want to have the animation that actually plays, right? This is a lot. I'm kind of going to put this above here because it's just so much to scroll down past. Function, we'll say damage HP. What will the empathy do? The empathy is going to be points that you can spend in between levels. So the empathy bar goes down if you consume the wrong... Let me just finish this. If you consume the wrong meat, meat heals you, and you can use meat to score points. Either you heal yourself with it or you collect points. And so here we have these cows, right? And if I eat a cow, my empathy bar goes down. But actually my health will heal. And it goes down more if I step on cows and crush them. If at the end of every level you have some empathy points left over. You can spend those points on buffs and power-ups for the next part of the game. Otherwise, you don't get to spend those points. And it resets with every level. Try for one arm only, because I'm still thinking if there's a better way to do this. I love when you've got your think on. All right, so we're trying it with one arm only. So I want to say that when the damage occurs, we want to run the size changing script, which is right here. Skeleton set bone pose scale. Now in this case, it's going to make it bigger. If I want it to be a tween, I guess I would want to jam that in here. I mean, I would kind of think not. I would feel like I would want to, like, let me get the tween stuff. Put that in quotes? I'm not really sure. I'm just going to guess. But I have a feeling I'll be wrong. So there's some tween stuff. We're creating a tween. Tween property. I would think for this, I would want to say skeleton. Or I guess I want to say bone hit, really. But it just needs to be... But we have to somehow reference the skeleton. So I don't think we do want to say bone hit. I'm a little unsure how I would want to do this. You're done setting... I'm going to ask ChatGPT. You're done setting up your itch page? Nice, Neil. Thank you, Neil. Thank you. I will work on it until it's done. I love working on it. I love working on it. In GDScript, Godot 4.1, how would I make the bone pose scale tween similar to the top line? I don't know. I did my best. I did my best. You can call... All right, S. Thanks for hanging out, S. I appreciate it. Remember to hit a thumbs up before you leave. And everybody, truly, hyper smash that thumbs up button. It means more people will see this live stream and see it after we go live. That brings some love for all the people who help us out, some attention to the game, grows the channel, and it means we'll have more people here talking about things I don't understand and things I do understand. Hit that thumbs up button. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, S, for hanging out. Thank you, Neil, for liking. We got Neil liking it out here. I love it. My 2 cents is you can call tween on a function instead of a property. I know it exists, but I never tried it. What? Dude, they are typing the most, by the way. This is like so much. Not Python. I said GDScript. It'll probably work, but... Hit the button and remove, you're like, no. Okay, wait. You know, it's... I just... So, the thing about that is, please like it back. I'm sorry for being so vague. I'll be more specific next time. I promise. Thank you. You got me. You got me. I said it wrong. Too late. Too late. Oh no, they're dropping. They're dropping like flies. Sad. I wouldn't put that past you guys. I wouldn't put that past you guys. All right, touche. I will speak better in the future. I will be able to make it to the game jam. That's okay, Neil. I have a birthday party I'm hosting. You're hosting a birthday party? Nice. Starts at 6. I see. I got you. I'm sorry that you can't join, but we'll be okay. We'll be okay, and we'll look forward to the next time you can. This is not GDScript. Stop using Python. Use GDScript. Ananth says, just impulsivity. Okay. All right. Okay. Welcome, Ananth. I don't know what you mean. Dude, this looks weird. This creates a new tween node and adds it as a child of the current node. Set up some screenshots if you want to see those. Yeah. For like the game you're making? You put those on Discord? Rest in peace being AI. Dude, I don't understand what is going on. This code creates a tween node and adds it as a child of the current node. It then sets the bone post scale property of the bone to vector22 and adds this property to the tween parameters dictionary. Finally calls tween property method to create the tween. All right. Okay. So I see that it would need to create that because I didn't have that information. Getting yelled at by a game dev. Yeah. You sets them up on the edge page. Oh, okay. You spent 3 days trying to fix a bug and finally got it. Today you're even going to eat popcorn to celebrate. You deserve it. You deserve the popcorn. There's a tradition. There's a tradition. Eat popcorn when you fix a bug. Congratulations. That's got to feel good. I'm sorry you had a bug for so long. This time, the way you're setting the scale is by calling a method of the skeleton as opposed to setting a scale property. Right. So this time you need to use tween method instead of tween property. I'm sorry for yelling at Bing AI. I'm sorry. I just thought it knew. Oh, tween method. Tween method. Well, I knew there was something different about it, but I couldn't like quite place it. That sounds like what the difference is. Creates and appends a method tweener. The method is similar to a combination of tween. Okay, what is it looking for? It's looking for the method from to duration float. That seems pretty doable. It seems entirely doable. Never used it before. It's discovering the same. We're learning together. We're learning together. That's a beautiful thing, I think, probably. But I need to somehow, I mean, the method is set bone scale, right? That's the method. Set bone post scale. And it looks like we don't define the property in the same way. It returns a method tweener. Let's look at an example. Examples are great. Create tween, tween method, look at bind, vector3 dot. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here, look. Let me apologize. If you guys... Sorry I yelled at you earlier. Alright, I'm atoning. Today is about atoning. We're good. We're good. We're good. Look, it's happy now. No. It's blush smile. It's blush smile. I fixed it, guys. I fixed it. I promise. I did good. And it's just so easy to yell at. It's just like it's like not a person, and I know it's not a person. It's kind of messed up. This is how it happens. This is how it goes down when they take over. It's because we just treat them inhumanely. Making a 3D object look from one point to another. Tween method look at dot bind vector3 dot up. Skynet will come for me first. This one's a little more easy. See, set label text. But have I tried the AI called black box. I don't know if it works well with Godot, but use a lot for C++. Is it like easy to just jump in and use? I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Because I need to somehow get this set bone post scale. I mean, yeah, it's so it's saying it's not declared. But that doesn't make sense. It's a little confusing. It's a little confusing. Tween. Jordan isn't impressed with black box. Tween.tween method. So we create the tween. We already got that. Tween method. Look at, what is look at bind? This, I feel like this is more similar to what we need to do than this is. But also, where is this defining the label text? Verse code extension? Verse code's like Fortnite? Oh, so it's turning it into a function. This may be kind of what my 2 cents was saying as well. And then this is the function. This, setting the text of a label using an intermediate method and after a delay. This is weird. I'm very confused by this. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me with this. Let's start over. How can I tween the scale of a bone? The bind way is confusing. It is confusing, but it seems like it would be kind of what we need. Because otherwise, how else do we define the different aspects of the skeleton and the set bone scale? How can I tween the scale of a bone using set bone pose scale? How can I tween the scale of a bone using set bone pose scale method? How can I tween the scale of a bone using the set bone pose scale method and the tween method as laid out by this example? Oh wow, it pasted everything. Okay, you don't have to paste all that. Give your answer in GDScript. Godot version 4.1. You can ask Bing, how do I convert skeleton set bone scale to a tween method? Oh, well said. Semi-annual supporter aspiration time. Okay. Okay. All right. I may understand that. He said you can tween the scale of a bone using set bone scale. This is pretty much what you said. This tween method, bone hit, set bone pose scale, tween parameters, bone pose scale. And they're creating all these variables for different things. Apparitation, This makes no sense. Okay. This makes okay. I assume you're talking about this, not what Jordan is saying. What does Bing smoke? I think it's using 3.x syntax for tweens. So it can't even figure it out. So this is hopeless. I'll try what you said though. Let's start over. Let's start over. Please use GD. Please answer in GD script. Godot version 4.1. Not version 3.x. Oh, it's also set bone scale, but it's okay. We'll fix it. I asked the same question for an AI, but in 3 different ways and had 3 different answers. It seems they're sensitive. Yeah, totally. I'm being kind to Bing. A little bit. I'm just trying to be like specific, you know? It's kind of giving the same answer. With the tween params. GPT knowledge cutoff. Right. Well, that's true. It's still wrong. That's true for... So Bing actually uses ChatGPT 4, which says that it updates. I think it's giving you a Stack Overflow answer. I just kept looking at the documentation, and we can try a couple things if you want. No guarantees. Let's do it. My 2 cents. I'm ready. I still think we should try it and see what happens. But I will interrupt trying it with whatever my 2 cents has. In a heartbeat. In a frickin' heartbeat. I know how to do it, I just don't know how to explain it. Okay. Alright. That's fair. That is a hard... Dude, it's hard to explain things. It's so hard to explain things. I get it. Just looking at the parameter order, it seems wrong. Yeah. Okay. Alright. So we want to say get tree, create tween, all that crap. Tween method, bone hit, set bone pose scale. I actually got that right, even though I typed it in there wrong. Tween parameters, bone pose scale. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. This, what are we talking about here? I don't understand what this... Okay, whatever, let it go. Tween parameters, bone pose scale. And then we got to set a duration. We'll say 1, easing... I mean, these are just numbers, right? No delay. Easing 0.5. Identify tween params not declared. Oh. Wait, what the hell is tween params? My uncle told me that being a programmer is writing code in 10% of the time, and the other 90% is seeing where it was wrong in the code. I like that. Honestly, that checks out so far in what I experience. Yeah. If only it was just like type. So much like, where, what? I like that. It's reassuring. Create a new dictionary to store the tween parameters. Add the bone pose scale property to the tween parameters dictionary. Okay, we've got some options from Dragonblade and my 2 cents. Honestly, I'm not inclined to try this anymore. Like, it's having me create a dictionary? Like, there's no way that's the best way to do this. That's gotta be overkill. I feel like they're trying to make it, like, hyper-modular or something. You would have made Google. My 2 cents just barely got that answer in before Dragonblade. So let's try that first. So we've got Gitry, create tween method, skeleton, set bone. We both say the same thing, just different parameters. Linux or Windows? Linux or Windows? Both. Of course both. You use Windows for basically everything, and you use Linux for fun. That's the answer. Like Windows, and to a lesser extent, I'm shooting bullets here. I know. Windows, and to a lesser extent, OS X will allow you to do things normally without having to do this debug. You know? And Linux is a great fun hobby. It's a great thing to do, to try out stuff and experiment and see what you can do without a big operating system, you know? But I have only met failure relying on Linux. I used to do Linux live streaming from Linux, and it was just like every like few days there would be something new that I would have to like deal with in the moments before the live stream, and I would just have a meltdown like, oh my gosh, Linux, oh my god, and I'd have to like solve this new problem and like install some packages, and I don't know, it's just leave me alone. Like in Windows, I ain't gotta worry about any of that. So to me, both, one for fun and the other for serious. That's my take. As much as I support free open source and all that wonderful stuff, it's just like there's a point where I just need things to work. That's just me. Congratulations, Neil. Nice. All right, we're typing in these very similar answers. That doesn't sound fun, though. Dude, come on. It can be fun. It can be fun because it feels like you're like a pirate. You're a pirate. You know, you're like experimenting and you're fighting against the man. Like you're doing your own, you know, operating. So it's just, it feels, I don't know. I get it. Like, I get the allure of like not using Windows. And, you know, there's some differences, right? You can have like a non-typical layout. It's like kind of cool. You can make the UI more custom. There's like there's some fun things about it. I think. But no, dealing with problems constantly. To me, dealing with problems is fun as long as it's not getting in the way of me trying to achieve something serious. You know, if I'm trying to live stream, if I'm trying to do work, okay, now it's pissing me off. But if I'm there just for the sake of solving problems, then it can be fun. No, you're right, it's not fun. It's overall kind of not fun. I can't open this folder. Linux is like, we could invade NASA if we try. Dude, no, but that's so true. Like it's kind of like about this hacker mentality. Like we technically we can do anything you want. Like, oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Like, right, I just want to open a folder. A roger up? I don't know what that is. Is that like a roguelike shoot 'em up? Everything is open source if you can read assembly. I think you have to do a little more than that. You have to read it. You have to know how to write it. I feel like that's funny. I feel like that's funny. It's got to be leaving out a couple things. I installed Linux on my computer in college for dual boot. True, it is good for dual boot. Yeah, nice. So I chose between Windows and Linux. Exactly, dual boot. But it broke your PC. Oh shoot. Okay, don't dual boot. And I had to Format my disk and reinstall Windows. I'm traumatized. Yeah. I dual boot on an old iMac that I have, and I dual boot between Linux and two different versions of Mac OS X. Um, and yeah, it hasn't needed to be reformatted yet, but it doesn't behave quite right. It doesn't behave quite right. That sucks. And that's like the experience. That's just it, you know? It's it's just so much easier to not mess with all that. But I will say I find it, and maybe you thought this too. There's a little reward in it. There's like a little reward in like sitting down and taking a computer and like doing something different with it. Dual booting, being like, I have all the power. I have different operating systems on one computer. You know, there's something, I think, rewarding about achieving that and setting it up. But almost never have the results paid off. Like, it's fun to do it, but the results are just like weird and disappointing. Windows is like, I can't open this folder. Linux is like, we can invade NASA if we try. Yeah, Windows, you get. Well, yeah. Um, I think I understand yours. It's possible I don't. I thought I did, but then I don't. I only used Linux in virtual machines from that point onwards. Nice. That's a good idea, too. I'm actually finished with my itch page now. Nice, Neil. I spent 35 minutes trying to decorate. I love that you're getting into your itch page. Because, I mean, it's a great way to connect with other game developers and players. And, like, share your work and stuff. Rogueup is my follower. Oh. Zorin Dual Boot is good and easy to install. Oh. I can't be bothered to dual boot, Dragonblade says, and I like multiplayer games too much to only use Linux. It's just going to have incompatibilities. It just will. If I want Linux stuff, I just use WSL2 from Windows. What the heck is that? What's WSL2? What does that mean? Windows subsystem for Linux. That sounds cool. Oh, so it's like a virtual machine. Gotcha. I had dual boot for like 2 years, and I think I booted into Linux like 3 times. Yeah, like you don't ever use it. But it's like you have the power. If I need to go and change something, I know I can go in there and I can repartition the disk. No, I guess you can do that anyway. It's pointless. I keep around little like USB keys that have like a Linux distro, a portable Linux distro, in case I ever need to like hack somebody. Just like plug it into their computer and like I don't know. What am I gonna do? What is my plan? Steal their files? Like it's so stupid. But it feels cool, you know? Like I can run an operating system from my USB key. It's a little try hard. I'm gonna make music. I'll be back. All right, Neil. Neil is so creative. Linux literally has a command to delete the boot sector built in. Wow. It runs Linux under Windows on bare metal, not virtual. Oh. Oh. Bare metal. I guess you might as well, if it can. Without the need for a virtual machine. Interesting. What was else was I gonna look up? Someone said black box AI. You don't have a graphical environment, only terminal. I mean, if you're into that Linux stuff, you probably love that. That's probably half the fun. It's probably half the fun. All right, so we got black box. If we need to ask another question, we'll have this up here. GPT-2? Wait, what's the latest version of Godot you are familiar with? This answer might disappoint us. Oh, 4.1. Hey! Okay. All right, hold up. We'll see. All right, let's finish typing this out and see if we can get this to work. I gotta scroll up and find this message. So this was my 2 cents. Skeleton set bone pose scale dot bind bone. So we're using this bind thing. We're going with it. Bone hit vector 3 1 1 1. So this is where we're starting, and this is where we're going. Two, two, two. And then that's like our speed or whatever. Expected closing parenthesis. What'd I do? Tween method. Skeleton zip on scale. Bone hit. Vector. Vector. 2. I didn't close. Do you want me to put? I could put another one. I don't think I need to though. What didn't I close? Let me look at Dragon Blade. See how similar it is. Tween method, skeleton, set bone pose, scale, dot bind, bone hit. You guys nailed it. The same. Oh, there is no parenthesis here. That just might be a typo though. Oh yeah, you guys did the same thing. You just did different sizes. Vector 3, not vector space 3. Oops. Thank you. What does the long command even do? What are we trying to code for the last 1.5 hours? It takes time. It does take time. Ask about documentation. He might know 4.1 but not be trained on it. Oh. I didn't even think of that, obviously. Are you... What's the latest Godot documentation that you are trained on? 3.4! Dang! Wow, that is damning. All right, let me see what this one knows. What is... This is Bing. The latest Godot documentation you are trained on. That's the way to ask. That's the question. That's the one. The master branch? Okay, now you're just being obtuse. Now you're being very suspicious. What version of Godot's documentation are you trained on? What's the latest version of Godot's documentation you're trained on? Don't avoid the question. What does the master branch mean? Is that like actually a great answer? I mean, I'm gonna give points to Blackbox for at least not being obtuse. What? Can you name a specific version in relation to the last question, please, instead of searching the web? I guess that makes sense that Bing would do that. Oh! Dang! Wow. And so that makes sense that that's what happened earlier when you guys were saying it's just like a Substack answer. Wow. There it is. I can't believe we had to like say, stop answering it wrong. Do it right. Come on. Like, wow. Damning. Just damning. Anyway, so what I'm trying to do is change the scale of the bones, Jordan, to shrink. And what this line is going to do is, in theory, hopefully, do it gradually. So a tween is like in between. It's kind of like an interpolation or an animation between two numbers. So if we have like a 3 and a 1, a tween could interpolate between the 3 and the 1. And so it would go from like 3 to 2.9 to 2.8 to 2.7, 2.6, 2.5, 2.4 until it gets down to 1. And it would blend it. And so what I'm doing here is I'm getting it to blend between one size of the bone down to another size. And that's what this is helping me do. And what I want to do is set it up so that every time we take damage, it blends the size smaller. And ultimately, I'm going to want it to also blend the size bigger. Sometimes being harsh on Bing pays off. Apparently. Apparently. Bing just searched the web and gave you a short of what it found. Revenge. I'm no Godot expert, but I found this on the web. Oh. Okay, so what we're hoping this will do. So I actually don't need this second line here. What I'm hoping this will do is we'll see it gradually shrink it up. I guess it's going to make it bigger instead of immediately making it bigger. I mean, we're not getting an error. We're just not getting anything happening. Whereas if I comment out this line and comment in this one, we should see it go immediately. Oh, wait, that doesn't even work. What? Okay, hold on. Why is it not working at all? Oh, because I'm not guys, I didn't call this function. I didn't call this function. Nothing is calling the function. It's not going to happen because the function isn't being called. So let me do that first. I'm going to say damage HP. So let's make sure it works before we tried our tween stuff. It does. There we go. So that's happening immediately. Immediate growth, right? Now, let's try it with this code my 2 cents and Dragon Blade have provided. Oh! We got some errors. It exploded. It exploded it. Godot's position, rotation, scale, 3D tracks transform the notepads to be able to skeleton animation. This means you can't share animations between multiple skeletons just by using the same bone names. Well, and so that, I don't really know. I see what you, so I think you're thinking of like the animation player. If we have multiple animation players directly animating the bones, that might be what that is. But this actually isn't going to do that. This is going to have an animation player running a function where code is going to act on the bones. I think maybe I'm understanding what you're saying. That's why, like IDEs, it would have told you it's not called. Oh. 1 hour since last git push. Good point. That's not what it means. Okay. Okay. All right. Ignore me. Dragon Blade knows. So what I said about whatever Neil said isn't true. So we have something in the debugger happening here. I'm wrong all the time. I'm not good to learn from. I'm good to learn along with, but I'm not good to learn directly from. In Unity, you can use different models with different bones, as long as the bones have the same structure and names. Okay. Okay. But this is definitely talking about the animation player, which we're not animating it on the animation player. Okay. Thanks, Neil. All right, so error calling method from method tweener. Skeleton 3D set bone pose scale. Cannot convert argument 1 from vector 3 to an integer. Cannot convert. Thank you, Neil. Thank you. Cannot convert. I choose to reject your help. Lovingly. Lovingly. But I invite you to get down on track. Cannot convert argument 1 from vector 3 to an integer. If you have a male and female model that have the same bone names, they can share animations because it's mapping the bones based on their names. It says that Godot can't do that. Can't it, though? All right. That's interesting. Still not what we're doing. Still not what we're doing. Cannot convert argument 1. So is it talking about because it's saying because it's an integer and it needs to be a float? Is that why? Because it can't blend, it can't interpolate between integers? Maybe that's what it's saying. If I were to guess, and I don't really know that well. And so then I just have to make sure that the vector 3 is a float. Gorilla tag. Nice. All right, Neil. How do I make these float not integer? We're getting lazy. In GD script, hopefully it remembers. Okay. All right. Let's try that. That looks like it'll work. It looks like it could work. This is stupid. But I mean, if I just say like 1, 1, 1, I guess I could also just say 1.0 or something. I don't know why it's not working, but I'm thinking of a workaround. All right, heard. Hey, welcome back, Stormrun. PC went to blah, watching your Xbox. Oh, I'm glad you have an alternative. You're not the first person I've known who's gone to a console when that doesn't work. Although, you don't often hear that happening from PlayStation. I'm glad you can make it, Stormrun. Welcome. We're solving problems. 3D set bone, post-scale skeleton, bonehead. Wait, so you're saying it has nothing to do with the float? Do that instead of set bone post-scale. So you're saying that like I'm just misinterpreting what that's saying. Can I just like enjoy seeing that this was wrong? I want to enjoy, cuz you knew that this is definitely not going to solve it. I'm bad at reading error messages. And I truly believe that this won't work. I mean, look at this. Look how stupid. You're right. This is stupid. This looks so dumb. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that this is acceptable. Right? Like this looks absolutely ridiculous. All right, Jordan. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. No constructor of vector 3 matches a signature of vector 3. Okay, so this definitely isn't gonna work. I mean, what I would think, first of all, we know this is already not gonna work. I'm trying things that don't make sense. So, we know that. Don't forget to save everything. Thank you, Jordan. Unfortunately, I feel like if this got lost, I wouldn't be angry. Nothing of value would have been lost. All right, I'll hit save. I hit save. I'll do that. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it. I know this is a waste of time, but I'm gonna humor myself, and then we're gonna try what Dragonblade said, because chat always knows best. Not always. Often. Okay. No. No constructor of vector 3 match, so no. Floating is not a thing that we need to think about here. Heard. Now I know. Now I know. I was completely misunderstanding. I mean, first of all, I typed one of those wrong, to be fair. But, yeah, it seemed... Oh, it accepted it. All right, hold on. Hold on, it accepted it. I did a little something wrong. Let's just see what happens. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. So it didn't fix it. Didn't fix it. Can't give her argument 1 from vector 3 to int. Okay. Now we know that that was a waste of time. Except that I also know now, beyond a shadow of doubt, that that was not what the error was saying. Your internet went out in the ice. Ooh, weather. Waited 2 days for the ISP to come smack the wire with a pole, and it worked? That should not work. I'm glad it did, though. Instead of skeleton set bone pose scale, change it to skeleton 3D set bone pose scale. But how will it know? Okay. It won't know what skeleton to refer to, though. Oh, so we're doing instead of bind, I see. So we're defining it as a skeleton 3D here. Not doing this bind crap. And then set bone pose scale. And then that's what the first parameter is for. Skeleton bone hit. Indent it. Cannot call non-static function set bone pose scale. What did I do wrong? Set bone pose scale. On the class skeleton 3D directly. Make an instance. Oh, so we have to onReady it, I think. You forgot to type the bind. Oh, I thought we were getting out of the bind. Oh, so is that what bind does? It bypasses the instancing? What does bind do? Returns a copy of this callable with 1 or more arguments bound. When called, the bound arguments are passed after the arguments. Oh, interesting. The bound arguments are passed after the arguments supplied by call. I barely understood that. Okay, it's been accepted. We added skeleton 3D in here, and now we're clarifying where the skeleton 3D lives, which might resolve that integer issue. Ugh. Invalid get index set bone pose scale on base skeleton 3D. That's surprising. Maybe it's not skeleton 3D. I mean, it is. It is, though. It's definitely skeleton 3D. No idea how to use bind in Godot. I mean, I wonder if... Because to me, it looked like an error where we need to onReady something. The problem is the bind thingy, which is not well documented, so I'm not sure how to use it. The workaround is to create a new function that calls skeleton set bone scale. You guys are working hard. See, this is the learning in our stream comes from the chat. Or me and ChatGPT maybe collaborating. Occasionally, I take what you guys have taught me and I reteach it. The workaround is to create a new function that calls skeleton set bone pose scale. Do I understand that? So we are already calling a new function, but you're saying even yet another function? All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. Set bone scale from vector 1, 1, 1, 1 to vector 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. We'll say 1. So that's the whole function. What did I do wrong? Expected closing, parenthesis. Oh, comma here. At least? In the function declaration, just use names for the parameters, not values. Oh. Oh, literally. You meant literally. Okay. From to duration. So we're just like creating this on our own. That's kind of interesting of a way to deal with this. All right. And then we're kind of like building it out ourselves. Set bone pose, scale, bone hit, from to duration. In the function declaration, just use the names. Right. So then we need to define these things somewhere, of course. Mom says it can't convert from vector to int. Right. We do need the bind. We talked about that. Okay. Then in the damage HP function, tween method, set bone pose scale. We don't need to say bind skeleton, do we? Because either we need the skeleton up here or we need it there. Identify skeleton. Skeleton. Set bone pose scale. Vector 1, vector 2. Set bone scale, not set bone pose scale. Oh, because we created it. Right. So we're putting the function here. Really? So this is gonna know to look for the function? And no scale. Oh, I see. So if we don't put the skeleton there, then it will know to find the function. And no bind. Because we are defining this.
Can I use my phone?
It's upstairs. Oven. Okay. No bind. Get tree, create tween method, set bone scale, bone hit. Last thing we have to define the body hit as global script variable. It's easy enough. I figured why it doesn't work the way I thought. This is very confusing to use unlike other languages. Ooh, firing shots at GDScript. I like that. I like that. I hear a lot of praise for GDScript. We need to hear the critiques. So set bone scale. Comma. I'm a little unsure where we go after this. The documentation is not sufficient. Yeah, so I'm really just following what you're saying at this point. So this is looking for a method from to duration. No bone hit. The rest is keep as it is. Right, I see. I see. So these are these arguments here. The parameters that you're adding to the bind method are added to the end of the call. So the from, the to, the duration. This is the from, that's the to, that's the duration. Get tree create tween method. Now this bone hit, we're saying skeleton, set bone post scale. So that's like the method that we're running to change the scale on the skeleton. And these just match. Okay, so this is actually what matches. Wait. So I'm a little confused, but I'll try it. I'll just try it. I do want to understand it. But let's try it. Okay, we've got some errors. What do they say? We need bone hit to be a... Oh, you said that. It's not. It is. Just kidding. It is a global variable. It's not defined as anything. It's just bone hit. Living its best bone hit life. It's basically calling set bone post scale. Yeah, let's look at the errors. The errors say error calling method tweener, error calling method from method tweener, area 3D body part GD set bone scale, method expected 0 arguments but called with 1. Method function failed, returning false. Let me resituate myself here. Set bone scale. It's annoying that we can't choose the parameter we bind. So this is, I mean, this is like I am at your mercy. Because this is like clearly, I need to play some thinking music for this. Did you guys know I got thinking music? I just set this up. It's a little dramatic. It's a little dramatic. This is by Freaker. Freaker also made the intro and outro music. Just to give us a little texture. A little texture. While we just sort of ponder. Ponder what the hell's going on. What's it supposed to be? What's supposed to be right? I don't know. It's tough. It's confusing. It's perplexing. Godot not making all the sense. I hadn't imagined that this would be so challenging. But it's starting to feel a little impossible. Well, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop it in ChatGPT. Resolve this error. I know, it's not using the right documentation. Code error. But let's see. Let's see what it can do. Maybe it can't do much. The error message indicates that the set bone scale method being called with an argument. But it is defined to take no arguments. Okay. The setBone scale method is defined with 3 arguments, from, to, and duration. However, the tween method function, it does not like to let me highlight it. It hates letting me highlight it. Oh! It helped! Let's go! We need to redefine the function we made. Dragonblade posted in live chat. It should take one argument, which is a scale. Basically, you need to modify the setBone scale method to accept one argument, which will be the interpolated value provided by the tween method function. Alright. I feel like I helped a little, even though I needed ChatGPT to do it for us. In the body, in the setBone scale, in the body, setBone scale, bone hit scale, like here. Let's see what we got in the live chat here. In the body of the function, I mean. I see. setBone scale. So we don't... Oh, I see. Bone hit scale. So you're saying up here? You said in the body. I'm a little confused what you mean. You need to modify the parameters to declare one argument only scale. Okay, so one argument in here. I like to think the thinking music helped. And then we're changing it to bone hit and scale instead of all of these. So just bone hit and scale. That's it? That can't be it. That can't be it. Oh! What? What? My 2 cents. Look at it. Look at it swell up. Look at it swell. It's perfect. It's perfect. Why do I end up choosing such hard problems to solve? I like that it loops it too, so it actually it replays that, you know, for now. But this is good. This is correct. This is perfect. Let's see what Dragonblade put in the chat though, even though I mean, saw it out. Pulling up the Discord, baby, tonight. Function tween method, bones that tween method, bone hit. Function set, bone pose, skeleton, bone hit, tween value. It's kind of similar to what you were saying, actually. Certainly less going on in here now. I wonder if that would work though. Like, I mean, I think it would because it's just different names for the parameters, right? So it kind of doesn't matter. You guys are like always figuring things out at the same time. Although it looks a little different. Function, tween method, setBone scale. Because you've got a few extra things in there. So I think this would do something quite different. I'm going to save it as it is. And just out of morbid curiosity, unless you tell me not to, I'm kind of curious to know if this would work as well. We've already got it working. Why belabor it? Because it's interesting. Because we use Linux. And we like problems. It would work, but Skeleton and Bonehead are already global variables, so they're not necessary. SenseWay uses global variables, mine uses local variables. That's the only difference. Interesting. Now, I'm going to have to try to make sure I understand this so I can explain it to anybody when you guys aren't here. And then when you are here, you can be like, oh yeah, that's true. Create tween method. And you're doing tween method set. That's a typo, right? Right here. Tween method underscore set bone scale dot bind. At least you're using the bind, which was like a mystery. Skeleton bonehead. I feel like this is a typo. It's gotta be like this. Or something. I don't know. And then you're saying that this one uses local variables instead of the global ones that are already defined. Because... oh, maybe you meant to put tween value in here? Instead of tween method? Expected end of statement after expression found identifier instead. It's gotta be a typo in here. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm typing. The problem was that the method we're trying to tween takes more than one argument, and tween method... Let me show you what I was typing, though. I was doing all kinds of mess. I tried to tweep it. Tweep it? I think this is how you had it. But that doesn't make sense. The problem was that the method we're trying to tween takes more than one argument. And tween method is meant to tween one argument only, which makes bind necessary to declare the value of the other variable. It makes sense if you have the function too. Did I forget that? Oh, you're right. You're right. Tween method set bone scale. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The problem is bind doesn't let you choose which variable it's providing, declaring, or fixing. It chooses on its own. It chooses the last argument. So this is Dragon Blade's version. I might have done it wrong, but it's pulling the error. Tween method, set bone scale, method expected 0 arguments, but call with 1, which I think is what you're talking about. Did I forget bind? I forgot bind. Hold on. I didn't type it right. We need to get the bind in there, right? Scale dot bind. Oh, I left out all kinds of stuff. I left out all types of stuff. Sorry if that's taking up the whole screen. I apologize. Let me fix that. Let me fix that. I have to use Discord on my phone. I have to. Otherwise, the internet gets grouchy with me. Okay, so tween method, set bone scale, bind. Oh, I can't read it. That's too small. Bind skeleton, bone hit, and then all this. Okay. Okay, I think I've got it right now. Hey! Nice! Dragon Blades also works, unsurprisingly. And then the only difference is that Dragon Blades, evidently, I still am not sure I understand how, but evidently, Dragon Blades is using local variables instead of global variables, which it seems like we should use the global since they already exist. But I do wonder what the case would be for one over the other. I feel like I'd prefer the global in general, but it works. They're swelling up gradually. Very nice Dragon Blade. It's amazing how you guys are able to figure out the same thing in slightly different ways, like at the same time. It's super amazing, and I'm just super lucky to witness the brilliance y'all exude. That's why we had to declare a new function that only has one argument. Right. And this new function calls the function we originally wanted to tween with a known/fixed first argument. I hope that explains it. Do you understand how tween works? Do I understand how tween works? I mean, that's an interesting question. I understand that tween takes two values and makes one match the other gradually. I understand that. Do I understand any more about how tween works? I don't know. Like, if you mean, I pull up a documentation and we search up tween, right? Do I understand? I think I need you to be more specific. My answer is no, but yes, kind of. My answer is kind of. That's my answer. Would you care to explain to us? The first argument is a function. Tween calls that function over time as it changes the value over time with the new value. Tween calls the function over time as it changes the value over time. How do you call a function over time? Don't you just call it or not? Is it like calling it repeatedly over a certain amount of time? It certainly isn't stretching out the call of the function. Is it? And so then what you have here, tween method, set bone scale, dot bind, skeleton bone hit. Bone hit is the name of the bone. It's calling it repeatedly. Interesting. I see. That makes sense. Wow. Wow. That makes sense. That's what tween does. It calls it at a regular interval as it changes the value interpolated. Wow. That. Thank you. Interesting. That makes sense. So that's how it gradually updates. Is like the function is the same thing. For example, I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to think of an example. Like, I guess we could just say scale. So if the function is saying change the scale of a bone, it's saying change the scale of a bone, change the scale of a bone, change the scale of a bone, change the scale of a bone. And specifically, we're defining change the scale of a bone by this much for this long. Or some kind of. So you make a tween with a duration of 10 seconds. It will call your method 10 times, once every second, after it changes the value that it should be at that time. Even though that makes sense that that's how it works, I didn't quite realize that that's what's happening. And so knowing that, I still find this very confusing. So we create a function called tween method set bone scale. And we're creating these parameters. Now that we have that, yeah. Tween value, skeleton, bone hit. And what this does, the way the tween calls a method is, what this does is it runs the scale method on the skeleton with the parameters bone hit tween value. And so this on its own doesn't really do anything. Maybe. I don't know. It's just, it's way over my head, but I don't want it to be. And I promise I'll piece together what you're saying, Dragon. Get tree, create tween method. So in here is where we're calling this function. And we're calling it within the tween that we're creating. And we're saying it's a tween method, not tweening a property. We're tweening a method. And so I didn't really realize that a function could also be a method. So we're actually creating a method. I feel like I'm still so confused about what the hell a method is. In GDScript, what's the difference between a method and a function? They're the same thing. They're similar in that they both represent a block of code that can be called to perform a specific task. There's a subtle difference. You guys are saying they're literally the same. GPT says a method is a function that is associated with an object or a class. It can access and modify the object's properties and variables. In other words, a method is a function that is defined inside a class and is called on an instance of that class. A function is a block of code that performs a specific task and returns a value. It is not associated with any object or class and can be called from anywhere in the code. So they are the same. It's just a method is a function that you would only find connected to an object or a class. And so we're not really creating our own method. We're using our own function instead of a method. So I guess I wouldn't have realized that you could interchange them whenever you want. A function is standalone. A method is a function that is part of an object or class. But in GDScript, you are always writing in the class of a node. Whoa. So it's automatically a method. Wow. Wow. But we certainly couldn't do tween property because there's no property here. So if we're tweening a property similar to what you're saying before, it would be calling the property over and over and over and over again. Here, it's calling the method over and over, or function over and over and over. And so what we're doing here is we're replacing the parameter for a callable method with a function. So that way we can define the parameters or the arguments ourselves. And the reason why we needed to define the parameters ourselves, I get lost a little there. You can write a function in Godot by writing a function in a script that doesn't extend anything. So that would be a function that isn't a method. All right, so let me look back at my 2 cents version. Or before I do that, let me just copy this. Yeah, let's get them both on there. I'm going to copy this. Yes, in the context of GDScript. Not that I understand what the purpose of that would be. I'm kind of assuming it doesn't matter. Oh gosh, now I gotta remember what my 2 cents version was. Made a lot of progress. Certainly, I mean, at least now, I mean, they certainly know what to do. And that's something that we hadn't figured out yet. So that is a lot of progress to celebrate. No bone hit in your version. Okay. Thanks. I just forgot to there. Maybe like this? Maybe. Not quite. There it is. The purpose of doing that is to make a function like print. Interesting. Okay, so there's that. So yeah, we do have progress. And now I'm just trying to understand how it all works. Because I don't want to just like be like, thanks guys, we did it. Moving on. You've been trying to catch up. Been fixing water pipes today, so this is like a whole other world. Wow, that is different. That is very different. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm way out of my league and I love it. And I just want to try to wrap my head around it. So here was my 2 cents version. And I'm even going to paste in the other version and just comment it out. Okay. So we have set bone scale. This is the method that we're creating here. And we're defining one parameter. Yeah, I was thinking that too, my 2 cents. Do yours first, then dragons. Yours is a lot simpler. Set bone scale is the method that we're creating via a function. And we're defining one parameter scale. This is the function that's going to get called by the tween over and over and over again as it gradually blends between these two numbers. Bind is really confusing. The way it's used here is even more confusing. Yeah, this will be interesting. Like, because this, I feel like I can wrap my head around this maybe. So I'm interested to see how I can somehow reconcile that with what you've done down here. Now, that thing that's being run over and over again is checking the skeleton, which you've already defined as a global script, a global variable, which is just the skeleton that the player has. And we want to set bone pose scale on a specific bone, specifically the one that's hit. Then we're taking that scale parameter that we've created. I feel like I'm a little confused about this. Like, why are we creating this? So set bone pose scale I would think that must connect to that somehow. Set bone pose scale is looking for the bone ID. That's rotation. And the vector 3. So we're just kind of like, I mean, I don't even know. Like, why even say that? Oh, well, yeah, I feel like I get very confused about the relationship between these two things and this. Because this is doing a from a to, which is part of the tween, and then a duration. Like, I believe with all my heart that this won't work. I believe it with all my heart. I just don't understand why. So it definitely doesn't work. Right? They aren't blown up. And in the debugger, we get that thing we were getting before. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 1. See, now I would think it was the opposite. Oh, because it expected 0 arguments and it called... Okay, maybe I understand it. So because we set it up here with 0 arguments, that's why it says expected 0 arguments. And then it says it called with 1. What 1? So if this is the method that we're calling over and over again, where is it seeing the one thing? Is it set bone scale? So then if I look at tween method, it says that's just the method. So wouldn't that... Why would that need an argument within it? We're creating the additional function / method because it only has one parameter, like the tween method needs. Unlike the skeleton's set pose bone scale method. Remember when I said that tween calls your method as it's changing the value? The scale parameter of that method is the internal value in the tween as it is changed. Good evening, Albeska. Albeska, welcome to the stream. You are a member on YouTube. That means you get a song. Welcome, Albeska. I hope you're doing great, Albeska. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev the way that you do, Albeska. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Woo! I'm sorry, and you're welcome. Welcome here, Albeska. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I have been trying to get some arms on the player character to shrink. Doop, doop, doop. Some legs. Doop, doop, doop. Some head. Doop, doop, doop. To shrink with every bit of damage that's taken. I want that stuff to shrink down. And I want it to tween or interpolate as it does it. And that apparently was a little complicated to get set up. My 2 cents and Dragonblade in the chat are just like, ooh, they're like ninjas over here helping me solve this problem. And so, well, right now it's broken, but that's okay, we'll fix it. And so we spent some time solving it. I might have helped a little bit here or there, you know, grease the wheels, get ChatGPT to fill in blanks. But for the most part, my 2 cents and Dragonblade have been helping solve this problem. And now I'm trying to understand what the hell that solution means. I'm a little confused by it, and I know I'm going to learn a lot if I try to understand it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to understand it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. It's called with one parameter through the tween method call. So the tween method I have chat on my phone and the video on my Xbox. There's a small delay, so it sounds like you're answering yourself, having a full conversation. Sometimes I am. That's hilarious. Sometimes I am, though. Sometimes I am. Okay, I just believe you on that. So what I did was I removed this parameter that you added in here. I almost just, it's like right there. Like maybe I get it. So like what's like, where is this at after this? Like I see that we're setting it here. Where is this down here? Because wouldn't this scale stuff have to be represented down here somewhere? I'm sorry, I know it's just like the noobishly-ist thing. We're creating the additional function / method because it only has one parameter, like the tween method needs. Tween method needs one parameter. By doing this, we create one parameter. And so, like, why would I have to do that? Are we confusing it? Are we tricking it? Why does it need to be tricked? Why can't it just figure it the flip out? Unlike the skeleton's set bone pose scale method. So this, okay. So set bone pose scale on its own doesn't have a parameter, is what you're telling me. Do I understand what that means? When I look at set bone pose scale, I see that it has bone ID and scale. And you're saying it doesn't have a parameter. Just like the dots are not connecting in my little brain. Tween calls your method as it's changing the value. Yes. The scale parameter of that method, this one that we've created because something needed to exist, is the internal value in the tween as it's changed. So it's like creating a container, which actually wasn't ChatGPT trying to do that too? Like create like a dictionary or something to hold the tween value, maybe? So what you're saying is, when it goes between 111 and 222, scale is the 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, etc. up until 2. And so we're creating a space for it to like do that in? That can't be right, is it? And otherwise that space doesn't exist? It's called with one parameter through the tween method call. The vector 3s are assigned to the scale parameter. How does it know to do that? So the tween method creates and appends a method tweener. They don't like that word. This method is similar to a combination of tween callback and tween property. It calls a method over time with a tweened value provided as an argument. The value is tweened from and to over the time specified by duration in seconds. Use callable bind to bind additional arguments for the call. You use method tweener set ease and method tweener set trans to tweak the easing and transition of the value. The vector 3s are assigned to the scale parameter. Tween method needs a method that only has one parameter. Oh, so you're saying that set bone post scale has too many parameters? Set bone post scale has 2, which is not good. Interesting. So then the problem becomes needing to satisfy the parameters that set bone pose scale needs to function, while also, and I keep thinking of it this way, while also tricking the tween method into thinking it only has 1. I mean, that doesn't seem right. The tricking thing, that can't be right. So we have to divide these out, or make these be recognized by set bone pose scale in some other way, while simultaneously making tween method think that it has 1 value that it can change over time. How did you guys even figure this out? Our new method has 1 parameter, which is good. Dragonblade posted in live chat as code what tween would actually do internally. Okay. We are tricking it, because we're giving it a decoy method that we made. That seems silly, that we have to trick. Why do we have to trick it? Why doesn't the language just have things that don't need to be tricked? Why do I have to think to myself, well, today I might have to trick GDScript? I kind of hate that. It makes me mad. We wouldn't need to trick it if bind worked properly. So in Dragonblade's example down here, isn't it working properly? But we still have to trick it. We're tricking it, and we're using bind with this one. It's like both. So is it like a bug? It's probably in the works. They'll make bind work well in the future. Interesting. The decoy method provides the other argument for the original method. Dragonblade says bind does work properly. I'm gonna try to load Discord not on my phone. I feel like the Discord on my phone problem only needs to happen if we're doing like video or something. I hope. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on the internet. It needs to stay at 9,000, give or take 1,000 kilobits per second. I don't think it'll drop. I think it's only if we do like video or voice or something. But just in case. Just in case. Let's check it out. Oh, it's so much better than the phone. Dear God. Function damage HP tween method set bone scale. What are we looking at here? We are looking at... So this is what worked. What we set up in here. The bind doesn't let you choose which argument to bind, which is what I meant by not working properly. Ideally, it would let you choose which is why it needs to be fixed. Function damage HP tween method set bone scale 1 10 10. Function set bone scale scale. Skeleton set bone position bonehead scale. Function tween method. Are you like typing out what's happening under the hood? What is this? What are we looking at? I feel like you might have explained it. but I'm not sure, actually. Did you? You posted in live chat as code what tween would actually do internally. Okay. Tween method is what tween does. So it waits 1 second. Tween value equals from +1. It's making a fake tween method function to explain how it works internally. Right, this is what we already are doing, I guess. Except I don't know what this 1-10-10 thing is. Oh, I see. These are like examples. So that way we don't have the vector 3 thing, I guess. Method to call tween value. This is equivalent with doing set bone scale tween value. Wait another second. From 1 to 10 in 10 seconds. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, from 1 to 10 in 10 seconds. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. So we have a function that's tweening a method. The method that it's tweening is set bone scale, which is right here. And we've created this parameter scale. And we want it to change 1 to 10 over 10 seconds. So behind the scenes, tween method that's being created is method to call from to duration. So these are the parameters of this is what tween method is looking for, right? It's looking for the method to call, which is set bone scale. It's looking for the from. Just all this. It's all this. This is the same as this. It waits a second, and it changes the tweened value. I guess that's scale. From 1. It takes the from, and it adds 1. The method to call dot call tween value. This is equivalent with doing set bone scale tween value. This is confusing. I don't know. I don't know if this is sinking in for me. It's waiting a second. Variable tween value equals tween value plus 1. Wait another second. Tween value equals tween value plus 1. I feel like there's something simple here. Like what you're trying to convey is that it starts out, because I see that it starts with the from and then it replaces it with the tweened value because it has to keep updating it. I don't know if this helps me. The complicated way with bind. Oh God, I barely even understood that. I appreciate you taking the time to help me understand this. Bind arguments here. Method to call get bound arguments. Method to call tweened value bind arguments 0 bind arguments 1. This is equivalent with doing set bound. Dude, I'm so confused. This almost helps me. Okay, so if I go back to the code that you made, because I feel like you're basing this on this more than what my 2 cents did. Because in here, we have the tween value. Dude, I can't wrap my head around it. I don't know if I can understand it. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. I might just have to give it up and just say it works. You guys helped me. I don't understand why it works. Like So if it's replacing, if we're tricking it, oh man. I think it's have to let it go. I think what I'm gonna do for now, guys, is just let it go. And there's more to do here. There's more work to do here. And maybe in doing that, something will click. And I'll realize what it's doing. Because the next step to solve is getting these, so we see that the limbs are blowing up gradually. That's the tween applying to the limbs. And if we hit it again, it runs the tween from the normal size to the swell size over and over again. And so what I ultimately really want is for it to shrink it down. And even, you know, we can have it get bigger too when we heal. Is shrink it down that corresponds with the hit points of that limb. The head is nice since we can actually see the HP bar there. But then again, we do have the numbers too. I can probably do it in Unreal nodes to be visual, but I'm too lazy to wait for Unreal to compile shaders for 2 hours. Oh, you can fix that. Just so you know. Actually, in the description of all my Unreal Engine videos, which you can find, look, and I'm not expecting you to do it, like, maybe you just said that that's why you don't want to do it, but really there's other reasons you don't want to do it. But if that's really all that's holding you back, you can head to the playlists for the channel. Actually, it's at the bottom of the channel page. Go to any Unreal Engine stream that I've done, any of them. And in the description, I have told you how to solve that. To fix it, I still need to wait for the 2 hours for it to start. Maybe. You don't. You don't. It's like an INI file. I'm just saying. This is actually pretty doable. Here's what you need to do to speed up your Unreal Engine load time. Navigate to your install folders. I had to do it in both of the UE5 install folders. And then you just change the Windows Engine.ini to not compile all those shaders. And it will load like that. It's pretty ridiculous that you have to do that, but it will work. So let me just link you this. I'm just saying, like, if that's what's holding you back, if that's the only thing holding you back, because that would probably help me understand. If that's the only thing holding you back, actually, you don't really have to worry about that. This isn't going to put it on the clipboard. I'm going to type this in all the way for you. YouTube.com/live. I can't load YouTube on my computer or else the stream is gonna glitch out. So I have to do it this way. Did I type that right? Maybe. I might have. That might be the right link. YouTube.com/live/JUWT capital WQDC capital L Q capital E. Yeah. You may not need the question mark. It tells it to save the shaders from your last time it compiled them to use them later when you open Unreal. So if you start for the first time, it still needs to compile them. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you're right about that. You actually are right about that. You could also use Unity visual scripting. I'm just saying. You probably don't have it installed, though. Because you're an adult. And adults don't bother with that. Okay. So anyway. For now. I'm gonna do what I don't love to do. Which is accept that I don't fully understand what's happening. I understand it better But maybe in manipulating this some more, it'll dawn on me. Thank you guys for helping me figure it out. Truly. But overall, I don't know. So, if I want this to behave, Unity's visual scripting is an insult. I know. I kind of liked it, but it wasn't as robust as Blueprints was. I feel like accessibility-wise, Unity's visual scripting was a little better than Blueprints. They just had like a few extra visual cues that made it more accessible. But overall, it wasn't really well integrated in the same way that Blueprints are. And there weren't as many things you could do. But it was okay. It was okay. But I also understand your perspective. So the way the thing usually works, they're easy to read. Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, basically. It's easier to read. So this health bar at the top here, that's when the head gets hurt. And it goes down every time. It's queuing up an animation that calls a function. And that function plays an animation that subtracts health from the health bar. And it plays a tween that moves the progress bar down. Now I have it pretty inefficiently set up in multiple functions. Dragonblade says they have a way to do it without multiple functions. And I'm going to just do it with multiple functions for now. And then maybe we can find a way to make it better. Now, where do I put those functions? Oh, we do have some debugger stuff. What? Error calling the method from method tweener set bone scale instance is null. Really? That's like a current error? Are you sure? Okay, that might be an old error. Alright. I was like, really though? Okay. It's fine. There's not an error. Everything's good. Okay, anyway. So, I just had to make sure. No error. So, basically, I want this to not just run one time whenever we take damage. I want this to change depending on how much damage we've taken. Now this currently exists on the class script that's present on every body part area, which is what detects the collision. On this script, we do have current health and max health. So that means we actually already have, well, yeah. So let's do it this way. In damage detected, this is going to get pretty wild. If current health is greater than 0, so this is what's actually applying the current health and max health changes. This is what's adjusting what the health is. And also choosing things that happen upon taking damage. So if I say, I mean, this is going to get real messy. If current health is set to 3, and this is for the limb, this would be for the limb. Now we're actually in the head only here. So actually I need to not put this in here because we don't want this to only apply to the head. So this is saying if the collided body part is the head, but we don't actually just want to say it's the head, we want to say in general. So here, if the current health of whatever it is, whether it's an arm, a leg, a head, if that's set to 3, I want it to run this damage function. Right? I guess I wanted to play an animation player. I wanted to do an animation player. So let's say, oh, here we have arm left. Okay, we've created arm left. Okay. So I want to say play this animation player. Now I'm going to borrow some of the logic that my 2 cents had helped me set up 25 years ago. There's no fancy animation that explains tweening visually on YouTube. We should make one. We should make one. The time is 9. Thanks for looking. So if we don't... Interesting. So you're saying... Stop the presses. So you're saying that what I did previously, this health bar right here, where I'm queuing up the animations where you had us duplicate it, I don't necessarily even need to use that method to make that work. Oh. I think I have to fix something in here. Okay. Because I had set this up with a tween, where that goes from right to left to decrease this. Because before, if you remember my 2 cents, we were doing blinking. And so that was a really easy thing to just set up. But it sounds like you're saying we don't even need to do it here, because that was a tween as well. Because I think what you're saying is, if it's a tween... Well, I guess I would be worried, so what if you... That method allowed us to play 2 animations at the same time. Right. Right. Let me actually pull that up. So wouldn't I want it to play 2 tweens at the same time, potentially? But you're saying the tweens at Pokemon game, it's not Pokemon that released those days. It's crazy. What? What a sentence. One of the least understood ones you've said, even out of all the coding ones. Okay, so let's say we don't need the animation player. Let's say we don't. Let's try it without it. Let's do it without it. So I won't do all that animation player stuff. I won't do it. I'll delete it. Tweens will probably override one another. Oh, in a good way, you're saying. If they are tweening the same property. Okay. So I'll still do the multiple functions thing. If current health is equal to 3, run, I'm going to say damage HP 3. This doesn't exist yet, but I have to create it. If current health, and I know there's an easier way to do it. I don't know what that easy way is. So I'm doing it like this. Maybe I don't even need to do it. Do I just run the tweens? Do I even need to call a function? I guess I do. Health is set to 1. Damage HP 1. I don't even know anymore. Like at this point, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I know I'm doing something that might technically achieve what I want. But now I feel like I'm definitely doing it in an unideal way. But this is my life here in text code. I'm surprised it found the other functions. Okay, it didn't. I was like, why are we not getting all the errors? Okay. So if we say this is damage HP 3, this would indeed go from 1, and I would want it to go down to, let's say, just for now, 0.6, 0.6, 0.6. You can use the current health global variable to define your scale accordingly. So multiple functions are not necessary. Oh. That's a good point. That's a very, very excellent point. That's a fantastic point. Gosh, that's such a good point. So I would actually just want to keep the way we're already doing it, and it just calls it every time. Let's say scale equals current health. Oh my gosh. You guys know what I would do without you, right? I would just like make obnoxious things that don't need to be that way, but it would work. And it would take me forever. That's what I would do without you guys. Is I would make things that work, but take a really long time to work. And it would be in the least ideal way. Among the least ideal ways. Let's say scale equals current health times 0.25. So wait, I can't literally say scale though. Won't that mess up this? I'll really be confused if I can actually... I think you're just like pseudocoding. That has to be it. So I'll say you need the health before and after the hit though, so you can tween between them. Right. Right. True. I guess we could just add it, right? Couldn't we just like add 1 or subtract 1? I'm not sure where you're deducting the health. So the health is being deducted right. If collided body part is set to self, yes, the scale thing. Here. If current health is greater than 0, and amount to damage is not set to obstacle damage amounts none, we can add 1 to get the previous. Oh, okay. Nice. So basically right here, if it's greater than 0 and whatever we're running into does more than no damage, then it's going to subtract current health from limb damage amount, which changes depending on what the obstacle does damage of. This doesn't really work that well, but it works for 1 value, so that's fine. I thought it's a function called for both heal and damage, but if it's only damage and you know a limb can only be damaged by 1, then we're good. Good point. Well, we could just do limb damage amount instead of 1. We could say add or subtract by limb damage amount. Because in theory, I might want something that could do more than 1 damage. I haven't actually set something up that does more than 1 damage, but it's there in theory. Okay. So, I'm still a little confused. So we need to multiply the scale by 0.25. I get that. That's easy. And so the from, we need to know where it's coming from. But then I have to wonder, I mean, what if we take multiple hits? Won't it need to know the first from? So then it might be better if we capture, I don't know, this is kind of tricky. In the function that has a tween method call, we can use the current health times 0.25 for the third argument. So if we say current health times 0.25, and I'll say target or bone shrink 2 bone shrink 2 current health times 0.25. And then the second argument could be current health plus limb damage amount. Bone shrink from current health plus limb damage amount times 0.25. Okay. And I would assume, I'm not even going to say bone shrink to, well, I don't know. Let's just say shrink to. Shrink from. I would think I need to put this in every one of these. And that might, I think where that might get complicated is if I don't want to do this proportionally. But I guess we can worry about that later. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly in any way. This seems pretty ridiculous, but maybe it's correct. I'm doing it correctly in every way. Let's go. I like when it's not trying to trick the engine into doing something to work. It's much more fun. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. What happens? It looks... Oh yeah, it's shrinking. Oh, it's shrinking, all right. There it goes. Oh, shoot. Oh, it's shrinking, baby. Wow. Now, it didn't do the last one because there's something that tells it to just, like, disappear at 0. There it goes. Hey, Psychonic. Welcome. Good to see you. Look at that. All right, so let's try doing, like, multiple at once. Now, it's tricky because, I mean, the first one, you hardly notice it. It's very subtle. So that's kind of where I might want to, like, change it a bit. So it's not, you know, what am I trying to say? Equivalent. But overall, I mean, that's working. So if we do, like, so these two trees are, like, right next to each other. Oh, we don't clip through. We used to clip through them. I actually need to set up, a different tree. Hope you're doing well, Psychonic. Welcome. I'm trying to get limbs to shrink while being animated as the hit points go down. What's the blue health bar? The blue health bar is empathy damage. It's a new idea I've implemented, and it's kind of like karma system. If you eat or kill things that are good, like animals or innocent people, your empathy will go down. If you eat or kill bad people, like those who are trying to attack you, then your empathy doesn't go down. And at the end of every level, you'll get to use however many empathy points you had by the end to spend towards power-ups and buffs. And then at the beginning of each level, your empathy bar will reset, probably. So that's what that is. If you want to change it, you can change the formula. Otherwise, the switch statement also works. Because I guess what I would since the first one is really hard to tell, I'd almost want to have it like squish it a little different so it's like more visually obvious. A switch statement. It's interesting. Okay, so I need to add something so we can test a different type of damage. Not that one. This one. So right now we have this tree we can clip through. This is going to be the easiest one to test it. I'm going to just copy this. I'm going to paste it on a different one, actually. Let's do it on this one. This one doesn't have a lot going on. Let's put it right here. Approximately. I guess I have to zoom out first. So I'm just going to test something that does multiple things. We have some psycho stuff going on. Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, and you know, it was born out of me feeling a little guilty that that we were just like indiscriminately killing people and there wasn't any like justice to it. It just started to bother me. It started to bother me. And so, this way it has a little more justice, and it's just helped out with sort of setting up the story a little better. So I have like a whole story going along with it as well. Do you want to know what it is? I kind of want to do multiple of these. Like, let's even put 3 of them here. I'll tell you the story. I apologize if you've heard it before, but it must be said. So the game starts out with a cutscene. Essentially, you'll be waiting for the any percent full EMPs. Full EMP. Yes. I don't know what ST is, but maybe it's a speedrun thing. Absolutely. Absolutely what I hope can come out of a game like this. Full empathy runs. Gotcha. Any percent full empathy runs. There we go. I was like, oh, is that a speedrun term? Oh, interesting. Okay. So, humans sent out mice into space. This is true. To see how they would survive. And not all of them were found. In fact, one that got lost in space ended up on this alien planet. And one alien on that planet ate that mouse. And upon doing so, grew mouse hands and legs. Arms and legs and hands and feet. And that alien said, y'all, we need to go to this Earth and we need to get some more of this meat stuff so we can all have limbs and build our civilization to something great with these awesome limbs. Because they don't have limbs. They're just little heads with a body. So you are one of these aliens tasked with collecting meat to send back home. Anything's on the menu. Cows, everyday people. But you're only going to encounter cows in level 1. And so this will introduce you to the damage you can take on your head. Your body is indestructible. So you might die and take damage on your head, because you'll die if you take damage on all the damage on your head. Now, if you consume, like Pac-Man, one of those cows that are available to you, because you're raiding like cow farms, you're going to grow cow limbs, and it's going to help you run faster. And now you're going to have limbs to manage, and you're going to have to manage the damage on those limbs. And this will introduce you to that mechanic. Limbs will break off or shrink and be less useful. You'll be a little slower. Maybe you'll move to the left or right if it's unbalanced. You know, something weird like that. And this is all level 1. Now, at the end of level 1, one of these cattle farmers is going to fight back. And the cattle farmer is going to be like a boss. and they're going to be in a pickup truck, and they're going to be shooting you. And in order to beat the level, you're going to have to eat that farmer boss. So you do, and you beat the level. Now we're in another cutscene. And what's going to happen? You're going to grow human limbs. You got arms and legs. You are ready to go. And your friends have got them too. Look at y'all. Y'all are just rampaging. You're eating up people. You're sending them home. It's great. Or is it? The humans are not happy with your behavior. This is all cutscenes. The humans are not happy with your behavior. They're asking you, stop eating us. I've had enough of this. And for some inexplicable reason, you feel bad. You feel guilty. Why? Why do you care? Because you didn't just get limbs when you ate that human. You got empathy. You got human empathy as well. And now you feel guilty. Well, despite that, a militarized police force is coming for you. They don't want any aliens, and the activists are just collateral damage to them. So they fire on the demonstrators and the aliens to fight back. So now we have dead activists and dead aliens. And the ones who survive make a pact. Okay, fine. Let's work together against this violent authority that oppresses us. You want your meat? Eat them. Send them home to your planet. And then we don't have to deal with this violent authority anymore. And so in between levels, if your empathy isn't low, some particularly technologically advanced activists will make sure that you have some buffs to help you, assuming you haven't eaten too many innocents. And so now, cows, everyday people are off the menu, violent authorities on the menu. And you have your empathy bar to manage, your head health, your limbs, and or your score dunk. And that's it. So that's the story of the empathy health bar and how the game will play based on that. And so I don't really want all these health bars there. I actually don't want them. I'm going to repurpose a lot of the health bar logic, all of it, that we've used to help with enemy HP and stuff like that, bosses and whatnot. So we'll repurpose the health bars. But for now, what I'm looking more into... Whoa. Whoa, it looks like I moved the ground a little bit. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. And so now what I'm looking into is shrinking the limbs instead of having hit points go down. The limbs will just get smaller. Brilliant. The plot is brilliant. Holy. Thank you. Yes. I conceived it all during a member stream in MS Paint. If that wasn't obvious. It's all in MS Paint. Yes. Lots of very serious lore here. Alright, so I'm going to see on these multiple ones what happens when we collide into them. So I'm just going to smash my body into it. Oh, that looks great. I shrunk it down perfectly. That looks fine. So this method, you're right, we don't need to generate... I'm all explaining the animation player thing. We don't need it. Now that only counted as 1 damage. This one should do 2 if I hit... Okay, I'm hitting it wrong. I need to adjust this position so it actually hits both at the same time, or at least close enough. At least like overlapping, just to make sure that this method can handle such a thing. Yeah, it looks fine. It shrinks it. It shrinks it very gradually. It's perfect. Alright, so that was simple. And then if I want to adjust the formula a bit, because what my concern is there, because what I want more than anything is this to clearly communicate the damage. And I don't know about you. First of all, let me hide these health bars, because I don't actually want them there. And then so similarly, I would want the empathy health bar is already hidden. I would want... Oh, it's not hidden here. The heart in the center to shrink. So if I bump into this tree... Now, I don't know about you, but to me, the left and right arm don't look that different. Like, as a player, I'm not really just like, oh, shoot, my left arm took damage. I can't... I gotta heal that back up. I don't have as much strength. You know, it's just like, it's kind of hard to see. Once I take another hit on that arm, it's much more obvious. And now I can definitely see the left arm is smaller. So I feel like what I want to do is actually... So right now, it's just like getting smaller on all sides. I feel like what I'd rather happen is see it like shrink this way. So it's just a little more obvious. And shrink in the other ways too. If you're looking for a better formula, you can do... What is that? You're a genius. What? Is that exponential? Otherwise, to find the values manually through a switch function. Exponent? What do these things mean? My 2 cents and Dragon Blade have just been carrying me today. Absolutely carrying me. And I appreciate it. What does that even do? It's exponential. Okay. EXP negative 0.5 times 4 minus current health. I love this about Godot. I'm not saying you can't do this in other engines. You obviously can. But I love the math stuff. I feel like we have to change the other formula, but we haven't tried healing yet, so... Or maybe we don't. Wait, we have to change the other formula, right? Oh! Oh! Invalid operands float an int in operator and. Oh, wait, why did I do and? Because I typed wrong. That was just disastrous. I feel like we should define it manually. But this is... I'm sure what this is doing is cool. I also feel like a part of the problem could be that it's going to shrink it in a weird way. I posted a screen capture of what the formula looks like in the Discord chat. Oh, okay. Let's look at it there. Yeah, let's look at it there. Let's see what it looks like over there. Might make a little more sense over there. Pirate software. Oh yeah, he has been playing Pal World lately. I've noticed that. The game looks hilarious. Like, it looks so funny that you can, like... It's like Pokemon meets Valheim.
You know how in Pokemon where you throw like a Pokeball at a trainer and it goes, you can't catch a trainer? Pal World just lets you do it.
Right.
And it tells you, hey, it's kind of inhumane, but you do you. Oh, and also, just to let you know, anything that's in a pal sphere is a pal. And you can butcher pals.
I love it. Oh my god.
That's one of my pals right there.
Dude, that's so funny. Yeah, the game looks wild. I love that he's playing it. And I feel like he got early access to it as well. Oh, nice. So this is what the form... I see. So this is like what the curve that it's creating. So it's not really the curve that I'm worried about, actually. It's more... So like what I want is that it goes from like... You know, if it's doing whatever it's doing. Let's say it starts out at 111. No, that game looks absolutely hilarious. And also fun, like, at the same time. Like, goals. If we have 111, I'd want to like be able to make it go down to, let's say, 0.6, I don't know, maybe not this, 0.8 or something like that, 0.6 or something. And then it goes down to like 0.4, 0.6, 0.4, you know, maybe something like that. So it's not like uniform along the way. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. So you're saying a switch statement might be better. I was imagining we just say shrink to, you know, X or something. And then like a variable shrink to Y, and so on and so forth. It could even be like Y and Z. I don't know. I feel like, I guess I'd want to say XZ. I don't know if this is actually what I want. You could define a dictionary. Whoa, like this. HP scale dictionary equal. What? HP scale dictionary equals 1 vector 3 point. What the hell? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What is that? Those are my Crocs. I'm just gonna do it this way until I understand what that even is. So if I say, like, I guess I'd want this to be like lower, right? And then I say this is shrink to XZ, shrink Y, shrink XZ. It's not to oh, I spelled it wrong. I find that dictionary thing very interesting. I just wouldn't know what to do with it. Then when you tween, you can use HP scale dictionary current health -1. It's cleaner than a switch. That does look clean. I do like how clean that looks. That's very clean. What's wrong with what I'm doing here? And I mean it. What's wrong with it? I truly believe that there could be something wrong with it. Current health -1. I'm still kind of confused about it. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Okay. I guess I should even verify if it's what I want. I don't even know if it's really what I want. Definitely isn't. A dictionary is like an array, but each element has its own name / key, and you can index access an element into it using the key. Right. Okay. That makes sense to me. I guess where I'm confused is like how I'd implement it, but maybe you already told me and I just didn't realize it like replaces a lot of this. Why would I prefer that over doing it the way I'm doing it? I'm just gonna figure out what I want these sizes to actually be. By just experimenting here. So if I look at the bones, I've got the scales right here. It's at 111. I'm just trying to figure out the proportions. So if I say 0.6, 0.8, oh yeah, that's not really what I want. 0.6. I mean, kind of. Sort of. What if I make this 0.8, this 0.6? It's quite aggressive. I'm really just kind of looking for what it would be. I'm actually surprised that it's not more obvious. Oh, interesting. It's kind of the angle we're at that makes it so hard to see the difference. Like, you can kind of tell when it goes up, but when it comes back down, it's really hard to see. So that's just making it flatter. X is definitely not one I care to adjust much. Y brings it inward. So maybe it's Z that I want to affect most. Oh, maybe. I just want it to look smaller. Like, obviously smaller. Actually, that's not bad. Seems a little extreme for 3 damage. I guess X is what I want to change the most. I'm just playing with it until it just like visually looks obvious. But I'd also want it to be able to scale. That seems a little extreme. .8 is not bad. I feel like this should at least be 0.7, and then it's a little more obvious. So maybe this is the proportion I want. 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. This would be HP 3. And so then if I were to reverse math that... Did I just invert the animation? Is the animation playing backwards? It's obnoxious. Don't do that. If I say 0.7 divided by 1. Oh, it's 0.7. But wait, you had done 0.25. 0.7 times 1. That doesn't make sense. Wait, I'm not making sense. I'm confused. You're trying to use a formula still, which is perfectly valid. What I'm suggesting would be to help you define the scales manually, but in a clean way. Oh, that would be... Actually, I would rather define it manually. That would be nice. I also noticed you're modifying the shoulder, not the arm. Not sure if it's intended or not. It is intended. So I actually... The reason why I'm doing that is so the whole thing gets affected. I hear what you're saying, because maybe then it wouldn't suck into the body, which is something to think about. But the reason I did that was because I wanted to make sure it was hitting every piece of the arm. So I kind of relabeled them in a weird way. I'm down to like change that, but like it is going to be a lot of work because I got to rename the references in every animation. There's only 3, but yeah, so the reason I did that was so it would definitely impact all of them underneath. So we could see every single part shrink. And there was a time where I was avoiding the shoulder, but I fixed the shoulder problem. I had a shoulder problem, well, in real life, but also in the game. But now I don't have that problem anymore. Making sure it's intended. It is intended. It is intended. As far as I know, it's intended. I intend to intend it. I think. I do think I intend to intend it. So... Like, I don't even know how I would convert this into a formula. So maybe I should do the dictionary thing. Then I don't have to worry about doing a formula. I can just define each one. Can't you make the shoulder bone shorter and not attached to the spine so it scales without shrinking into the body? Shorter and not attached to the spine. What? I mean, I would think that it's... So it only should be an issue. Oops, I forgot. I gotta change these back. So we said 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. I'm just gonna write that down somewhere for now. So I at least have that. 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Okay. Put these back to 1. I don't really know. I don't feel like there's a problem to solve, but I could be wrong. Oh. Is the formula still weird? Oh, right, because we have different ones here. Shrink to equals current health times 0.25. Make these all shrink to, and shrink to. Because it seems like that only happened if the values are just kind of like messed up. But here we have, oh, it is going inside. Actually, it is clipping through a little bit now that you mention it. It is clipping through. It's kind of hard to see, but it is clipping through. In the heart. Right there. I mean, I would go and say, how can I move the bone as well as shrink it? You're saying make the shoulder bone shorter and not attached to the spine. I don't know nothing about not attaching it to the spine. What would it be attached to? Shorter is interesting. This is one advantage of doing the shape keys, which we had set up, but unfortunately would distort the animation too much. And so that's why I ended up doing it this way. But this way does have those very serious disadvantages. For sure. It's a good idea. I don't think it's possible to move it in Godot. It's a Blender thing as far as I know. Well, we got Blender. Blender's right here. I got Blender right here. I got it. It's right there. Just saying, it's right there. Bones can be linked to a parent bone with an offset. Oh. Honestly, I'm a little afraid, but like, I'm open to it if you're willing to help me. If you're willing to help me, I'm open to it. But in many ways, it scares me. Because I don't fully know how to do that. And in terms of making it shorter, I mean, I'm just going to hide some of these things here. See, do I even remember how to modify this? Edit mode, okay, yes. Your knowledge is very lacking on rigging 3D characters in Blender, so I'm here to learn on this one. Fair, fair, fair. Quite fair. Albeska helps me out during the member streams a lot in Blender. You're firing up Blender to see how it's done. Alright. I'm open to it. So, like, I could make them shorter. And then you're saying, like, have it be offset of here. So it's not sinking in like that. And instead, the rest of it would just, like, stay away. It's very intriguing. That's completely intriguing. Alright, so let's circle back to that. Let's let Albeska cook. The teamwork is growing. I feel like I don't need to update the credits for Dragon Blade. Dragon Blade in my 2 cents. I feel like it's already accounted for. But this was some very specific stuff. Sometimes my stream skips some frames when I edit this text, because this is the terrible way that I have this set up right now. Oh my god, there's so many names on here. Dragon Blade. There's Dragon Blade. I need to update the syntax here. Damage flash timer. Oh yeah, we can be more specific. There's so many things. Jesus. There's so many things. HP bar. Limb damage. Limb damage tweens. Godot consultant, HP bar. Limb damage tweens. LDT. Limb damage tweens. And Albeska should be on here as... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is Albeska on here? That's messed up. It's messed up. Well, it's about dang time then we get Albeska on here. I'm a little surprised. Oh my god, I have to make it smaller. I have to make it smaller. Can't believe Albeska isn't on here. That's a mistake. It's Blender consultant for sure. To say the least. It's already on minimum wage. Why are you firing it? Poor Blender. Even minimum wage is saying a lot for Blender. I think Blender is volunteering. Blender is a straight volunteer. They're an intern. Even more heartless. Well, I guess it's less heartless, because it's not like Blender is depending on the money. Anyway. In edit mode, you can select a bone, and in the tab with the bone icon, you can uncheck the connected property. You're on the 3rd row? Oh my god. I need to get this in a real document. I'm done. Today's the moment. Now's the time. Wait, today's the day. Now's the moment. I'm done. We're putting this in an actual document. This is untenable. I can't search that. Disgrace. Disgrace. This is not the best place. Business. We're putting it in business. Marketing, budget, pricing, community. Perfect. Credits. Mechanic characters, a folder. It's a folder. Okay. Paste. Now it will be searchable. Oh, here's Albeska. Godot Consult, Blender Consultant. Alright. My goodness. We didn't do much, but it's some. At least now, if I need to find somebody, we can Control F. And maybe make it a list or something. That's all it takes. That's all I had to do. Alright. So we're going to go into Blender. And we're going to get experimental. Let me save in Godot. Dear God, I must. And let me make a GitHub push as well. Or commit at least. So I'm going to say limb shrinkage works well. My 2 cents plus Dragon Blade helped me get the limb shrinkage working when the appropriate limb is damaged. It shrinks based on a simple formula. That formula will need to be tweaked. Okay. All right, gotta make a commit before making Blender changes. And someone said that it autosaves, so I don't really need to do what I'm about to do. But because I'm paranoid, I'm gonna do it anyway, which is to actually physically copy this file and back it up. And we're gonna say player, oh, it's covered up, sorry. I mean, whatever, but it is covered up. Player alien pre-shoulder separation. Shoulder bone separation. Just gonna paste it in so it exists. We're playing with fire. I love the detailed commits. Mine are just like fixed bugs, implemented features. I don't know. I like to do it. I never really read them, but I know that if I do need to read them, I'm gonna be so glad I wrote that out. And it kind of just helps me like keep track of what I've done. I like it. It helps me. And maybe it provides some info if someone ever is looking at it ever as to what happened. I don't know. For me, it kind of follows with the live streams too, like chronicling and making sure I have a record of everything that I possibly can. The credits, you know, I kind of have an obsession with record keeping, actually. There's a hobby. Someone was asking about my hobbies earlier. Record keeping? I don't think that's really a hobby. Okay. So, in edit mode, you can select a bone, and in the tab with the bone icon, you can uncheck connected property under relations. That's it. That's all there is to it. You make that sound quite easy. Bone tab. Relations. Connected. Done. Oh, and it kind of looks, so here, oh, interesting. You can see the, like right now when I click on this bone, we have the little joint here selectable, right? So I can move it, I can select just this joint, right, and move it there. And then right now, its joint is... What? Wait, why is this already not Is that one already disconnected? Nuh-uh. We just did that. This one was already disconnected. What? Whoops. Whoopsie. Are any of the others already disconnected? This one doesn't even have an option to connect. What is connected and disconnected? And this one, just the left one. is connected to it all. Even these others down here aren't connected. Albeska's spotting things that... So actually the mistake is that this one is connected. How odd. Alright, so I will disconnect it, and then what'll happen is this little ball in here will become separate, or it'll appear. Connected means the tail of the bone is attached to the head of the parent. I wonder why this one got connected and the others weren't. Well, I feel certainly more confident that this won't be a big deal. I wonder how this will affect the animation. So then you're saying also give it an offset. If I unhide the body parts, that I hid. I mean, this is kind of the most important thing, is that it's short enough that it won't appear in here. So as long as it's like right inside of there, it should be okay. Maybe you extruded the left one and then duplicated and moved the copy to the right. I definitely maybe did. I actually don't know if I did. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. But I see. There are some logical explanations as to why I might have done that. Wow. I'm surprised I didn't, like, notice it. I don't know, like, in the animation or something. I'm not really sure how this is gonna, like, affect things. Okay, so now they kind of got smaller on their own. And now they definitely won't clip into the center of the body. So this seems better. Okay, alright. I'm gonna save it. This will make these visible again. Do I need to apply transforms? I don't know. Probably not, right? Come into Godot. Let it reload it. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Sometimes it crashes when it's re-importing. I don't know why. Ideally, it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. In a way, I'm ready to be amused. I'm ready to be amused. I knew it was gonna crash. I don't know why it's been doing that, but it's been doing that lately when I make changes. Well, then I'm gonna go ahead and apply transforms. It's been doing that lately when I do the re-import. I always save it, so it's fine. And then it'll be fine when I reload the project. But that has been happening. Actually, it started happening when I added shape keys. That's when it started happening. I don't really need the shape keys anymore, so possibly removing them will resolve that. Maybe. Is it possible to check if the animation is still okay in Blender? I've animated it in Godot. Yeah, so I didn't do any animation in Blender. I did all in Godot. If a shoulder just rotates in the animation, it should work. I think it does. Whoa. Oh, it looks awesome. It kind of twists around a little more. I don't think it looks bad. It looks better. It looks like it's about to twist off. But, like, that's okay. Oh, no, wait. What's happening in the center? Whoa. Wait, that's not the positions I left them in. Yeah, right. I didn't actually animate the shoulder. The only things I animated, if I can pull it up here, I animated the other two bones. Whoops. So there's the shoulder. The only ones I animated are the hand and then what I'm calling the elbow here, which is not really the elbow, but that's what they're named. I also have to ask, what the hell is going on here? The shoulder bones look, they're still connected in Godot. They sure do. That's a good point. I wonder why. I'm curious. Oh no, yeah, there it goes. Can we try scaling it down now? Yeah, but there's something wrong, right? Because the arms are appearing inside of the body. But we can try scaling it down for sure. It actually seems better because it's not moving inward at all. So I think the scaling is working better. In that it's not drifting inward. But it didn't seem to respect the offset somehow. The animation keyframes have the bone positions in the center, so it snaps them back. Oh. That kind of makes some sense. So we're animating the position, even though I may only be changing the rotation. Because it looks fine in T-pose. Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point. So there's rest position in T-pose. Interesting that it creates bones. Do you see that? It's like creating these bones around the heart to like compensate for these missing here. I guess that doesn't matter. But like in Blender, that's not the way that it is. In Blender, these are just floating in space. But then in Godot, it's created these extra bones here. I bet they're even in the bones list. Maybe. Actually, I don't see them. Oh, it's part of the root. They're just bundled in with the root bone. So if I'm gonna change the position of them in the animation, I need to really parse out what the hell's going on in here. Now it says that we're only animating rotation. I've done armature position here. But this is for the whole armature. This isn't for the individual ones. So I'm not actually sure where the position is being animated. Or like how to... Uh-oh, Godot. Are we here? Godot? Uh-oh. My cursor's gone. My cursor's gone in Godot. I have a cursor. I click into Godot. My cursor's gone. Uh-oh. Oh, I can still use the keyboard. What in the... You better give me my mouse back. Where did my mouse go? It's actually... It's just like visually not there. What in the hell? Okay. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna task manager that into the ground. I just like took my cursor away. Godot and Blender. Having some conflicts here. Or something. I don't know. Okay. So somehow I need to find the position information in the animation. I mean, it makes me wonder if I just, I mean, it was like a whole 2 days of work to get the run and walk cycle. I don't particularly want to do that again. I will. I probably was eventually going to redo it anyway. But today? Dang. I didn't know I was going to do it today. That's unexpected. Animation player. Walk. First of all, thank you, Albeska. The suggestion seems good. And I appreciate your help. Now we just have a new problem to think about. The other option is deleting the mesh of the arms inside the body. What? Maybe you could add a position track manually. I haven't used Godot in a while. I forgot how the animator works. Interesting. I think if you select any animation frame with the bone selected, you should see the position of the inspector on the right. Oh yeah, true. That's true. I mean, it says it's at 0. It says it's at 0 right now on the x-axis. And indeed, we can see the weight painting moving a bit when I adjust it. It says it's at 0. And if I animate it, well, that's not updating anything. So that's not that helpful. So I'm not really sure. I thought maybe I could see the changing. You can go into edit mode and delete the vertices of the arms mesh that are inside the body. That's true. That's true. That feels like an uncomfortable workaround. Because we still would have this bone that's rather mysteriously existing inside of the body. Oh shoot, I see the glitches. The internet, I don't even know why the internet's being this way. Is it because I have Hack and Plan? Because I have Discord? Because I have Discord open? Who's doing this? Who's connecting to the internet? Who's on my AT&T Wi-Fi? It's not really Wi-Fi, but it's like cellular data. It's a cell phone tower that it connects to. And for whatever reason, the upload and download speeds seem tied together by the ISP. So if the download speeds go up, we get in trouble. I don't think we're connected anywhere else in the house. I can go double check. But usually it only wavers if I like pull up YouTube or something. Alright, let me see if I can go fix this. Whoops. I'm just gonna go check, see if it's being connected anywhere else in the house. So even though we have some weird body part situations here. Yeah, we're playing a little music for a second. Let me just throw up a BRB. And I'm just gonna go make sure we're not connected anywhere else in the house, so we can fix this internet and keep problem solving. Be right back. I don't really know what the deal is. Alien holding the BRB sign, yes. Very good, Alien. He's good for many things, including holding BRB signs. So I don't know what's going on. We're not connected anywhere else in the house. So it could just be that we're having a first wobble that's unrelated to anything other than the cell phone towers just being goofy. I don't know how it was when I was gone, but it seems to be stable. It needs to be plus or minus 1,000, around 9,000. 9,000 plus or minus 1,000. It seems okay right now. So we're gonna just assume it's better. This music, by the way, is by Freaker, aka 2 Scoops 2, who made the intro and outro music as well. It's our BRB music. Okay. So seems better for now. We're just gonna be okay with that. We're just gonna say good. No worries. So there is deleting the mesh, parts of the mesh. I'm gonna keep trying to puzzle out what's happening here, because I feel like that's like, because we still see these bones like not being offset as we had done. So like, why aren't they offset anymore? What happened with that? Like, that seems odd. It seems very odd. Like, if I were to just get rid of, so this is arm left. These are all the keyframes for arm left. If I were to just burn these all down, just yank them out of here. Why is the animation still playing normally? I got rid of the keyframes. What are you talking about? There's no keyframes. How can you say that? What? Oh, we're not animating the... Okay. Alright. Alright, I feel silly. I feel silly. We're not animating the shoulder. As my 2 cents pointed out earlier, we are not animating the shoulder. So no, it's not going to have anything happening. I'm animating it down here. So this would be if we want to look at the bones and seeing the property changing. There they are. Now they're changing. The position is still at X. It's still at X. Really, that shouldn't be going anywhere. Now, I do wonder if it has to do with that. Now I'm thinking maybe it does have to do with the armature position. So the armature position down here. Yeah, that just kind of is handling the bouncing. So that's down there. And then rotation. So why does the rest pose? I wonder if those changes we made are only in the T pose, but the changes aren't. No, that doesn't make sense. Like if I come back to Blender and yeah, I don't think that actually makes sense. All that's doing is just waggles the arm a little bit. Well, maybe we do what my 2 cents said. I mean, if there's no other explanation, you know, I guess we're getting a little less length on the arms. Because aren't they sticking out differently? I'm so confused as to what's really happening here. Because they would have to be in different places than earlier, right? If those meshes are now in the middle, that has to be that the arms went in. Not just that something grew out. So we're kind of modifying the length of them a little bit. I have to go in 10 minutes. I left the manual health to size dictionary declaration in the Discord in case I won't be here when you eventually get around to doing it. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I probably will try to do that, actually. Thank you, my 2 cents. I appreciate it. 10 minutes. Dang. Okay. Let me see if I can jam this out in less than 10 minutes. Just in case your help is needed. And if it's not needed, and if you're not here, and it's okay. Okay, so we're gonna try this. I'm gonna try changing the mesh. And I don't even know how to do it because I can't even see. It just like doesn't make sense. It makes so little sense. So I'm gonna have to guess how far to modify this. I don't like this solution at all because it's supposed to also be blended. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I mean, imagine I don't use this. Okay, so much for jamming it out. I'm just like a little amazed at this. What if I create a new animation? It's already got those arms in those positions. It's not like that in Blender. That's kind of the weirdest thing, is that it's not like that in Blender. And so something is happening between Blender and Godot that's moving them inward. Right. Is that what you suggested? Makes no sense. Okay. Yeah. It's almost like Godot can't handle that the bones aren't connected somehow. For some reason. But then in theory, if we reconnect them, it would like resolve it. So to me, in my opinion, despite Albeska's awesome suggestion, I don't think Godot is cooperating with this suggestion. So to me, and maybe it's a mistake, to me, it's going to make more sense to just move the position as part of that tween. Not only shrink the size of the limbs, but also start to push it out horizontally. You can put a bone in the middle, like with the legs. Interesting. Okay, I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued by that. Let's try that. I like that idea. Alright, Godot, you want a bone? I'll give you a bone. Albeska's got a solution. What you gonna do about that? So then this could be the shoulder, or whatever. Okay, now I gotta remember how to create bones. Oh, that was easy. But that's going the wrong way. So we wanna extrude from here. And then somehow I have to connect it. Is creating bones gonna cause problems? I'm scared about this. I'm a little afraid of this. There is like a way to snap them onto each other. It's a little out of my wheelhouse. But like maybe they'll just know to connect. And maybe we have to like redo like the weights and stuff. It scares me a little bit. Right, because so this would have to be a child of that. So I'd have to like adjust the hierarchy. Extrude the bone and then select it as parent of the shoulder. Select this. Oh, so extrude it not from the center, the spine, but extrude it from the arm? Or can I do it this way and then make parent, keep offset? Maybe I didn't want to keep the offset. Connected. Oh, there it goes. Hey, let's go. Dope. Okay. Good things here. Good things. And then extrude from here into that. Select this into that. Control P. Connect it. Bam. Done. All right. And then that's it. I guess I'll name them. This is shoulder right. This is shoulder left. This is not shoulder left. I don't know what this is. What is this? This is shoulder left. Shoulder left. Okay, shoulder right and shoulder left. Let's go. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna save that and everything's fine. And let's see what happens in Godot. What's gonna happen in Godot? Will it crash? Will it not crash? In the meantime... Oh! Oh! Well, this will be interesting. Oh God, kill it! Somebody freaking kill it! Oh no! Oh no, it's a Resident Evil enemy at this point. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. You poor thing. It's so messed up looking. Okay. An abomination, yes. Exactly. So my guess, looking at the animation player, it has created a bunch of new tracks. Hi, that alien looks horrifying. Yes, sure does. Welcome, Pierogi-gon. Welcome, Pierogi-gon. I hope you know that you're welcome here. You're a member of this channel, and you're a patron. I appreciate that, Pierogi-gon. Hope you're doing real good. Pierogi-gon is here, not gone at all, but here, Pierogi-gon. Pierogi, can you get a song? Welcome! And also, I'm sorry. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah. So this has been an interesting journey all over the place. What I'm trying to do is shrink limbs, and I was going into Blender to make some changes to how the limbs shrink into the body. And we tried a couple different things, like removing a connection between the arms and the spine. That kind of didn't work right. And then we tried connecting a new bone from the spine to the arms. And this happened. It seems to have unkeyframed quite a lot. Actually, here, it didn't even unkeyframe anything. They just aren't working the same. Time to pivot to making a horror game. Easy fix. Easy fix. I mean, I would even say it's worse than the animation getting messed up. It seems very confused. Like, extremely confused. Like, suppose I'm just gonna burn these animations to the ground, which maybe I'll regret that. We're gonna have to use that GitHub commit. I'm just gonna kill all the animations, which is gonna break so many things. Get rid of the reset, get rid of the run. I know this is such a strange choice. No animations that exist here. That's what it looks like. Kai is here. We got another member in the house. I gotta sing a song to you because you are a member. Kai, hi to Kai. Hope you're doing great, Kai. Welcome to the stream. You support Hyper Game Dev, and I appreciate that from you. I hope that you are enjoying your day, Kai. Kai, are you having a good day? You don't have to answer that because you're a member. You do whatever you want. Yeah. All right, that's what we do. That's what we do. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. GitHub's looking nice right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is so to me the unfortunate solution is that when we shrink the limbs, I also need to move them. I think it's going to be the easiest to avoid them getting sucked into the body. Because this ain't gonna work. I think we go into rest. It's like, oh yeah, I'm fine. What do you mean? There's nothing weird here. Huh, I'm in rest. I have a lot of questions. Oh, I broke the cursor again. Okay, so we're definitely going to close Godot. Godot, I will say, Godot and animating don't go well together. I think Godot has interesting animation tools, especially for other things than what we're trying to animate. But this whole process of like changing bones, animating, things get really, really weird. So we're gonna do a revert. Hey, I'm glad I made this other alien file. We might be able to just, so I'm going to close Blender here. And let's just straight up do the GitHub push. So I'm going to say, try to change bones in alien to shrink better. Undoing some bone changes. Try to shrink bones, or try to change bone composition to allow arms to shrink better without getting sucked into the body. Changes were via Blender, but it went quite badly, so I'm reverting. Okay. Regardless, Albaska's suggestions make perfect sense, and the problem is that between Godot and Blender, something super weird happens. So we're just going to revert that immediately. Alright, very well, you're welcome. You finally managed your mind to rearrange your setup. Ooh, interesting. You mean like your computer setup? You can finally use your... You appreciate the song? Let's go. You can use your electric adjustable desk with your main monitor and graphic monitor. Nice. Yo, my partner has a setup like that where they can like do like a standing desk or a sitting desk. That's nice. That sounds like a nice setup. Yeah. All right. Are you standing right now? Might as well. You can. Just cycle it. Right? You don't want to stand too much. Don't stand too much. All right, do whatever you want. You are standing. Hello. Now we're both standing. High five. Kapow. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I said what I said, even though it doesn't make sense. It's a nice setup. Yeah, my partner's has like buttons on it, and you press it and it can go like higher or lower. I'm jealous. You deserve it though. Not my jealousy. All right. GitHub. So here's why I was doing all that. Was because as it gets smaller, you can see it's actually getting into the body hair. So I think the easiest solution, even if the others that Albeska suggested should work. We did high five. We high fived. Let's go. Yeah, progress for sure. And I'm thinking in addition to the shrinkage, we just push it out. I think that that's going to be the easiest, apparently. Despite the other ideas making sense. Godot's not having it. Which is concerning. Because it means like whatever you make for your models, you better keep it that way. You better keep them that way. That's concerning. But here we are. Now, my 2 cents... Ooh, I see that the... I don't know what's going on. So it must be the cell phone towers. This is unfortunate. I switched to this other internet particularly because the internet would wobble sometimes on the old internet. But now we're getting a few wobbles. We're getting a few wobbles on the AT&T too. It's cell phone towers, so sometimes it might wobble. But ideally, it like doesn't. Here's the logic that my 2 cents has set up for us. And what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to define specific sizes that we're going to interpolate to as damage goes up or down. So here would be if we have 4 HP, vector 3 would be set to 111. Isn't it my 1 cent? Not my 2 cent? Actually, on Discord, they're my 1 cent. Over here, they're on my 2 cents. So, it's both? It's both? I guess between Discord and YouTube, there's like a 1 cent toll or tax. And so it has to drop down. Which makes, well, it's something. And so then if there's 3 damage, it would be this, 2 damage this, 1 damage that. Now I kind of need to add in position information too. Then it would, for the get tree, we would just put in those values. No wonder Discord is more expensive. It is, apparently. Evidently. I would almost think it's the other way around, but maybe YouTube can afford to not charge us. Or maybe YouTube gives us a cent. My 2 cent gained a cent from YouTube. It's hard to say. YouTube could just be more generous. So, with our tween method, where it sets the bone scale, we want to add an HP scale dictionary, current health +1. We do +1? That's the from. I see. And then the 2. And then 2 is the duration. Gotcha. I see. Discord sub is 2 times more expensive than YouTube sub, for example. Okay, so it is the other way around. Damn. Jeez, Discord. Really? Nitro is more expensive than YouTube Premium? That's pretty brutal. It's just Nitro. What the hell you get from Nitro? Like a little bit. You get some things from Nitro. YouTube Premium, you don't get any ads anymore. That's huge. So this is kind of what I need to implement. I guess it is more expensive because I think I pay $100 a year for Nitro on Discord. And it's only like relatively $15 a month on YouTube. Wait, but that's more. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And then it will just know to change them. How will it? Oh, because it adds 1. I see. So it adds 1. But how will it know to do that? I don't remember dictionaries. I never had to use them. It seems useful. It allows you to download bigger files since you could download any video on YouTube, right? Weird. Yeah, you can download any video on YouTube. The like conflict between YouTube and Discord is really weird. Like, for example, they won't let you watch YouTube together on Discord for longer than, like, I don't know, 30 minutes at a time plus however many people are there or something. Something weird like that. And that's just a limitation that YouTube puts on Discord. So that way people actually go to YouTube instead of watching YouTube from Discord. They have like a little weird rivalry. But yeah, so this dictionary, in theory, would help me define certain values. Because right now, the way that it's going together is... Here. So we have the bone in the arm shrinking by 0.25 of the current health. So we multiply the current health by 0.25, and then that's what the vector 3 values shrink to from the current health plus whatever the limb damage amount is, so that way we can get the value that it's coming from. But the problem with this is that, well, the first problem that I have with it is that it's not that noticeable. So, like, this is with 1 HP down, and I feel like it's kind of hard to tell. The whole point is that we can actually see how many hit points are left by looking at the limbs, kind of generally. And to me, they look pretty much the same. So I want to define a more specific value that's not necessarily formula-based about what this size should be. It's not too bad once we start getting down to 2 HP. This is much more noticeable to me. And then if I hit it again, now we start seeing that problem where it's clipping through. So now I need to actually add in a new tween vector that addresses the position as well. So that's something to think about. So, if I wanted to implement this dictionary logic that my 2 cents has laid out for us, I'd first want to set up the variable. So let's just slap that in there somewhere. I'm just going to drop it up in the script, globally speaking. Oh, it is just, okay, we just put it up here. This code looks wild. I can't believe this works. I don't know, it just looks so weird. So this is going to add 1 to the current health plus 1. This is the from, so that makes sense. With this one, so how do we change this value? How do we choose between the different dictionary entries, if you will? I guess that's what I don't understand. I know my 2 cents isn't here anymore, probably. But that's kind of where my confusion is how does it know which one it should be? Oh, I see, it's the current health. Oh, I feel silly. Add a new line between, oh, so it'll look better? Right, so the current health is the dictionary entry. Gotcha. Okay, heard. If we add a line, this will just like look better. It's just like, it's just bothering me. That still bothers me. I hate that. Wait, why is this worse? Expected expression for variable. Add a new line between the bracket and the 1. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Nice. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's so much better. Now it looks clean. Wow, chef's kiss. Thank you. Thank you. This I can work with. So if the HP is at 1, this is what it is. If it's at 4, okay, I got it now. So I wanted to say that it's 0.7, 0.8, and 0.9. Beyond that, oh wait, just kidding. We don't want to start there. We want it to end up there. So it's 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. I'm really not fond of the zeros. Maybe that's a me problem. And then this will actually be the same as before. Ideally, you drop the closing bracket to a new line with no indentation, but this looks good enough. Oh. I'll do it. I'll do it. No, I'll do it. I like that. Even better. Even better. Okay. And then we just have to make sure that down here... Dude, this dictionary thing is awesome. I gotta use this more often. This is really easy. It doesn't confuse me at all. HP scale, dictionary, and then +1. Perfection! It's so perfect. Right, and then we don't even have to say vector 3. It's just in this list. Cool. This is actually a very nice setup. I like this a lot. Thanks, my 2 cents, the ghost of my 2 cents. This will work nicely. I'm pretty sure. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh! NVIDIA Index 5. What? Why would it be 5? Oh, because it starts at 4. And it's adding 1 onto 4. And there is no index for 5. Okay, fine. Make an index for 5. It's the same thing. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. pretty silly. Oh wait, there's still something wrong. Expected a closing bracket. There is a closing bracket. What's you talking about? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong now? Oh, there's no comma. Okay, there we go. Oh, I did a very oh, I spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong. You know, just like silly things. Things that are easy to fix. Is that shrinking? It does appear to be shrinking. Wait. I think we need to actually say... I think these are in... Something is not right here. You change the first parameter to current health and the second to current health -1 instead of adding a fifth entry in the dictionary. Otherwise, the first step does nothing. Also, this isn't taking into consideration the limb damage amount. Which might be a problem. So right now... Oh no, I guess it doesn't matter, because it's just getting from the current health. Okay, hold on. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, that looks pretty good, actually. Oh, that looks pretty good. That's so short. That's like so short. I mean, it's, first of all, it's like inside of the body, which we need to fix that. But it's also so short to like not even be worth keeping. Current health is updating. Okay, that's a good question. Let's see if I can answer that well. Let's see if I can answer that sufficiently. So, when a collision is detected, this signal calls this one, damage detected function. Whenever a collision happens, it calls damage detected. So damage detected will report the collided body part, and it'll check to see if the collided body part is indeed the node that it is. That is a new thing, Psychonic. I added it in recently. That's a new thing. Yeah, I kind of like it. It just seems to make more sense that you wouldn't just, like, clip through a tree. So if it sees that the collided body part is itself, this just makes the timer flash happen. It's going to check to see if the current health is greater than 0. This code doesn't really work, but in theory, if it did, it would do full damage. We can skip that. So if what's collided is itself, and the current health is greater than 0, the amount of damage isn't none, the current health is equal to it subtracted from the limb damage amount. So it's right here. This is where we subtract the health. So every time the collision happens, it calls a function that checks to see if we don't have 0 health, and then it subtracts the health. Now, in that same function, we call this damage HP function. The damage HP function, poorly named, I will admit. The damage HP function is what fires the tween that shrinks the body. So I'm actually going to rename that right now. You dig the green vignette on Freeze? Very slick. Thanks. Yeah, that was me taking some inspiration from Star Fox, actually, which they don't have a vignette. I think Stormrun Gaming actually suggested it be like a gradient. But, yeah, so basically whenever you hit a limb, it flashes the screen like that. And part of the reason why I did a vignette was because I wanted there to be a difference between mortal damage and limb damage. If limbs get damaged, it's not really a big deal, other than you lose some ability in your arms and your legs. But if the head gets damaged, you're one step closer to death. So if I hit the head, there's actually a red blur that happens in the center. And so I had the vignette so that way we could have a different signifier in the middle that isn't directly connected to color. Because I didn't want it to just be like red or green. In Star Fox, it's just colors. In Star Fox, if you hit your body, you do a lot of damage. In Star Fox, if you hit your wings, it's not actually hurting your health, so it's not mortal damage. So that's why I took the inspiration from that. And then here you can just see more specifically what those do. So there's the limb damage. There's the head damage. So it's got some things in the center. So this way, they kind of overlap each other, and you can see them both happening. And they can also happen separately, in theory. I'm working on empathy damage, too. I haven't actually done anything with it. But in theory, this would be blue for empathy damage. I don't know what the shape is going to be. I'll have to work on that. Maybe it'll be like something else on top. Maybe like some stripes. I don't know. Anyway. That's why health is still at 4 when the limb shrinks. Right. This kind of thing can really trip my brain up a lot. So we have 4 here. If I run into this, that goes down to 3, and it is shrinking. But, like, the health on here is different than what this is reading, I guess. I gotta say, I have some concerns about just how tiny it gets. It really gets so tiny. Like, it almost doesn't make sense anymore. Like, what are you gonna do with a limb that small? What's the advantage of even having that limb in this game? Seriously, like, I mean, the point of the limbs at different sizes is supposed to be, I guess it doesn't really matter. You know what? It's fine, because the limbs are gonna be stretchy. They'll just be less stretchy. And again, it's just a visual indicator. No, it's fine. I don't have a problem with that anymore. Okay, but I did run into an error because there was no 0. And I actually do want it to blend into 0. That would be nice. Because right now, the mesh just hides. So I'm going to actually comment out this hiding and showing the limb, which is kind of old news now. That made sense before, but now it doesn't really make sense to hide and show the limb mesh, because we can shrink it down into nothingness, and that'll look better. Mesh show, mesh hide. There should be another. Oh, I guess not. Okay. The function that animates the shrink gets called before you update the health. Oh, though it's in the same frame. So visually, you can't tell. Gotcha. I guess I could fix that. You could set the scale to 0 instead by adding a new dictionary element. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm about to do. You know it. I got to. Do I have to put it here? I guess it doesn't matter. I could probably put them in any order I want. 0, 0.0, 0, 0.0, 0.0, comma, after the parenthesis. Nice. And so now it should actually shrink into oblivion. Probably going to be best viewed on the head since that one isn't clipping into the body. Oh! -1? Don't go down that far. Don't go down to -1. Oh, is that because of the subtraction thing? Because I think the +1 was supposed to be so that way... I don't even know anymore. I mean, I guess I could just... Why is it... Wait, I'm confused. I'm very confused. Can I print what the dictionary is currently at? I don't know how to do that. I guess I could just say HP scale dictionary. Just print that. Print HP scale dictionary. Like, what's it doing going to the -1? Is there anything stopping the tween happening when health is already 0? No. There is not. Whoa. It's printing a lot. On current health equals 0, you shouldn't call damage HP. Oh, okay. I can do that. I can do that. Easy. Oh, dude, that's so easy. I can do that. So easy. So easy. Bam. Done. Fixed. Does that fix it? Seems so obvious now that you say it. Nice. So you have 1 HP left on the head. I want to see it shrink to nothingness. Yes. The game restarts before it gets there. But perfect. Pretty much perfect. I kind of would like to see it go down. I kind of want it to shrink slower. I think we have it 2 seconds. I think 1.25 is sort of what we've actually accounted for in the game restarting. So let me adjust that from 2 to 1.25. I also should probably not magic number that. Yeah, super nice. Thank you, guys. These are like the kind of things, I don't know, maybe I would figure out, but it would take me 25, 30 minutes longer to figure it out. I did make these broken, these dead trees not collidable, just so we could have something to hurt the head for now. The head proportions look wild. We gotta fix those head proportions. I do have some concerns about the proportions, because while it looks good for the arm when it's 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, on the head, it's like fundamentally, like the head I actually want to be equal. So I actually kind of need to have it check whether it's the head or the arms. I feel like that'd be pretty easy though, because all I have to do, I already have a separate check for the head versus the limbs. And so I would just make a new function that only applies to the head, and then we should be fine. I feel like that's what we do. I guess while you're at it, you could move damage HP at the end of the if condition regarding what Albasco is saying, if I understood correctly. Wait, right, would that actually matter, like order of operation wise? Yes, Frank, we are deep in Alienville. Welcome, Frank. It would actually fire after it? Alright. Then yeah, let's do that. Let's put it down here. You should have different dictionaries for the different body parts. Even if I don't need it. I mean, maybe I will. I might want different for different ones, but I should do it for the head, for sure. So then what I can do is rename this to damage limbs, or rather, limb shape change. That's what I'm going to call it. kind of want to call it shape change limb, though. I'm not saying I need to, but I kind of want to. Shape change limbs. And then rename this function to shape change limbs. And then make a new function, shape change head. And then we just change the dictionary. So instead of HP scale dictionary, we want to say, oh, maybe scale. Well, I'm going to say, yeah, this is scale. Limbs scale dictionary. I mean, to me, I'd rather lead with dictionary. And then say scale, and then say limbs. But that's just my preference. And then I guess I'd want to say variable, dictionary, scale, head. That's a dictionary. Honestly, I feel like this one, I kind of want this to be proportionate. So I feel like I could just use a formula and not do a dictionary at all. I really don't know if it's causing any issues. I just saw Elbeska saying the tween happens before the health happens. Well, it's there now. So I need to rename this. Dictionary, scale, limbs. Dictionary, scale, limbs. And I'm kind of thinking we just go back to the formula for this one. Now I just got to remember what the formula was. Actually, I might be able to find it in GitHub, now that I think about it. Yeah, there it is. Love you, GitHub. I love you. When I don't hate you. And so here, we were doing current health plus limb damage amount in case the limb damage was different. And I think it makes more sense to update the health and then apply the other effects. It does seem logically to make sense. You know, and if it's not causing any problems to do otherwise, it's probably still good to just do it anyway as a safety, good habit, might matter later situation. And I just think it's interesting that we're not accounting for this anymore in this one. And I just wonder why. Yeah. So here we're doing variable shrink 2, current health times 0.25. Honestly, this is all fine. We just leave this all the same. We don't got to change this at all. And then we just say that that function gets called shape change head. Because there's a separate condition here. If collided body part is head, then it does separate damage. In verse code, if you press F2, you can rename a variable everywhere it's mentioned. I wonder if Godot is something similar. The closest that I've found is doing search and replace, and you can replace in files. So I actually did this the other day, and it worked pretty well. It took a little effort, but, you know, it would show me. So if I have, like, you know, something. Well, what I was doing before was I was changing everything that was named body to head. So, like, head is damaged. This all used to say body is damaged, body is damaged. So I just came through here and I just had to like replace it all one by one. But not really, because I would just say, okay, find all the instance of head is damaged. So replacing files, head is damaged, and then like replace it with this, and then that would do it. And it'll show you all the locations, so I can even like double check to make sure this is like where I want that. You have to update the tween parameters, though. Now the function should tween between current health +1 and current health. Function gets called. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, the replace thing is really useful. And it's helps, like, finding in files is really awesome in general for just, like, finding stuff. Shout out to Pierogigon for helping me find that one. Super helpful tool. Because it'll search your entire project. Update the tween parameters. Let me add this in here. That's right. That's right. That's right. We got that pierogi emoji. Imagine your name is an emoji. If current health is less than, we don't care about that. Current health is greater than or equal to 0. Oh, so the head damage is actually a little different. So we gotta say if we kind of need to create. Oh, there's some more head stuff here. Wait, why do we have other head stuff up here? Oh, and this is not the head. I see. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. So I would want to copy this underneath if it's the head. We already have this accounted for, so we don't have to do that. If the current health is greater than 0, then we want to call damage, or rather, oh, I forgot what I called it. What I call it? Head shape change head. Shape change head. Okay, so we call that, and then you have to update the tween parameters. Now the function should tween between current health +1 and current health. It should tween between current health +1 and current health. I'm not sure I understand. I don't understand. Oh, you're saying this has to go back up here? I think I understand. So we're like, whoops, sorry, you didn't say that. So this right here, I think that's what you're saying. For the limbs. That might be what you're saying. Oh yeah, it looks good. And then the head. Now it shrinks proportionately. Let's go. It looks fantastic. No problems. Excellent. We got our teeny tiny arms. Until it shrinks into nothingness. Why though? Did the dictionary change? I know, I'm a little confused. Everything is fantastic. I think because of the order that we put it in, since you had us, or you suggested that I move the damage update to be underneath, I think that's why we have to change it again. I think. Because we no longer needed to prepare for the fact that it doesn't yet know that the damage has changed, right? Okay. So now I need to figure out so many good things. Like, we're so close to this being sorted. Because now the health gets updated before the animation is called. So now what I need to do, because we don't have the positions right. I need to actually adjust the position of the arms. I mean, the legs honestly seem fine. Especially because they have more space to sink inward, and it doesn't cause a lot of problems. But let me just double check here. I mean, I kind of would like them not to sink inward, honestly. It would be nice if they did neither. And of course, I don't want the head to do that. Although the head does kind of drift away from the body a little bit. They do kind of get sunk in there, which isn't the worst, right? Because we could just have the character like get shorter, and they're just like much slower at that point. The collisions, by the way, don't change size. I don't know if you've noticed that. So there's this actually has a lot of implications. So that's real. So for example, these legs, let's make them way shorter. These legs are floating in the air, right? But even if they were, I mean, I'll show you this way. Let's just put the collision debugs so you can see. The collisions with stuff aren't actually changing. So there you can see the collision shapes. And they aren't actually changing here. So you run into a house. So that's something someday, probably next week, I'll have to deal with. Which is fine. It's part of what this game demands. So we gotta adjust the collisions as well as everything else. So that's gonna be, there's a lot of interesting stuff to do here. Albeska, thank you so much for helping. I gotta give you a better credit too. It's 2 a.m. I better go to bed. See you next time. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping in. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you. And yeah, good night. Let me make sure it is credit. Oh, we closed Hack and Plan. I'm not saying Hack and Plan sometimes messes up my internet. I'm not saying it does. But it might be worth closing once in a while. So now I've actually got a different place for my credits. I don't like it as much, except for it makes everything easier. Hyper Game Dev is pretty hype. Hyper Game Dev! Hype, 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 hype. Was that hype enough for you? You're hyped, Frank. I'm always hyped when you're here. You're one of my favorite hypes. By the way, you're listed as a mod in the Discord. You must have been a mod on Twitch. There's really no reason for you not to be a mod here. By the way, I'm just saying, like, you were a mod on Twitch. Why are you not a mod here? Like, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Much love right back to you. So, Albeska. See, I don't have to look anymore. I can just search. And then I can say, what are we calling it? Limb damage tweens? Limb damage tweens. LDT. You remember that? And now it says you remember. So this is some bug. Because some of you mods, some of the mods might remember that previously, if you were a mod and a member, it wouldn't show your membership banner for some reason. So here's Brogion. Brogion now has the membership banner and the mod wrench up there. And so it seemed like they fixed it. It seemed like they fixed it. It seemed like they fixed it. But now, someone who's a mod, but not a member, gets the membership plaque. So I don't really understand what's going on there. Maybe I need to like turn off and on a setting and maybe it'll go back to normal. So Frank is not actually a member, but Frank is absolutely a mod. Suddenly a mod. Yeah, Frank was a mod over there on Twitch, and I realized there's no reason not to have Frank be a mod. on YouTube. I trust Frank so much. I trust Frank so much. Frank's been riding with Hyper Game Dev for a long time. Okay. So, next step is to adjust the position. Frank equals W. I agree. I agree. It's a membership of how awesome Hyper Game Dev is. You're a member of... You're a different kind of member. A different kind of member. I like that. So, I think what I would want to do... First of all, I need to make sure I know what the method is. So I think I need to create a new function, right? Function setBone position. And we need to make sure we put a parameter in here, position, for a reason I still don't fully understand. Dragonblade and My Two Cents tried to explain it to me. That tween method is looking for a parameter. It's looking for one parameter. But setBone pose scale and probably position as well are calling with two parameters. And so we had to create our own thing to make it only one parameter, so that way tween method would work properly. Like, I guess I kind of get it, but it still kind of confuses me. But that's what we have to do to make that work. So I would think with a shape change, I could just add another tween in here. I need to also make sure this is actually what it's called, setBone pose scale, because I'm not actually sure. SetBone pose position. Indeed it is. And it's the same. It behaves exactly the same. This was quite an amazing journey, finding out how this works. Dragonblade and My Two Cents are real ones. So we want to say setBone position, because we're calling the function as if it were the method that we're tweening. Journeylicious alien. I like that. Journeylicious. The alien is definitely taking me on a lot of journeys. This alien has taught me so much. Thank you, alien. Thank you for teaching me everything you've taught me. I don't think I really want to use a dictionary here. I feel like I'd rather just do it this way, now that I think about it. Because I only need to change one of these. I don't need to change many of them. The alien says thumbs up. I only got to change one thing here. And for the arms, this is going to be tough. Okay, this is actually going to be tough. Because this would be any limb. This would change the position of any limb. Obviously, the arm on the left side and the leg on the left side are going to move differently than the arm and the leg on the right side. So I actually need to create yet another function and another condition. This is getting a little messy. I'm gonna do it though. So I actually have to say, so tough. I have to say shape or position. No, it's still shape change. Shape change limbs right. I'm gonna change this to limbs all or any. It's just like a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Shape change limbs any. And then we'll say shape change limbs are. And then I'll want function shape change limbs left. And in here, I want to drop this. change this to position. And we're not really shrinking, we're moving to move from. And I'm gonna want to keep this, I guess, pretty default here. Is my internet behaving? Is it behaving? Is it because I have Hack and Plan open? Is it because I have Hack and Plan open? I'm just gonna close Hack and Plan. I'm gonna leave Discord open. Just as a test. I guess it's just the X that I need. So this, I will say shrink from. These we can just keep at their default, which is probably, oh gosh, I don't even know. Isn't there a way to just say, can we just say like Y? Won't that just do what it is by default? If we say like position Y. Is that how that works? Position Z. And then it will just do what it already is. I might need to be more specific. But maybe not. And then I don't really want it to be, I don't need to do any of this. We can really just set, well, I might want it to scale. I'm not really sure how much I want it to scale yet. If it's on the right side, I think I want it to increase, not decrease. This is a little messy. I'm also afraid of moving bones around. Like this feels feels potentially risky. Oh, it's not X, it's Y that I need to move. Oh, but the bones will be nice because then it will stretch if we move it. So that'll actually be good if we do a bone. So it's the Y-axis I want to move. Interestingly, it's not sitting at 0. Which I'm a little surprised about. Shouldn't it, though? That's not part of the animation, right? That isn't at 0? Now I gotta check. Dude, these bones are in all kinds of positions. What? Why? Why are they in weird... I see that I'm blocking it. I apologize. Why aren't they at 0? Oh god, now I can't undo it. Oh shoot. Uh-oh. What have I done? Undo, damn you! Undo, Control Z! Oh man. Alright, okay. It's fine. The only things we changed were in the script. Ah, shoot. Dang it. So I guess what I could do, like if I go to come over here. I don't think I've done much of anything. I think as long as I copy this, we can revert the commit and be safe. I don't remember what this was at. I don't know why I should have to change it anyway. Why is it something else? Why does it need a special position? I mean, if I remember correctly, it was at 1.077, which I kind of actually honestly remember that that's what it was at. But that looks kind of weird. Why? Why is it at a position? Oh, it's not gonna run because I'm having an issue. Oh, look, the internet's still wobbling. Let me close Discord as well. No browser open. It could be too if I leave a browser window open, it gets goofy. There's some weird stuff going on over here. So I guess we just need to look Oh, and look, they have similar ones too. But they're a little different. The values are just a little different. This one's at negative 0.0.45. What the flip? I hate this. So many weird things going on here. All right. It is what it is. What the flip? Joe Ryan to Goat says that. Dude, I totally got this from Joe Ryan. I 100% got what the flip from Joe Ryan. Guilty. Guilty. Absolutely. I readily admit that that's true. There's some weird things too. Like this, the pelvis is animated just a little bit on one side, but not on the other. That's why Joe Ryan is goated. Well, see, that's why Joe Ryan is goated. Right? That's why Joe Ryan is goated. Joe Ryan, by the way, is a streamer on Twitch. Also has a YouTube channel. Plays games. We knew each other in the Dreams days when I used to make games on Dreams, which was a game where you make games. That's how we all know each other. So that's who Joe Ryan is. It's just Joe Ryan. It's just Joe Ryan. Okay. So now at least these are both the same. And I need to define those defaults. We've got a lot of hard-coded numbers here that I'm going to want to fix at some point, by the way. But that means that the initial... There's some issues with this. I feel like this is going to be tricky. Because the move, or the shrink, was a lot easier. Because the shrink, they were all one. And that was certain. The positions are just not quite as correct. And also, the arms and the legs are going to have different values. So I need to have a separate one for the legs versus the arms. I mean, this is kind of a pain. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, but dang, it's kind of a pain. Because for the legs, if I move them on, we got alien arms and legs. That's absolutely correct. That's exactly correct. We got aliens, arms, and legs. Oh, the cell phone tower is wobbling today. It's wobbling. What else can I say? Gotta be careful. So far it looks fine, but it doesn't inspire confidence. Okay, it is X, which reassures me tremendously. Exactly, Frank. It reassures me tremendously if they're both. And then we come to the arms. Please tell me it's X. Okay, it's X. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, that would be pretty obnoxious if it wasn't. Oh, and these have weird position values too. And what if I put these at 0? It looks weird. Can I put this at 0 at least? Yeah. Okay, so it is all X. So I don't need separate ones for the arms and legs. Unless it turns out that one are moving more than the other. But let's just hope that that's not the case. So we are not... This is shrinking, yes. That's correct. We want to move the X position. We want to leave the others alone in theory, assuming this is what this actually does. I could be wrong about what that does. We want to move to the current health times 0.25. Probably going to need to change that. Almost certainly going to need to change that because that's going to be way too much. It's going to move so much further than we could ever want. So much further than we could. This is going to be obnoxious because this is going to be like way too big a number. Right, so if the current health is 3, and we multiply that by 0.25, that's going to be 0.75. That would be at 3 HP. So if I were to move the arm to 0.75, so first of all, that needs to be negative 0.75, of course. That's going to be way out there. So it really needs to be something much more subtle. Negative 0.1, maybe? So we could do that. We could do... I think this was at 0. Well, I don't know if that'll work. Because we want it to move less. We want it to be inverse. Which is going to be a little tricky. So I feel like we should use a dictionary. I feel like we should use a dictionary, actually. I think dictionary is the right way to go. But if I want them to be the same as what they already are, can I like put position Y? I guess I could. All right, we do want a dictionary. We do want a dictionary. Back to the dictionary. That works for the head, because the head's got proportionality. For these, we do want a dictionary. Paste that in. And this time we'd want to say dictionary position limbs right. Dictionary position limbs left. And we'll have to do different values there for those. And we want to set bone position. Move the same thing in here. And this time we want to... oh, my bad. This is both right. This one is left. These are left. So then we have to create those dictionaries. Dictionary position limbs right. It's going to be a little trickier. So I would want... do we still need a 5? I guess we still need a 5. Position X. We don't want it to change at all, right? Like whatever the defaults are supposed to be. Assuming, I still am not really sure that this is what this does. So, I hope it is. I hope it is what it does. I think that's what that does. I'm pretty sure that's what that does. And then, this is the same thing. We're just repeating it. Position X. Position Y. Maybe it does. There's a chance. There's a chance. I can only guess. I probably could not guess, but that'd be too easy. So at first, I only want to move it a little bit. I don't even know how much. We want to say negative point, I don't know, 0.5. Just guessing. More guessing. position Z. So much guessing. And then for this one, I might want to say a little more. Position Y. Position Z. I probably could have done multiple cursors and saved myself a little time. Could probably still do it. I could probably still do it. Before I'm done here. Because if I make multiple cursors, it might save me just a teensy weensy of time. At least that much. Make this position Y, position Y, position Z. That did save me a lot of time. I liked that a lot better. This one needs to be -0.1. And this one actually would be position X. Okay. Oof. Hey, Neil, welcome back. Hope you are doing good. Let's create the next dictionary. You are! You're back! This will be L. Same thing, except I don't want it to be negative. Okay. We need to rename these. Wait. Oops. I was renaming things I don't need to rename before. Ooh, we're making mistakes. We'll fix them. Okay. There's no way this works. This isn't gonna work. I've forgotten something. First of all, I don't think I'm calling these functions. We're not defining what limbs have this applied to them or not. So I need to do that first. So we have to say, we have to look at where it's calling it anyway. I don't know. I don't know. Some. I love those YouTube emojis. Here's where shape change head is happening. But what about, okay, there's shape change limbs any. So I guess I'd want to do it here and say if is part I'm not really sure how to do a list of things. If is part, body part, is parts. Maybe I could just do like a comma. Is parts. We'll start with left, I guess. Can we do a comma? Or maybe we could do or? I don't really know. Or body part is parts leg left. Then do the shape change limbs left function. If is part body part is parts arm right or body part is parts leg right. Then shape change limbs right. No idea if that's gonna work. Do not know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out something. And even if it does work, is it correct? Let me get rid of these collision shapes. I'm ready for it not to work. I am completely ready for this not to work and to find out what needs to be changed. Oh! Something happens. You're ready to see it work. It's, something. I think you need the is part set to part after the or again. Did I not? Oh. So that's kind of one of the things I get confused about with the or operator. Expected a colon after the if. Is it like a... Oh, I messed up the position. Let's see, or... is part. Interesting. Or is... That helps a lot. Me understand this a little better. The or operator. Alright, good save. I have a feeling we're still going to see some of those problems. But we'll have less problems. Okay. So the arms are going around the side like a jacket you wrap around your waist. Oh! Here's some interesting things happening. Grammatically, is condition equals state 1 or state 2 makes sense, but the computer doesn't. Yeah, okay. The computer doesn't understand it as well as it makes sense to us. Dude, like, what is happening? Yeah, I prefer when a language works grammatically, but I understand that's not how computers work, always, depending on the language. So the arms... So I think, okay, I see what's happening, in part. So on one hand, Alien Clothes Hanger Edition... Oh my gosh, it is looking like a clothes hanger. Well, okay. So a couple things are going wrong here. A couple things are going right. It does know whether to apply it to the left or right side and go in one direction or the other. So that's wonderful. It does know to move the position. That's great. It's basing it on the dictionary. Also great. First of all, it's going too far. It's going much further than I want. And secondly, I think my position placeholder ones that should just keep it what it is by default, they're moving it somewhere else. Because it's like they just... The Y... I don't know about the Z, but the Y position is definitely dropping considerably. Only one time. But the Y position is dropping considerably. It almost gives me inspiration for a cool ability that you could unlock or something. So there's that. But besides that, no thank you. So I need to figure that out differently. Now I could just punch in the values as they are, which I don't really want to do. But I could do that. Because it's going to just really limit the potential in the animation. I mean, I don't even know why they're in different positions to begin with. But maybe something in Blender isn't normalized? I don't know. But this position Y, position Z stuff, ain't it? Now, there's a couple different places I'm doing this. I'm doing this here in the dictionary, but then I'm also doing it... Oh no, that is the only place I'm doing it. Never mind. Okay, so that is the only place we're doing it. So instead of that, the only idea I have is that we just hard code the values as they actually are. Which makes me so uncomfortable. And it just seems like such a bad idea. And I wouldn't even know, how to do that better someday. But like for the leg here, the legs start out at position negative 0.04. That seems unnecessary, right? No, just put them at 0. Just put them at 0. What are we doing? Ugh. I really don't understand why they're at the positions they're at. And then I have to think, me moving it is somehow a mistake. And like the Z, it's so close to 0. Oh, but that moved it so much. Okay, fine. Don't move them. Don't move them. Leave them where they are. That's what you want to do. But it's such a small amount. It's such a small amount. Whatever. So these are at negative 0.04, which kind of illustrates why we're moving them too much, right? So if I'm moving this up to 0.1, if I adjust this to negative 0.1, how are they both negative? That's so weird. If I move this up, I mean, that shouldn't be that much. That shouldn't be that much. That really shouldn't go that far. It's almost like it's doing it more than I'm telling it to do. All right, so we're going to just try putting in the default values. The problem is they're different, right? So on the leg, the Y is 1, so it means I need to make a separate dictionary for each limb, which is what Obeska said I should do. Is make a different dictionary for every limb. I despise that. I absolutely despise it. But okay, I'll do it. I'll make a separate dictionary for each limb. Before I do that, I'm going to go use the loo. Luckily, I've got some music here from Freaker, aka 2Scoops2 on YouTube. Freaker makes the music we do for the intro and the outro. Maybe you can use offsets instead, as in move the limb X amount from its original position. I like that. That I like. This. Okay. I'm gonna meditate on that while I use the loo. Get that image out of your head. And then I'm going to come back and we're gonna sort it out. I'm not going to have... I am not gonna have the character look like that while we're on the break. Alright. Just give me like less than a minute. Less than a minute. There's not that much time. And then we're gonna try that. Alright, be right back. Okay. Let's see what this offset can do. What can this offset do for us? Something, probably. I certainly hope so. So then I have to figure out how to do offsets. Neil is eating a donut. Okay. All right. Donuts scare me. Donuts scare me. I'm just going to keep it real. I'm afraid of donuts. This is something that I don't like telling a lot of people, but donuts really freak me out. It's too much. Donuts are just too much. They're doing too much. They need to chill out. But if you can conquer any concerns about eating donuts, you deserve to enjoy it. It is scary because of sugar. It is. Sugar and, like, processed flour. It scares me because I'm afraid that I'm going to have indigestion of the highest order. Indigestion, blood pressure, chaos. I don't know. It's just, oh, it just terrifies me. Freaks me out, man. Any kind. Every kind. Every single kind of donut equally concerns me. Period. They all do. But that's just me. Okay, so doing an offset. I'm gonna put this, I mean, would I even want to use that? You're eating a glazed donut. At least it's like a simple one. Like, as far as they go, glazed is pretty straightforward. You know, it's not like frosted with sprinkles and a filling and arms and legs. You know, it's just like, it's pretty straightforward. That would scare me less, but still would. It's pretty sugary. Relatively less sugary, though. So I would just ask myself, do I still want to do the dictionary? And if I do, I don't think I necessarily want to do a whole vector 3 with it. Because with the offset, can't we just say like 0 offset? I just have to somehow make it apply to a position. So what if I try it like this? A dictionary, a sugary dictionary. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna do the not unthinkable, but the arguably not as helpful. But you know, I think this is a good situation for it. In Godot, using the latest documentation you have been trained on, how would I change the position of a vector 3 using offset instead of its own position values? We're talking to the robot. We're straight up talking to the robot. Interesting. So we would just define the vector 3 as an offset? That can't be it. Position plus or equals offset. Oh, interesting. So we just add on, so you're saying just like on top of it, add stuff. Oh, that's pretty doable. I guess I still need to know what its position currently is. So how do I fetch the current position of a vector 3, x, y, and z. Was I doing it right with position.x, position.y? Just x, y, pos dot. So that's what I was doing wrong before. I mean, I'm kind of curious to just see if that fixes that. I mean, I feel like it has to be doing something, because otherwise, wouldn't it just give me like an error? But it didn't even do that. But it kept like, it seemed clearly that it wasn't, that it was like readjusting the position somewhere else. I guess I could just say the offset, I see, just like add 0. So I don't need to know the current position, because I can just say only add 0 to it. Then I don't have to think about what. Oh, I screwed it up. You can just do global position plus and then 0, 0. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to. We can use the dictionary still. Global position plus equals vector 3. So I don't even need to change any of this, really. We are deep in the dictionary right now. So I could just say this, these are, we can just default these for now, all to 0. Multiple cursor thing comes in some handy sometimes, but not all the time. But definitely sometimes. It can save some time. Sometimes. So get rid of all this. Oh, I could have done this one. And I'm just going to make them all a bunch of zeros for right now. And then we only need to change one of them. Oh gosh, that's so psychotic. Gosh darn it. Such a good idea. Man, when will I think of these ideas? And I'm not like comparing and despairing, other than to think, what if you weren't here? What if you weren't here? My main worry right now is reversing this, aka regaining HP or respawning limbs. You'd have to do the opposite by subtracting the offset? Sure. Right. So maybe we could multiply the dictionary entry by like -1 or something. It's a good call. Yeah, we still have to set up all the healing ones. So far, we've only set up damage. I haven't actually even set up the healing yet. We haven't even gotten to that point. Man, it's going to be next week. I wish I worked on this game more often during the week. But unfortunately, I don't have time right now. So it's a problem for future leads. Yeah. Yep. Yes. I might want to add it in the hacking plan, honestly, if I really want to, like, help myself. There's actually I haven't done a lot of hacking planning today. Hacking plan, by the way, is the project manager that I use to keep track of as much as I can working on this project. Limbs HP bar, I mean, this kind of got scrapped, honestly. So I'm just going to delete it. Because we're not doing it anymore. Instead, I think I might have added something for it. Improve health bars. I mean, we don't really want to improve them anymore. Find a way to unify shared logic. Implement a hover delay before showing. Oh, we don't need this. This is definitely done. Oh, the hover delay? Yeah, I get that. But we don't really need that anymore. We said we spent 0 time on that? I don't know. What was the other task on there? I mean, maybe we spent 7 hours on it. 6 hours on it. Limb shrink based on HP. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to add one on here. Healing. Multiply offset by -1. There's so many things that this is missing. Set up offset positions in tween functions. Okay, there's a lot missing from all this. I estimated 13 hours. Dude, this has got to increase. This has got to significantly increase. I mean, technically, I've spent almost 16 hours now on it. So, and there's going to be more. So I would just guess I'm going to do a solid 24 hours. And I'm going to say we've done 8 yesterday. What was that? 117.24. Shape key shenanigans. Okay, so at least I've got that marked down somewhere. So we can maybe ever remember. Healing multiply offset by -1. So at least it exists. Future Lees will not completely forget what we've talked about here. So on the left side, we want these first ones to do nothing. And then I'm going to say offset it by, I guess I was doing like 0.05. On the left side, the left side is positive. Left side is negative. Left side is negative. Right side is positive. And these aren't really different values, but I just don't really think we should have to make them different. Oh, I wonder if I did mess it up. I bet I did. I bet I typed them wrong. That's okay. And we want to say -0.1 for the last one. And with 0, don't offset it at all. Well, this would be in addition, right? So actually, the dictionary doesn't even make the most sense. I mean, it kind of does. So I'm still going to use it. But really, this would be offsetting it an additional -0.075, an additional -0.1. So at first, maybe I want it -0.05, and then maybe after that, I want it to be less. I have no idea. I'm just going to make them all -0.05. And then for these, 0.05, 0.05. It does make me wonder if there isn't a different way to do it, but what's great about it is that it automatically matches them to the HP number, which kind of makes it a good option. Okay, so those are all set up. Now I need to make sure that in the function, it's accounting for, or it's offsetting it and not applying it as the positions. So you shape change limbs right, set bone position. I mean, honestly, just for the sake of things making more sense to me, I'm going to do offset. And I'm even going to keep that named as position. And I'm going to name this as offset. It seems unnecessary, Lise. Don't do that. Just call it offset. Just call it offset. Don't be weird. Offset. Call this offset. Make sure we close the browser. And okay, so I want to say, wait, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Dictionary position limbs right. This is the from right here. What do these brackets do? I actually don't know what these brackets are doing. I just realized I don't actually know what these are doing. Current health +1. What the heck do these brackets do? I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I know I just closed it, but I don't actually know what they're doing. It's just like arrays. You index in a dictionaries with them. Oh, I see. So it's saying, I see. So that's like the position in the dictionary that we want to be at. So you know when you're declaring your dictionaries, you have a left side before the colon and a right side after it. The left side is called the key. The right side is called the value. What? Key 0 is the key. Vector 3 is the value. And when you want to index, you use the key, left side. That's what current health is. I like that. Key and value. You're unlocking the value with the key. That's pretty cool. Okay, learning me. All right, I like that. So this is, if we can get there. Current health is the key that unlocks the value, if you will. So then if I want to make it an offset, because it becomes the value. So is the value dictionary position limbs plus the key? Like, do I want to have, where do I do the plus equals? I don't even know where I do that. Would that be in the dictionary value? It's like a real world dictionary. You look up the word and then you get the meaning. It's the same, but you look up key inside the brackets and you get the value. Nice. That makes sense. That like makes sense. That like makes some sense. How would I define an offset here if the dictionary value is a vector 3? I'm just not sure where like the plus equals goes to. What the flip are you doing? Please reword it in GDScript, not Python. Come on now. You know the function you're calling inside the tween. You do it inside the function. Okay, that's helpful. Do it in there. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. I'm just not sure where. Because this will apply to the position. Set bone pose position. Set bone offset? So set bone offset is this function here. Skeleton set bone position. In line 108, for example, the second argument, instead of offset, it would be something like bone position plus offset. But you gotta get the bone position first somehow. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that sounds terrible. Oh no. How am I gonna do that? How am I gonna do that? Skeleton. Get bone pose position. All good, Psychonic. Appreciate it. Variable bone position set to skeleton get bow position. I don't even know if that will work. I have no idea. I don't have to actually call this position, do I? Do I? What node type is skeleton? I look in the docs inside Godot. God bless offline docs. Totally. I'm just noticing the color of this when I make it offset versus scale is like changing, which makes me think that it is getting the bone position somehow. So skeleton is this skeleton 3D node right here. I was earlier, so my 2 cents and Dragonblade helped me put together this whole logic with the tween and this function. And bless their hearts, they tried to explain it to me, but I wasn't really getting it. And so as I understood it, this scale parameter was just something we were naming. And I think that's true. I think it is something we're just naming. I don't think it actually refers or it like does something besides being a name. But I find it curious that the color of it changes when I change the text. I find that very curious. See, it's like light blue here, and then otherwise it's like white, which I'm like, does that mean something? So yeah, so skeleton is a skeleton 3D. I would assume it's just the same as this. I should probably look at the documentation as you said, instead of assuming. You looked it up anyway? I'm so sorry. And also thank you. Get bone pose position gives us an integer of the bone ID. Well, that's not helpful. Oh, but it returns a vector 3. It returns a vector 3. So that's actually helpful. So that should be fine. That's perfect. Yes, I only recently learned that on the left here, this is a return of the method. I literally just learned that. So that's where this noob is at. Skeleton get bone position. So if we set that, now I need to somehow. Oh God, I knew this was gonna come back. Where I just gotta like understand what this logic is. We set the bone position. This is the ID. The bone that's hit. Oh. Right, we have to say the ID. It just won't know. Oh my gosh. Like me, I would sit here and stare at it and try things for the next hour. Folks like My Two Cents, Dragonblade, Psychonic Joe come through, and they just like, they carry me. They carry me. You make everything better. Then bone position plus offset in line 109. So like when I had this named offset, and that's fine, I'm doing all the heavy lifting. I love that perspective. I absolutely love that perspective. I'm incredibly open to that perspective. Bone position plus offset. And you're saying that's enough. All right. Let's see it. Let's see it. That fills in the blanks as far as I can tell. Oh! Where did it come back? Oh! I have a couple questions. I have a couple questions. Spider alien. Okay, so what must be happening is that it's applying it, the offset, over and over and over and over and over again. This alien can stretch wide alien. Oh man, it really can stretch though. It really can, and it really shouldn't. So what if I make this infinitesimal? I don't know how many zeros Godot will actually let me add. Probably not that many. Very small amount. But I mean, I will say it's working in some ways, right? Because it's not going vertical anymore. So there's definitely some success here. There is a degree of success happening. And then on a certain vector, there is an extreme amount of non-success. Okay, so that didn't seem to move as much. But now I don't think it's moving at all. So that is either too small for Godot to handle, or it's just literally too small. So yeah, I think the tween must be applying it repeatedly. And that's why it was going so far. That's my guess. Yeah, there it goes. Dude, I think this works. I just have to adjust it to be good. I just have to make it good. So that's actually too much. I'm just only going to do this side for now. I could have done the alt cursors. Oh, it's working. The values are just too big. Yeah. It's super working. Let's go. And look, it's staying on the outside. High five. Let's go. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect tiny arm. Let's go. Yay! We should see the legs as well. Yeah. Oh. Oh, we hit a tree. Sometimes when I hit a tree, I think the game broke. Ideally, there'd be like an animation and the tree would shake and stuff like that, but we're not there yet. We are definitely not there yet. Oh, dude, it's kind of freaking working, man. I actually am appreciating the game a little bit. Nice. And the legs are staying pretty good. Let me do one more hit on the leg. At least. Yes. Yes. It's not going off too far. Something's off of the right shoulder. What's going on, right shoulder? Oh. Oh, it's like stretching it really far. I see. Oh, interesting. Oh, you know what? I didn't update the values on the right side. Good catch. I figured we were gonna have to adjust more, so I didn't change these. But they need to be changed. The mesh is stretching with it for some reason. Didn't happen last time. Yeah. Well, that is, first of all, that is weird. The mesh isn't stretching on the other side, and maybe that's my weight painting or something. So that is something in general, but oh, look at the cute little arms. Oh my gosh. It's so adorable. It looks like a little kid. Oh my gosh. It's so cute. Yeah, I forgot to update the values on the other side. They were still the old values. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It's like a toddler with big feet. Shrink those feet down. Oh. Hi, little buddy. Oh, it's so cute. I want one. Oh my gosh.
I'm on a journey to eat humans. Yum, yum, yum. I love humans. The way they taste.
Wow. Now, if we were to grow those limbs, just for the sake, just out of curiosity, if I walk on the cows, what's gonna happen? Just pure curiosity. They are not growing. So they don't grow back, which makes sense. I didn't set up any healing things. No healing things have been set up. So I could do that. I mean, so there's a couple things, right? Like, I'm going to want to adjust the collision. So right now we do have collision adjusting. Whenever, Oh my god, it works. And it looks good. Like, that looks like it got damaged. It's obviously smaller. It looks really good. Psychonic, you really helped me pull this together tonight. So if we lose all of our hit points on the legs... Oh my gosh, it's so good. I like it so much. If we lose all the hit points in the legs, we fall down onto the ground. So the collision breaks. But what the collision doesn't currently do is gradually change its size. So I'm kind of gonna need to do the same thing for the collision shapes, is adjust their sizes and their positions, just like we're adjusting the bones. Except I'm gonna have to do it for the collisions. So that way it gradually gets smaller as well. So that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. There's a lot of work ahead. But I think this is really important to the game. And, you know, it would be nice, too. Man, there's so many things. There's so many things to think about. You know, animations, right? Because ultimately, I want not just crinkle fry limbs, but, like, limbs that have, like, a shader on it that make them look gloopy and stuff. And so if they like shrink down, I'm kind of imagining like a Zelda boss animation when you hit a limb or something. It's like it like does like a twitch out or something. So many things to think about. Not trying to do that anytime soon, but it just inspires me to think about it. It's like a little egg. It looks like a little Cadbury egg. Gruesome legs. There's a node called Remote Transform 3D that can copy the position, scale, rotation of another node into itself. Potentially, you can use that to copy the scale of the body part onto the collider. Needs testing. Whoa. That's interesting. So would it have to be the bone position stuff? So somehow the position of the collision would have to match that of the whatever we're copying. It's very interesting. There would just have to be like some like similarities between those values. Unless we could math them into making sense. Yeah, that would be cool. I like the sound of that. Let me, it's gonna need some alignment. Let me at least take this down in the hacking plan. So we at least have that. There's actually a lot of considerations. 24 hours was a conservative estimate. This is gonna be like a month. Like, this is gonna be a whole thing, is getting these limbs to behave right. Like, we're gonna be doing this, we're gonna be in limbs land for a while here on Hyper Game Dev. Unless I want to get distracted by something else, which is absolutely possible. Set up offset positions and tween functions. Healing. Another thing I might want to add in here is, could make a separate task, but yeah, I'm actually going to make that a separate task entirely. I think that makes more sense. That's a separate task. Collision shrinks with limbs. Estimated, I'm going to do a conservative 16 hours. And this is from Psychonic Joe. Make it a little quote. And then we'll just have that. Your comment right there. So now we've got it. And we can think about it sometime sooner than later, probably. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Definitely should update for you on the credits. As a primary collaborator on the limb damage, what am I calling it? Tween? Limb damage tweening? Not the best name for it. I should say limb damage shrinkage. I'm not going to use abbreviations anymore. No, I gotta be specific. Limb damage shrinkage. I'm gonna find an even better way. You know what this would be good for? A spreadsheet. This is some spreadsheet stuff right here. That's what this needs. I might do that for the rest of the stream. I think that's what I'm gonna do for the rest of the stream. My brain needs a break. Oh, we got you on player limb damage. Limb damage shrinkage. Now, in terms of hooking that up to Hack and Plan, it does have a table. Hack and Plan does have a table. I don't know how good that table's gonna be. I would rather have like an embedded CSV or something. That would be ideal. Or like just attach a spreadsheet. But I guess I'd be curious to see what the table's like in here. Then we don't have to leave this, which might be nice. Limb damage shrinkage. There's one of the, there it is. Limb damage shrinkage. It just might not have all the features I need. I mean, I could do the hit points thing. I am a little curious to see what healing would be like. Maybe I want to do that. I can't believe I'm having a hard time being distracted. Who am I? Agree with the spreadsheet, right? Like over the table? Or you're saying either a table or a spreadsheet, you just meant instead of the list. But, you know, between like an actual spreadsheet and the table, I feel like a spreadsheet would be nice. But I am trying to like centralize everything on Hack and Plan. But I could just easily have an attachment on one of these, or even a link, a URL that connects. Do I really want to do healing stuff? Do I really want to do healing stuff? Hell no. Hell no. Nope. Hanging it up. Not today. Nope. That's next week. Healing is next week. 100%. No doubt about it. Instead, I want to have my little companion baby alien walking along while I set up credit stuff. That's what I want to do. I deserve that. We've done so much hard work today. We need to just like chill for a second. And still work on the game. Oh, that's too much damage. I want just the... I want a very specific look for my alien. 2 HP. That's what I want. 2 HP per arm. And leg. That's the cutest. Beautiful. Yes. This big head. It looks like a freaking rugrat. I love it. Give me a window capture. Give me that window capture right now. Can it capture it? Yeah, it can capture it. Hell yeah. Give me my little buddy. My little buddy. Keeping us company. Meanwhile, let's see what we can do over here. I just want my little buddy. Is that so wrong? Have my little buddy. If I had a different background instead of like green grass, I could probably even like, this is, now I'm really letting myself be distracted. And you know what? I'm okay with it. But I think I probably need a different color. Because it's going to be too similar to the alien itself. Oh no, there it goes. Let's go. We lose it a little bit there, but not much. My little buddy. Okay. We might as well. I might as well. Give me another one. Put them everywhere. Everybody gets to be an alien. Just like those Twitch streamers where they have like little creatures running around. We could have little aliens with everybody's name. But you could like build your own with like different sizes and shapes. This is starting to look like... Oh god. Oh wait, why is my internet glitching? This isn't the internet. No, don't glitch. Don't you glitch on me. Damn you. How dare you? You could build your own shape of character. I can't believe it's glitching on me. I don't even know what to do about that. That kind of brings us back to spreadsheet though, because then I don't have to be on here. But let's see, let me see. The frogs are eating your internet to regenerate their limbs. Yes. Yes, correct. They must. They must. They need the internet. They're hungry for it. Okay, so this is being very bad. I don't even know if I have an offline spreadsheet program. Genuinely, don't know that I do. I don't think I have any offline spreadsheet program whatsoever. So I guess I can do that. Because the cell phone tower internet wants to be greedy. It's not the aliens. Because the aliens would only be like CPU. Because that's not connecting to the internet. I have no idea why this would be better. But I'm curious to try sheets. I can only imagine it would be worse. My guess is it would be worse. That's what I would think. But it's worth a shot. All right, so I'm going to create a document here. Wish me luck. I don't know, maybe Hack and Plan is like somehow less optimized somewhere. Even though I put this all in Hack and Plan, so I do need to at least go to Hack and Plan to copy and paste it. At the very least. And then I'll leave. I promise. I promise, internet. Oh, we don't want to go in business. We want to go in the folder in business with credits. Then we get this list. I won't be on Hack and Plan for long, I promise. Oh, the internet's dropping. Wow, Hack and Plan does be draining my internet. The frogs must have more internet. They demand it. You do have dark mode. Surely you have dark mode. I've seen it. Oh, is that going to be accessibility? Where does it live? We are not going to suffer through this without dark mode. Settings? We deserve. Oh, maybe it's... Where is it? Google Sheets, dark mode. Browser, desktop. Save me, save our eyes. It's late for most of us. Who knows? Format and then theme. Oh, so it's not going to be the website. It's just like the spreadsheet itself we can make dark mode. Okay, all right. That's... Okay. That is it? That's the only option for us? That's what we have to do? An extension? Alright, fine. I'll do an extension. Google Sheets, dark mode extension. We have to. If I'm going to do this now, I'm not going to suffer through it without dark mode. We're trying to live our lives. Nothing sucks away health like bright mode. Sometimes I like light mode, I will be honest, because it keeps me like awake. But I think that's the problem, is that I never sleep because I just do too much dark mode or light mode. I have to do dark mode or I will keep myself up all night. But that's kind of what I like about it. Just always working. Don't you just want to live to work? What, work to live? That's no fun. Yeah, no dark mode option. I think I have to download something. And I'm not seeing it working. So far. So far. I'm not having a lot of luck here. But that's Google Docs. I need Google Sheets dark mode. Google Sheets dark mode. This is tough. This is apparently the real problem that we need to solve today. Alright, fine. I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna give up. I will. I will just give in to light mode. How much do you want to bet that the dark reader messes up the internet? And like that ends up using too much internet power. Then we're in danger. I gotta get a tattoo of this little guy. He's so likable. Okay. There we go. There we go. I've done it. It's darkish. It's kind of dark. It's got darkishness. It's better. I will take it. It's really hard to read, though. I don't really know what anything says. Let's maybe bold it up a bit. And then I need to take the data from hack and plan somewhere. I guess I'll just pop open a notepad. Okay. Which isn't dark mode. Is not. So we're going to have name over here. And then we're just going to have stuff. And then we're just going to have stuff. So I'm going to freeze this row here. This column. I got to get these guys out of here. These guys are ruining my vibe. I like one of them. I think one is good. Too many, and now it's just Twitch. And YouTube doesn't deserve that. So, okay. We got a name. Make all this bold. And then we're going to put all the different things that have come up. Godot consultant. It's a pretty common one. There's also Blender consultant. Let's give it a title here. Internet's holding up. Hack and Plan can drag down my internet a little bit, it looks like. Alien game credits list. And so we're going to call it for now. All of these bold, please. And then we've got coding consultant. I'm going for the more general ones first. Yummy credits. I agree. We should also have people like Frank on here write suggestions. Suggestions is a good one. There's game ideas. I feel like that's pretty similar to suggestions. I kind of like game ideas instead of suggestions. Suggestions feels kind of weird. So we're going to change all the suggestions to game ideas. Or like game planning, game concepts. Game concepts. That's what that's going to become. Oh, Stormrun has a special one called Tech Support. That one's just for Stormrun pretty much, though. Games ideas. And then I think we get kind of down to more super specific ones. This is going to be a long list. Like, very, very wide. Character rigging. I should really be, like, marking these off. Imagine if I did a table, I would have been suffering. Oh, it's character rigging consult? Character rigging consult. Some specific credits. Accessibility for performance / fidelity. Ooh. Those are some words. Those words sound like they mean things. HP bar design. Limb damage shrinkage. We'll just say limb shrinkage. Limb shrinkage. You don't know about limb shrinkage? Oh yeah, it's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's very real. There's also player limb damage. Right, so that would be player limb shrinkage. This is so specific, but I feel like it should be specific. That's the point. That's what it's all for. YouTube tutorial. That's true. Let's say coding copied code. I don't know what to do for that, because there was somebody I put on here who, like, I borrowed a lot of code from. Code repository. Code borrowed from. We're just gonna say that for now. That's gonna be the category. HP bar. I think that's most of them. I think that's actually most of them. All right, so let's go through now and add them in. So now for the names. Psycho Ocelot at the top there. Psychonic Joe. And really, these should, like, vaguely be in order. Just of when I started working on this project, for whatever that's worth. Sometimes I might have forgotten to add someone right away. Pierogigon. Explore gamedev. That's the where I borrowed the code from. Albeska. I mean, the more I do it, the more I'm just like, this is definitely the least exciting thing I could be streaming right now. Is making a spreadsheet. How's everybody's nights doing, if anyone's here? I don't look at the viewer numbers anymore these days, so I'm not sure. Code reference. Ooh, I like that. Code reference. I don't know if it is the night for everybody, though. Code reference. I wonder if Bing AI can get you a CSV or something that's pre-sorted. Oh, shoot, probably. I'm already like halfway through it, though. I totally should do that. I should have done that. I bet it would have created some like double categories and stuff where I didn't type them consistently. That is absolutely an appropriate task for AI. That is deeply an appropriate task for AI. Oh my gosh. Good thinking. Welcome to 2024, where we just have to like start remembering, oh yeah, we can use AI to do things for us. It has begun. It has begun. Still, I feel like I've done too much at this point. I've done too much to look back now. But really, how y'all doing? How y'all doing right now? Kai... I never know how to spell their name. Kai LKZIHMAN. ENRGA. Are you guys playing games right now? I'm still playing Fallout 4. Actually, I haven't gotten to play Fallout 4 in a couple days because I've been working so much. Working on the YouTube channel. But the action adventure RPG vibe, I've been deep into it. My partner's been playing Baldur's Gate, and I gotta say, I'm coveting. I'm seriously coveting the storytelling in that game. Man, like, I'll be danged if it isn't just such good storytelling going on in there. Frank, I know you're playing games. I see you on Twitch. My 2 cents. Mini. I guess I could maybe have AI unify these. I don't know if I can have it read a CSV file though. That might be harder. Google, you ain't got AI built into Sheets yet? Come on now. Come on now. Everyone else has it. Get on the train. DNF dead. This person named Patrick who came through one time. And then we got J Jorn. Because I guess when I said I'm like halfway done, what I'm not halfway done with is getting all of these marked. And so maybe I could be like, hey, can you look at this list and mark the ones that are on here and fit them in if they don't make sense? Or if they're not represented? That would be a good one. It's the beginning of the end. Yes, exactly. Recently found out about this indie game called Pseudo Regalia. It's pretty neat. It's like a platformer Metroidvania. Interesting. Baldur's Gate 3 is fantastic. Dude, it seems amazing. I'm so deep into my Fallout 4. It's like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Switch? Actually, why don't I look it up on the phone so we can actually watch like a video of it. No, not that. Not that. Full game, no commentary. I don't know about the sound. I have concerns about the sound. It's probably fine. What do they do? They didn't freaking copyright that. Dude, this is awesome. This is an indie game? This is freaking cool. Oops, I glitched it out. Okay, there we go. It's kind of got like an old school vibe to it, which is nice to see. Psycho Ocelot was a Godot consultant. It looks like a PS1 game. Am I looking at the right thing? It looks like a PS1 game in the best way. Absolute best possible way. I should use like a ruler, like conditional formatting. That's what I should do. I want the range to be everything. Make the range everything. I moved it up to the corner. I hope that's okay. Conditional formatting. Format cells if text contains 1. And format it to be colored black. Yeah, like that. Do that. That's the aesthetic they're going for. It's awesome. I mean, games back then were fun to play. Ain't nothing wrong with that aesthetic. It looks super fun. Psychonic Joe is on Godot Consultant. And player limb damage, which is gonna be way down here. The sounds kind of give me some Resident Evil vibes. Footsteps and like that positive affirmation sound. HP bar. Limb damage shrinkage. I really should get an AI to do this because I am very likely to make a mistake here. I feel like I'm so close to making a mistake at any second. I should really mark them off as I go. Godot Consultant. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure we got 4 on there. One, 2, 3. Nope. We didn't. Godot Consultant player limb damage. I see. It goes here as well. Got it. This game honestly seems extremely cool. I like the animation too. The, like stop motion effect. It's quite nice. It gives it like a more modern look. Which is kind of funny, because it almost looks like it's not modern. Or you wouldn't think like stop motion would make it more modern, but it does. Dissident coding consultant. Oh, I need to freeze this top row as well. Just seems like a fun game to just like live in and hang out in. And just let it be a part of your life. Progigon we got on Godot Consultant. explore game dev. We got on the code reference. They have this low FPS thing, and thankfully you can even toggle it off if you want. Oh, nice. I love that. Oh, those sounds. They like, it's weird because it's like triggering my nostalgia. I feel like I'm nostalgic, even though I'm not. I'm obviously not nostalgic for this game. I've never heard of this until you mentioned it. But it just like automatically makes me nostalgic. I love it because, you know, it just goes to show like what indie games can do that like AAA games can't. And, you know, one doesn't have to make something of an indie game or of a AAA game quality or even a AA quality in order to have successful games. Not that this doesn't have quality. But it's like quite literally doing something old style. It's just pretty cool. It's just pretty darn cool. It's a good vibe here. Thought TF got on Godot Consultant. Obstacle detection. I'm so glad I'm getting this set up. This is gonna be so much better. It feels a little less meaningful than the list somehow. Like the list had more of like a, I don't know. It almost felt like a real credits list. And in some way this kind of feels like data. It's just data. I know I'm gonna miss something on here. Marion Wittick, Godot Consultant, player limb damage. At least I can always come back and look at this and see what I missed. Alright, Psychonic Joe. Yeah, thank you for coming through and helping me. I appreciate it. You made the last part of this stream go so much better than it could have. Damn, I gotta go soon too. I try not to clock more than 8 hours. I'm trying to stay within 8 hours, since that is the almighty number of hours one should work. As decided by our capitalist gods. Thanks for hanging out, Psychonic. It was nice to chill again. Take good care. Thanks for telling me about this game. This looks like a fun one. Such a good one to cuddle up with a stream deck or something. I'll see you next time, and good luck with your own project. I know you're working on a retro one, too. Good night. There's something actually kind of scary about this music. It's like starting to it's starting to freak me out a bit. I'm sort of okay with it, I guess. At least his credits list is getting set up. I gotta like turn the music down. Well, actually, I can turn it down in a different way. Like that. It's kind of scaring me a little bit. Is it just me? I don't know. It's like making me feel like I'm in a fever dream a little bit. Like a very calm fever dream as far as they go. I'm gonna have a nightmare listening to this music. Storm Run, we got on tech support. Coding consultant. It's really cool to go through this because it's such an honor to be a part of a community with so many different talents who come together. Like, this feeling is part of the reason why I keep this. Just to, like, appreciate those who have been a part of this experience. It warms my heart. Ross and X. Godot consultant. And I think it's important, too, from a business perspective, honestly, to keep track of people who contributed things. I really do think it's, like, it's good business to do that. To acknowledge that effort that was given in. To relinquish any idea that, like, I did this by myself. Kai, we got on game ideas. Game concepts. G-Wiz, we got on Godot consultant. Honestly, Godot also, or G-Wiz also is on code reference, for sure. I've totally pulled out code from G-Wiz. The low FPS is mostly for nostalgia. I prefer higher frame rate. That's a good point. Like, even though the nostalgia is nice, at some point, can I just, like, have modern appearance, please? like I actually would like to enjoy the power of what I have available. Thank you so much. Like really cool. But I can understand that, actually. I don't know how long I would really tolerate it if I were playing. Like, watching it really, like, gives me that cool vibe of nostalgia. If I were playing the game, I might eventually get tired of it. Damage flash timer. Oh yeah, Dragon Blade did help me with that. That was a very specific thing. Damage flash timer. That was all Dragon Blade. That was a huge one. That was a big help. Very specific. Also, Godot consultant. I can't shake the feeling that I must have missed something. Did I get all the ones for S? Godot consultant, suggestions, accessibility. I missed accessibility. And then suggestions is game concepts. Dude, what are the chances I didn't miss something? So low. So very low. Dragon Blade we got on Godot consultant, damage flash timer, HP bar. Dragon Blade's racking up the credits. And we can also count them. Because something I would like to do is almost have it like a leaderboard. Which, I don't mean to create competition, but then I can just be more grateful proportionally. We got damage flash timer, HP bar. Limb damage shrinkage. Okay, that's all those. But I mean, I used to do that on Twitch, and people do that on Twitch too, with like points and redemptions and stuff. It's all very competitive. Godot consultant. Plus we're all gamers anyway. HP bar. Limb damage shrinkage. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I would also say Dragon Blade counts as coding consultant. Some of them kind of go together, honestly. Mini coding consultant. Some of them kind of go together. It's a little tough sometimes to parse out the differences. Mini, we've got coding consultant, HP bar. Nice, nice, nice. Pepe, we're almost there. I don't need no stinking AI this time. Blender consultant, that checks out. Frank Frauds, we got on game concepts. I almost want to like add one for moral support, but I feel like that's just everybody. Frank definitely scores high on moral support, but technically everybody kind of does that. DNF Dead game concepts. Patrick Von Godot consultant. Almost there. Jorn suggestions. Game concepts. And finally, Tincho, Blender, and Godot consultant. It is done. The list is complete. It has been completed. What can I say? We have done this. So think about that game. Speaking of like Joe Ryan earlier, it kind of reminds me of a Joe Ryan game. The one we were looking at. Is that just me? It's kind of giving Joe Ryan. Okay. There's our beautiful spreadsheet in its entirety. Joe Ryan to GOAT! It just looks like ones and zeros. That is what it is. These are all the people who've helped out. Help work on the game. It's a list. It's real. It exists. This is definitely better than a credits list, even though it feels a little bit more data pointy. Feels a little more data pointy. You love to see it. I mean, Dragon Blade definitely has to have the most. One, 2, 3, 4. Psychotic Joe has 4 as well. Look at all those Godot consultants. We're swimming in consultants. Had a lot of help on the HP bar design and the player limb shrinkage. A lot of game concept help. It's nice to see. Very nice to see. I love it. You know who else I can thank? Besides just the people who've contributed to this game. I also can thank the patrons. The people who use their monies to support this live stream. What the monkey? You can join Patreon for free. If you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can actually get a newsletter in your inbox every Friday. So click here, join for free, sign up with your email. then I'll have your email and I can send you newsletters. So newsletters come with a special live stream that you can only get if you sign up with the Patreon. You'll get this exclusive live stream. I do it every Friday. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. And I talk about how the week is going and stuff like that. If you want a longer live stream, I do those on YouTube every Monday. They're game art and research streams where I work on the game's art that we're working on right here. The game that we've been doing today, the past month or so, that's all been that. This game right here. This little game right here. Where we got these limbs shrinking. I worked on the heart this past week. Oh, the glitchies. Oh, the glitchies gonna come at the end? The glitchies are gonna come at the end. That's when they're gonna come. I'm trying to say goodbye. And the internet's like, all right, we're done here. We're done here. You know, for all the improvements we've done on the internet, there's still work to do. Just like on the game. Just like on the game. There's still work to do. But that's okay. I'm here to keep at it. And I appreciate that y'all keep coming through and supporting it. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello. Thank you for stopping in. Oh, actually, before I say that, I forgot to finish what I was saying. The Monday member streams, you can join on YouTube or on Patreon, and you'll get access for those member streams if you're interested. But I don't expect it. That's just a financial way you can support the channel. Look at the glitchies. The glitchies are just like shutting this down. They're shutting it all the way down tonight. They're like, Lees, you're done. It's been 8 hours. It's too long. It's too long. What you doing here? I'm sorry. I just wanted to go out at my own pace. But it has other things in mind. I can't say I appreciate that. Well, look, if you're watching this after the live stream goes live, thank you so much for doing that, and thanks for watching to the end. I appreciate that. Assuming you can see it, because glitchies aren't scrambling my face. You can probably, maybe, tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last episode in this devlog, or tap or click in the bottom right to watch the next episode in this devlog. So I'll see you there, and hopefully at our game jam, which right now is tomorrow. Goodbye for now, y'all. Thank you.